Howdy how. Hello, hello. Um, I didn't pre-plan this live. I didn't schedule this live like I normally do. So I'm definitely going to give some time for people to show up because I didn't really warn y'all, but I have been going live around the same time every day. Obviously that's going to change when my job starts next week, but hello, hello, hello. Um, I need to tweet and shit anyway, so let me I did not mean to close my comments. Let me see here. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and tweet out and post out everything. Hello. Oh, and there's the notification. Perfect. All right. Hi, guys. I'm waiting for people to just kind of start trickling in. You all know the first couple minutes I tend to just chit chat and wait for people to start, rolling in and everything. We tweet real fast. I should have added Hangout in the title. I forgot to. Random reaction and Hangout stream. Hey, Florence. Good to see ya. I'm going to make an Instagram story real fast to add the link to. So that's what you're about to watch. Um, Okay. Hi, baby. Good to see you guys. Hello, hello. It's free. Yeah, so I didn't really give any proper warning. Yeah, and things are good, Florence. Things are good. I totally get it. I think one of them was like 11 hours long. So, hi, Mango. All right, give me just a second. I'm going to make an Instagram story. So, I'm going to pretend y'all aren't here. Hey, guys. So, I'm about to do a random react and hang out live on YouTube. I'm going to have it linked here. You're welcome to come and hang out. I'm actually currently live right now. We just started. So, come on over. All right. And then that's for my Instagram. So, where's my link option? Here we go. So I've actually, Azur, I'm actually doing some TikToks that I've saved about different things that I want to talk about, different topics that I've saved. Hi, Kelly. Okay, I'll be quiet. Sorry. Oh, what's your incognito name? Yakel? That's not your name backwards. I tried though. Hey, Brooke. Good to see ya. Good to see you guys. Hello, hello. Let me paste. Click here to come hang out. All right. Post. All right. So, hey, Turbo Toots. What up? What up? What up? How you doing? Hello, hello. Like, I take my phone off of Wi-Fi when I go live just to be safe, since it's just me and this crappy old laptop. Okay, I can say your name. Just don't tell your boss. I promise I won't tell your boss, Kelly. I can guarantee you that. Okay. All right. So what's up, everybody? I'm still gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit, at like minimum 15 minutes before I start pulling up anything. Also, I am open to suggestions. Don't tell yours either, Azur. Gotcha. I am open to suggestions of things to react to. Also, you guys are always welcome to ask me questions. So honestly, I just have like a bunch of favorited TikToks. So I created a little folder of react. I called it React to. And then I can't access my folders on desktop TikTok. Words are hard. I cannot access my folders of saved TikToks on desktop like I can on my mobile. And I spent like 20 minutes trying to get myself logged in on a computer. I had to figure out my settings and get everything situated. And I did that. And then I like when to go and I could see favorites, but I couldn't see the actual folders. So it's just gonna be a sea of like all my favorites. And so there's a lot of recipes, but I may only click on a couple of those, but I'm just gonna talk about like different not YouTubers, different TikTokers that I've mentioned in my content. I did save some ADHD content I want to talk a little bit about. I saved some really funny ones that I really liked that didn't have like copyrighted music, like creators that I just thought I'd discuss. And just, yeah, I just, instead of like just sitting here and talking to chat, like solely talking to chat, like I've done in a lot of my previous lives, I thought I would kind of take the like hangout talking kind of live and just do it on my laptop and just kind of hang out and show random content that I think is cool and that maybe I feel like I have something to say about, Um and just to kind of like show these other creators, a lot of them probably have much bigger platforms than my own, you know what I mean? Some just being random ass people that I thought made really good points that maybe I want to expand upon, whatever. So I'll just have to kind of go through and decide like as time goes on throughout the live. But I was looking through my favorites a little bit, and I know there are certain ones for sure that I'm planning to click on, but that's kind of where I'm at with all of that. And then if you guys see any TikToks that look really interesting, like recipe wise, I can definitely click on it and I can explain to you like how I use those videos to kind of like alter them as my own, maybe even show you some creators that I'm planning to make recipes from in the future, and maybe get your guys' input on what you want to see. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of where I'm at right now. Hello, Lizu. Cooking dinner right now. That's awesome. Oh, I just realized I haven't like fucking eaten. I did not even realize that till you said that. And I was like, oh shit, I should do that. That means I might have to grab a snack at some point during this live. But oh well. It is what it is. Are you doing a member stream? I really want to. I've been thinking about it and I'm just trying to figure out like the timing. Do you guys, so BB, do you have an opinion on the timing? Like I'm thinking maybe weekend day, Friday, Saturday of this week. Should I stick to my regular like this time of day? Should I go a little bit earlier, a little bit later? I'd love for members, if you're watching this in the replay or like as people come in, members, and even if, because obviously like whether or not you've been like a member for a long time or you were recently gifted or whatever, you guys will have access for a live stream this week. So let me know what would work best for you. That's like my one hang up is I just want to make sure people can like actually come hang out, because I did recently reach over 50 members, which is like fantastic and amazing. So I really do want to do a members only stream. I just wanted Wednesday to be like a regular like stream, because after this week I don't know what my streaming is going to look like, what I'm going to be doing in that regard. So I have been, by the way, guys, I have been like pre-filming a fuck ton of content. I just got done filming like the Mormon storytime video I mentioned. Hey Hope, good to see ya. I filmed like it came out to like I think an hour and 20 minutes, like somewhere in that range. And like just kind of going over my whole story. You broke up with your therapist? Oh gosh, I mean, I know that's rough, but I'm glad you did based on what I know. Cause yikes magikes. I just had to have a really upsetting conversation with my therapist because of my insurance issues and financial issues. I'm gonna have to miss therapy for at least a month, and I'm really, really unhappy about it. Truly, I'm not. I mean, this is not a decision I'm making because I want to. I'm making it because I have to, and this is not a great time for this because having someone to talk to during this transition would be better for me. But I'm gonna have to be extra protective of myself and my heart over this next month, and making sure that I'm properly like coping and living my life. For me, it's always impossible during weekends, but if there's one during the week, I can usually come hang out for a bit. So does that include Friday, Florence? Because I was thinking about, because I do have a video coming out on Friday, but I was thinking of doing a live anyway. And you guys get early access to the content anyway. So maybe Friday would be a good members only stream day. Yeah, I will stay safe. Thank you, Hope. I appreciate it. It's just it sucks. And oh, hey Mary, good to see you. Sorry I missed your comment. Excuse me. Um, because like as y'all know, I'm a huge proponent of therapy, and therapy is really something that helps me stay on the course, and not get too lost in the sauce of all my bullshit. And not having access to that is concerning for a bit, but it's temporary. And there's not really any resources that I'd be able to like jump to with immediacy. Like by the time I would qualify to use those resources, I would already have new insurance and have the paychecks rolling in, so it would be a mute point. So I just have to kind of take a break there. And then I also have to ask myself, like, am I going to stay with this therapist, or am I going to try to seek out someone else with a different perspective? So that's kind of where I'm at with that right now. And I'm unhappy as fuck about it, if I haven't stressed that enough. Hi, Charmed. Um, my girlfriend lives in a different city, so I either travel to hers or she comes to mine and we spend the weekend together. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys live close enough to have that, because like when me and my ex were long distance, we were 1,000 miles apart. So like he flew down to meet me for the first time, and then I did a road trip with some friends to meet up with him, and then he came to visit me I think 2 more times before I moved in with him. Um, I wish I had had more of an ability. It did. They didn't get reach back out to me, Azure, unfortunately. But I did get another job offer. I did get another job that starts next week. I don't think I don't know if it's been a full week yet, but I very recently did all the onboarding, all of the intensive background checks. Took some extra time because I used to reside in Georgia, and there's like this special form you have to sign, and I guess because of the laws, you have to print it, sign it, scan it, re-upload it, and send it that way. Your girlfriend lives on another continent. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's okay, Azar. I'm not too. I mean, actually, I just DM'd with him this morning. We're still friends. Actually, I have a little tea. Should I say this? I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. That arc might not be as over as I thought it was, but I don't think it's gonna go anywhere like long term. But I don't think that's as over as I thought it was. That's all I'll say for now. Um, I don't think I'm a member anymore, and I don't see where to join. So, Mary, to join, if you're on mobile, you have to do it through either Safari or a computer. For some reason, YouTube has it set it up that way. You can't do it through mobile, which is annoying. I didn't link it in this description, but I do have my members link normally, like in the description of all my other videos. I just forgot to add it to this one. My bad, guys. So if you go to any of my videos, there's a link that you can copy and paste to put in Safari if you don't want to get out a computer, or if you don't have a computer to access at the moment. But of course, joining as a member isn't required either. It's always appreciated, but not required. It's just a 1 hour train ride and 1 hour hike from the station to hers for me. I live 10 minutes from the station in my town. Oh, nice. So yeah, not long distance at all. Awesome. Thank you, Mary. And of course, I appreciate the support sincerely. I appreciate anybody that supports me, because I know that, I mean, fuck, just last night, someone sent me people like talking shit about me, and I'm like, ugh. Because I get it, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and I did some like shitty shit in my past, and all I can do is just try to move on from it and grow. But yeah. Let me see. So for anyone watching the replay, if I end up having to mute segments of this live, the audio will eventually come back, like in case there's any audio mishaps. If there's anything that I don't realize is copyrighted material or anything like that, I may have to like trim out segments. For the most part, I tend to do that more so if it blocks view. Like I currently was working very recently on like a karaoke video again, and it didn't block anything except like a 10-second portion of one of the songs, because it was like a little dance break where we weren't singing, but I guess the karaoke was enough to like um it copyrighted the video obviously, but not for every song. And yeah, it's just one of those things where I've talked about in the past, like if I really want something to stay up and stay as is and it gets copyrighted, I'll just leave it up. Hey, Mary, thank you so much for becoming a member again. Much appreciated. Hi, Shauna. Are you going to do any more podcasts? If I get the opportunity and I'm invited to, absolutely. Just not the whatever podcast. And I would actually prefer to stay away from that style of podcast. I don't regret doing it for the sole reason that I feel like I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about my tenacity and my ability to handle certain types of people and conversations, but I don't think I would choose to do it again. It was worth it at the time. It was worth it for the opportunity to go to Cali, but um, in the long run, in terms of like content wise and things like that, definitely wasn't worth it. And they really wanted me to come back like really, really bad because they made a lot of money off of me. Like that's just the tea of it all. They made a lot of money, and they ended up offering double what they offered me the first time, and I was just like, "Nah, I'm good." I did consider it, but I was like, "Nah, I'm good." The other podcast was not a paid thing at all. A lot of them though, they like for that one I got a slight reimbursement, I believe, for the airplane ticket, but I paid out of pocket for everything else because I really wanted the opportunity to go. Um, but yeah, I thank you, Florence. I mean, it's interesting because like it fascinates me that like I have people that have become like fans of my channel from that, but it was like a very slow trickle over time. But like when it first happened, if anything, my growth like on YouTube like stalled, and which I thought was crazy for like. But I mean, if you really think about it, like the way those podcast hosts are set up and like how chauvinistic they are, they shout out the men, but they don't shout out the women, which I wasn't expecting that. And I think that's a level of unprofessionalism that's just ridiculous. Um, but unsurprising, honestly. Oh my God. I would love to be on Samantha Joe's podcast. Are you kidding? I would love. I didn't even realize I need to go listen to her podcast. She unless she recent because I watched one of her more recent videos, and as I was watching, I was like, shit, this would have been good to react to on stream, but I was just watching it casually. Um, I love Samantha Joe. I actually, fun fact, I found out about her years and years and years ago when she was a tinier channel because of a dude who I was talking to through means of which I used to be involved in. And because she used to make like videos eating on YouTube, and he liked her for that reason. And but he was like, I think you really like her. So he sent me her content, and I loved her like for her personality and like her actual vlogging content. I've been following her, God, since at least I think it was before 2020. I'd have to double check. I've been following her for a long time. But if she's still in Florida, she lives really close to me. So that would actually be feasible. Um, they don't deserve your presence for another episode. Thank you. But I when I found out she was moving here, I DM'd her and I didn't get a response back, which I kind of expected. But she's on another level of an influencer, you know what I mean? Um, and I think she's a wonderful human being. I think she's so sweet. I really it was interesting watching her talk about like the Manjaro and where she's currently at with it in her most recent vlog. And like I could see the defensiveness because she does have like a partially body positive audience and people that are like upset with her for losing weight, and like how she's handling those conversations is so fascinating because like and I felt like I had a lot to say. Yeah, and I was talking about the whatever podcast. It is like no, their entire fan base for the most part, like the more verbal side of it is incel for sure. Andrew TMI is her co-host. Okay, I'll look into it first because I don't want to just like blindly reach out without like under like I think I've seen a couple clips on the like on TikTok, but I want to make sure that like I fully know what I'm talking about, and like I don't want to just try to like, I guess, like blindly social climb, you know what I mean? Like I obviously love her, and so like I know that much, but I want to at least understand the podcast, the format of the podcast, if me going on that podcast would make sense or not, like if she has guests already, things like that. So, um, you know what I mean? So, anywho, so it's been about 20 minutes. So you guys want me to start pulling up some TikToks and just playing them and chit chatting, or did anyone want to ask anything before I get into all that? Ugh. Oh, I recently did my PO box unboxing. I collected all of my packages for like a month. It's the most insane like unboxing video I've ever made. And this is so cute. I love this thing. I did try to do a leak test to see how much that actually helps. And it does help, right? But when the straw is in, it still leaks from here. These don't leak when there's no straw on it. Like they don't leak at all. But I was thinking maybe this would make it leak proof, but it makes it more leak proof. No, is there, I don't want to platform a bigot. Um, thank you, Florence. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay. Is that a Stanley? No. It's a Miyoki. Miyokis are tumblers that are like pretty popular on TikTok. This I paid like I paid less than $20 for this one. I got it on sale. It was from the Pride launch a month or two ago. The Stanleys, even without the straws in them, leak a lot. These have like a oscillating little tabby thing. So that way, like if you take the straw out, you can throw it in your bag and it won't leak. Um, yeah, so I don't, and also I think Stanleys are overpriced. I think Stanleys are like a weird status thing that I just don't fuck with as a concept. Um, and like, I mean, when Miyokis exist, I don't see it necessary to spend that much on a tumbler. Just out of curiosity, why do you say FB is a bigot? Watch the reaction channels if you want to get into all that. It's all out there. Um, my brother went to Target and got a Mother's Day Stanley. I was like, OMG, have you turned into a middle-aged white woman? Did you ever look up Punky Brewster? No. Let me Google. Thank you for reminding me. So someone told me I looked like her, right? Is that what it was? Punky. What was the? I remember that coming up, but someone brought up Punky Brewster. Huh. Interesting. I was just, I was a fat kid, so like it's different, but I also kind of see it. Especially if you see pictures of me as a kid. She honestly looks a little more like my sister. What was the, or was it behavior based or looks based? I don't remember. I'm sorry, guys. Hi, hello. I've never I've never seen I've never seen Punky Brewster, but I am intrigued. Cause you know what? I've been told this, like after Monsters Inc. came out, my parents always said that as a kid I looked like gosh, what's her name? The little girl on Monsters Inc. I had the big round saucer brown eyes and dark hair like that. God, y'all are gonna say it, and I'm gonna go, oh, of course. I can't. What? Boo! I said that literally and looked and saw Florence said it. Boo! Duh! I was like, that was funny. Anyway, look and voice. Got it. I'll look at her voice later. Um. So okay. Yeah, no, and I take that as a compliment. I get it. We fit the same exact archetype. She looks a lot like the girl from what's that movie? Matilda. She has a little raspy voice. She's a sweetheart. Aw. Soleil Moon Fry is her name IRL. Ooh, she's got a cool fucking name. That's a cool as shit name. Okay. Let's go ahead and just pull up my TikTok favorites. I thought this would just be more fun than like me just sitting here shooting the shit like I normally do. Since I have the set up now, may as well. So let me scroll up here. So these are just like, so this is, I have these organized off my phone. Here we go. Shameless self promo. This is my TikTok. Come follow. I think I actually just posted a TikTok with a song in it right before I went live because I realized, like, oh shit, I haven't posted in forever, and I have all these drafts that I made. I saved this recipe because I want to make a health. I have a healthy idea for this because obviously that's not sugar-free Jello, but I have a bunch of stuff in my house that I feel like I could actually going to be good, or if it's going to be ass, and it's going to be one of those things that could turn into pure chaos. Like y'all are gonna see in my more recent cook with me videos that are gonna be coming out starting like next week. Again, I'm gonna be kind of sprinkling out content to kind of help me get used to um the lifestyle changes that I'm gonna be having with like a working schedule and everything. I still want to do lives. So I might start doing more lives on certain days of the week, starting at like 10 p.m. See how that goes, see who's available, and able to hang out at those times. And kind of just, if I want to do reaction lives, maybe do those at that time because then that's a more decent replay. I'm just kind of spitballing because I am really determined to maintain my content stream to whatever degree I can handle. So it's going to take me a while to figure out what that is. And that's why I've got a shop with me I need to finish in the next couple days because I've been procrastinating finishing going to like a produce shop and getting a couple odds and ends because again finances. But oh, by the way, I don't think I've updated this, but my brother helped me figure everything out. We got the battery situated. I really want to thank everybody who was super supportive about that. So I'll just be reimbursing him like when I actually get paid out, but we got that figured out before I started my new job. So thank God that didn't happen like on my first day or sometime during training. That would have been awful. So I have a brand new battery. I'm not gonna have to worry about that for a long time. Um, and hope I'm just gonna pray that for the first couple months I don't have any major car issues because um that will be a problem in terms of like I think a lot of you know like when you're going through a training process, especially if you've worked in the call center industry, you'll understand like the training process attendance situation is really strict. um but yeah, I want to kind of play this one. I just think it's really funny, but I think it's got copyrighted music. It's um it's really funny. I forgot what the original song is, but it's like I'm a something girl, and instead they talked about being nauseous. Like when are you gonna match my freak? Whatever song that is. I just thought that video was funny. But let me come back into the chat. I've been chit chatting for a minute. Hey, hello, Buzzball. Hold on. I just deleted my TikTok and Twitter at least until after the election. That is not the worst idea. I love them, but the people on there cause me to rage. The pro-Trumpers. Yeah, I feel you. And the discourse in general is rough. Um, could you make ambrosia with sugar-free Jello? I think I know what that is. Ambrosia salad. Mmm. So, like, I could use the reduced Cool Whip and the fruit, but it's got cherries. Ugh. Hold on. I mean, I guess I could make a rosy version of this, right? I'm looking at a recipe online. Grandma's ambrosia recipe from Brown Eyed Baker. We got mandarin oranges, coconut, marshmallows, pineapple, and whipped topping. I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like I would make a non-traditional ambrosia salad because I don't know how I feel about coconut flakes. However, mandarin oranges and pineapple I fuck with. The marshmallows, I don't know. Marshmallows feel like a lot in this context. I don't know if, yeah, I could do a mix of Greek yogurt and I could just kind of make this my own, right? Here we go. Okay, so it's totally adaptable and can contain some combination of the following: mandarin oranges, which I have, fresh orange segments, pineapple, which I have frozen pineapple I could defrost, coconut, mini marshmallows, maraschino cherry, words are hard, maraschino cherries, bananas, strawberries and grapes would be in the equation, and pecans. I would okay, strawberries, grapes, pecans, pineapple, mandarin oranges sounds good. I'd probably skip on the marshmallow. Maybe yeah, I don't think I want to buy another bag of marshmallows. I think I'm good. So we have the main ingredients above, but what holds it all together? My grandma always used a single tub of Cool Whip and called it a day, but there's another variations and combinations of Cool Whip pudding mix, cream cheese, yogurt, Greek yogurt, sour cream, and jello. Fascinating. I only recommend freezing ambrosia if you use all canned fruit and Cool Whip. Huh. Huh. I'll keep that recipe in mind. I've done crazier things. Would you get skin surgery after you lose weight? If I'm able to financially, yeah, I think so. I think that's what I will do. Every time I hear Cool Whip, now I think of Family Guy. Yeah, that was my really bad impression of that. Been listening on my drive home from work. Hey Lee, glad to see you. All right, and I get it, Florence. I hope you're able to catch the replay sometime. Thank you for being here. I'm glad when people just show up and say hi and support. I think that's lovely, especially if I get to just say like a quick hello. I'm making Rice Krispie treats in a 4th of July theme for tomorrow. Ooh, fun. Are you using Fruity Pebbles? Because that shit smacks in Rice Krispie treats. Or are you just gonna dye it like certain colors? Because Fruity Pebbles, like, especially if you do like a 50-50 ratio of Fruity Pebbles to Rice Krispies, bruh, this shit smacks so much. I can't remember the last time I had that. I'm sure it was sometime my mom made it, but I think it's been close to a year. Okay, I want to watch this. Hold on. This is so. This girl is so funny.
I'll tell you what, I sure could use a miracle right now. Let's just give it a go. It's a miracle.
So I love this TikTok for a lot of reasons. It's so funny. This is just like a random one-off one. Her name's Hannah Lewis, but it took me so long to figure out what she did. But she filmed one part with her front camera and she filmed the second part with her back camera. If you notice, like, her shirt changes orientation, obviously, like there's some kind of filming trick. But it took me like a good minute to figure out what she did, because it's not mirrored, because if it was mirrored, she'd be on the other side of the camera. So I was like, how did she do that? Um, that was a great joke. 10 out of 10. Like, chef kiss, no notes. This TikTok just made me cackle when I saw it for the first time. Like that's the kind of stuff I love. Like when I see people making jokes like regard around disability, like you know what I mean. Like I love when there's humor around disability that's not like shitty, to put it bluntly. There's another one in that vein that I had saved, and he's a really famous TikToker. This when this came on my For You page, I hadn't seen him in a hot minute, and I laughed so hard. He's so funny. He's got like a whole platform. If you don't know who Ricky Burrow,
gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go faster, faster, faster.
oh yeah,
Rolling the speed of sound, trying to kiss and talk around. Got ourselves a situation. Stuck in a new location without any
he's so funny. But I just recently came across that, so like that's kind of what I want to say. I just wanted to show some things that I like, and then I do have some that I've saved that I have like more of a frame reference to talk about. Before I click on the next one, let me check chat real quick. Yeah, Ricky's great. Let's see. Tyler said you'll never get there about my skin surgery, and all I've got to say to that is just watch and see, motherfucker. Now, I'm still here listening while I play The Sims. Cool. I never really played The Sims much growing up. I think low-key, like that was more money based than anything, but I really I remember, I think I like visited my aunt. Like the first time I ever rode on an airplane, I was like 15 or 16, and I went to Michigan to visit my aunt. It was like the first time I had ever used the DVD service of Netflix. I thought it was so cool. Okay. Did I just like freeze out for you guys? I need to probably do like a deep reboot of my Wi-Fi or something. I need to find out what our Wi-Fi situation is because that's annoying. But anyway, I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted. Also, I'm trying to separate sprinkle colors. Oh wow, that's a task. I only have rainbow sprinkles, and I'm trying to take all the red, white, and blue sprinkles out. It's tedious. Oh, that is tedious work, Lizzie. I'll say for me, like fun fact about me, y'all are never gonna catch me cooking with sprinkles. Like I'm okay with a funfetti cake, but other than that, I hate the texture of sprinkles. I hate the sugary cardboard flavor, especially with like my current health stuff. Like it's just so unnecessary for me. I don't love it. Right, there are some funny autism TikToks out there. Yeah, it is an expensive game. I think yeah, especially nowadays they do all those expansion packs. Right, I love it and hate it because they get you with the game packs. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I remember playing like a little bit of Sims and a little bit of like is it like the roller coaster typhoon game? I don't know. I did cut out for a few seconds. I saw myself spin and then it fixed itself. So I'm sorry guys if I continue to have connection issues. We may be changing internet providers in the future. Or I may look into upgrading, especially if I'm doing all this live streaming. I'm gonna need to look into my options in my area and see what I can do. But so I want to show you this because some of you may not know, like, so this is the girl that I reference all the time.
So that's what we made.
This is what I created in that live. This is that recipe. So her username on like YouTube and Instagram is Lex Lifts, but she goes by Buff Unicorn on TikTok. And this is what I base my recipe off of. Her content is truly some of my favorite. I think she's just a fantastic human being, period. And I think she has a lot of knowledge to share. She's like a lifter. She knows her shit. She has a history with BED as well. She's young, which is why I'm surprised that like I relate to her so much because she's like 23, but she's lived a life already, which is something I can definitely relate to. And She is just really fun. Her recipes are fantastic. And I try out a lot of shit that she does because I feel like we have similar taste buds or something. Because I don't think I've tried anything that she does that I genuinely haven't liked. Now she does she has done some things that like I know I wouldn't like because I don't like that food, but everything that I have tried I've heavily fucked with. So I just wanted to play maybe not all of it, but at least a little bit of it because y'all saw most of you probably saw me make this in my 1 year celebration live on Saturday.
Today. As you can see, they are the exact same size. That's the inside of mine, and you can't even pick crumbles up without it falling apart.
Hers is genuinely prettier too. Side note.
Mine has 14 grams of protein and crumbles has 2. Let's make them. First, 8 tablespoons or half a cup of powdered peanut butter. A 1/4 cup or 30 grams of flour. I'm using oat flour. Half a scoop of protein powder. I'm using peanut butter cookie from PE Science because this brand bakes the best and it doesn't make your stuff dry. You can also use code BuffUnicorn at PE Science if you want to save some money. And
I 100% plan on buying from this brand, not only because she's talked about it, but there's another guy I might end up showing you guys that has talked about this brand. Multiple people have said that I've seen that this brand specifically is like the best for baking, the concoction-y type protein stuff that I do, things like that. And they sell a trial pack of 7 flavors for like $70, and sometimes it goes on sale. And then also there's a code that can be stacked. And everyone I've seen talk about this powder has said how amazing it is. And most of the influencers that have said it are influencers that I trust based on how they like talk about things and share their opinions and everything. So I will 100% be buying from this brand within my first like couple paychecks. I'm okay on protein powder for now, but I really want to try it because they have things like I think that's peanut butter cookie she's holding. So I used a peanut butter flavor one. She used peanut butter cookie. They've got like a cake pop one. They've obviously got like the vanilla, the chocolate. They have cookies and cream. They have snickerdoodle. They have strawberry cheesecake, I believe, and even more. And they have a ton of products. I want to also try their protein waffle / pancake mix. So I will definitely be ordering from this company. It's something that I've thought a lot about, and I definitely will be giving an unbiased review. And I'll probably have like a whole fucking video of me trying all my different protein recipes with different flavors because I'll have their trial pack portions are like awesome. I think you get 7 or more servings per bag. Like they're pretty big sized bags, and that way you don't have to commit to a whole tub. And if you don't like it, then you have to either deal with it or throw it away or try to get a refund depending on the company, right? So anyway,
support me. For the wet ingredients, we're going to take half a cup of sweetener. I'm using monk fruit.
I've really been interested in using monk fruit. She used monk fruit in her version. I talked about this in the live. I've never worked with monk fruit as a sweetener, and I may buy it in the future. But right now, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 powder sweeteners, and I have like 4 or 5 bottled sweeteners still. So it's just unnecessary for me to purchase the monk fruit right now. If I come across it, I may end up buying it, like if I'm in a random store and they have it. But I feel like this is one of those things that's like harder to randomly come across. And she used it in both, but I used brown sugar in the cookie, which I think makes more sense in terms of like the traditional recipes. And then the frosting, again, using the confectioner's sugar made more sense because of the whatever. I already forgot what brand mine is. I don't think it's Stevia. I think it's a different brand. Swerve. Swerve is what I have.
Now I'm doing a tablespoon of butter. We're going to chop this and melt it, pouring in our tablespoon of butter. Now a tablespoon of peanut butter. I am using Smucker's All Natural. It's my favorite. You can use whatever.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because this is all stuff I pretty much already explained, but
so it can get a little bit thicker before we
I
add
ended
the
up
cookies. And for the raspberry,
I ended up using that frosting on one of my fluffy yogurt bowls. And I will be making that frosting in the future just to like put on things that I make, because when you have the peanut powder sweetener and with a little bit of milk, like it's a decent source of sweet protein. decent. Honestly, because it's a peanut, it's more of a fat source than a protein source, but it has a decent amount of protein in it, and it's freaking delicious. Like, holy cow. I like drizzled it on top of one of my like I made a strawberry cheesecake fluffy yogurt with the strawberry preserves that I bought. So there's like no added sweetener in those. I put that in with like the cheesecake pudding powder and the Greek yogurt and everything. I think I did share in my most recent cook with me um the fluffy yogurt recipe for the first time. But y'all are going to see my upcoming videos. I mentioned this TikToker a lot, so I wanted to highlight her so y'all like know what her face looks like. But she does like recreations of crumble cookies sometimes. She's not as heavy in that kind of content as like Train with Shay is. I might even pull up a couple of her TikToks. I think I forgot to screen what is or isn't with copyrighted music, so that's my bad. But let me get to the end here just so you can see her final result versus mine. Her cookies look a little like fluffier, slightly more.
Do the jelly icing.
But see, this is like where I got all the ideas
Little
from.
snippet. I love crumble, but
So that's Buff Unicorn. Let me check the chat real quick. I've never had a crumble cookie either, Chris. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. My connection's being wonky. I'm going to have to figure that out in the future. I just got the cake pop flavor and I don't know what to make. Oh my God, there's a baby lizard in my room. Again? Just Florida things. Ugh. They're so small they can get in like the cracks, man. I don't know what to do about that right now. So we're just gonna leave it alone. Aluos. Aluos? I don't think I've tried that. I'm really into the Swerve. I really like the Swerve brown sugar. Confectioner sugar was good too, but I put like just a little bit of the brown sugar in my like fluffy yogurt. I think last night. Oh my God, that shit crazy. Yes, Krabby Joe again. Yep, that Florida things. I have no idea what kind of lizard it is. Like at any given moment, there's like 6 or 8 of them in my back patio. Has a lizard tattoo. He shall be called the quirky gang pet lizard. I'm in it. I'm into it. I'm into it for sure. For sure. My cats would go nuts if they were there. Yeah. And speaking of, depending on how the job thing goes, I'm planning on getting a cat after I'm able to like. So I have like a list of I have a list of requirements before I actually start the process of looking into adoption. I want to buy a robot litter box. I want to make sure I already have it and have the space for it and have it set up. And I'm going to research and find out what the best litters are. If you have any opinions about that, welcome to share with it now. Or if you want to leave comments, please do. I want to look into pet insurance and figure out what that's going to be and price that out and make sure I have that. So I have a safety net if there's any medical emergencies with the baby. And then I decided this a long time ago, I want to rescue a cat that's at least 5 years or older, unless I meet one that's slightly younger that I just absolutely am obsessed with and have that like bond with. But I'm not really interested in like getting a kitten, and that's just so much work and energy, and I want to provide a home for I would love to rescue like an older cat. Like, I don't know. When Rocky was older, I just bonded with him. Alex says, "Hi, Rosie. I'm rewinding to the beginning and speeding up, but I hope you're having a great day." Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate when people do that. So then you have all the context, and who knows for how long I'll be live. So you might catch up before I'm all said and done. Yes, kittens are a lot of work. LOL. Exactly. It's like getting kittens and puppies is a decision that I feel should be taken very seriously, on par with having children. I feel like having children is a bigger decision, but like it's important on par with that, if that makes sense. And I believe adopting any animal is an important decision, but in terms of like the amount of care you have to give to a baby cat, a baby dog, like it's just so much more. And um isn't all those fake sugars and infamous sugar-free gummy bears of batshit Amazon reviews fame? I think there's specific ones. I think like it's xylitol. There's like a specific one that does that, and also I just try to not eat it in super large quantities. Like the problem with those reviews is a lot of people when they were eating it would eat like the amount of gummy bears they would for a normal like sugary gummy bear, and that level of sweetener in your body is going to cause you to whew. Robbie says the best thing to do is to go into the room with the cat, sit down and let the cat choose you. Yeah, that it's a bit different depending on what shelter you're going to, how they do it, because sometimes you have to like you can't really do that. Some shelters, like the one that I went to for the cat vlog, you can go into the room, but they only keep like up to 2 cats in a room. Or there's like a kitten room where they'll have multiple of the kittens. My cat chose me. Yeah, I would love to. I want to be chosen. I have not been chosen by the cat distribution system, and I'm upset about it. I would like to write a formal complaint. Very tiring with kittens, definitely. I need to get back on track. I've been off track 3 weeks. Yeah, and I feel that. I'm currently taking a breather from tracking. I'm still eating the way that I've been eating, but I've not been having as much food obsession. So I've had a conversation with that with Freya, and I'm not sure when I'm gonna restart tracking. I'm gonna weigh myself in a couple days and see where I'm at. Because even if I'm not gaining, I'm fine with that right now because the amount of stress in my life. Um, I'm not stopping my journey. I'm not stopping what I'm doing. I'm still eating the way that I've been eating, and I'm still portion controlling based off of the knowledge that I know. But I am not tracking as of right now. I went 75 days tracking everything I put in my face, and it was getting to a point where my eating disorder was just really struggling. And so, this is one of the things that I'm doing in terms of um, maintaining a long-term deficit is cycling those things because I'm working against multiple issues like oh yeah, I've been off Manjaro for a long time and I am better for it. Unfortunately, I miss the relief of the um food noise, but maltolol, I don't, yeah, I'll check my ingredients, but I don't think I've seen that ingredient in the sweeteners I use. I could be wrong, but like I've got like stevia and the swerve ones. So yeah, I've been off the Manjaro for a long time, and for me, I will say it was the right decision to get off of it. I wish I had responded to it better. I wish I had had the immense pain and fatigue, because I'm going through some pain issues right now, and they're not as bad as when I was on the shot. They're not great, but they weren't as bad, and or they aren't as bad as when I was on it, and it's just unfortunate. Every time I open my fridge and I see them, I just look at them and I'm like, I could. And I just remember how shitty I felt. I can't use artificial sweeteners. I wish I could. Yeah, I used to really struggle with them. I don't know. Things have just changed for me recently, I guess, with the uptick of different products that I've chosen. Anyway, I've been just rambling, but yeah, I'm really excited about the cat. You know what? I want to talk about these that I favor. I favorited this style of content because I find it fascinating. And I want to know if any of y'all have seen these on your like for you page. It's a very specific style of food content, and it's baffling to me because it's like the same formula every time. And this couple is the one that I've seen like do it the most, but there's like a few couples and they don't speak English. And I'm fascinated by this because I don't know if it's like from if it's like a trend over there. And I actually don't even know what country this is. It's just an Asian country. It looks like it could they could potentially be Chinese. Like the language, it looks like it could be Chinese. I'm just like, I'm not sure. But they have this formula, and it's like a mix of rage bait and mukbanging, and like I think there's potential for like correlation in other aspects, but I don't think that's the intent of the content, if that makes sense. So, do y'all want to watch, like, have me click on one of those? I think there is food noises, so if you don't want me to click on it, that's fine. But feet pain, I do have feet pain, but mine was like overall inflammation pain. You'd look awesome with red glasses. Yeah, I did almost get red flames. Where they steal food or hide it? Yes, Thrifty. Yes, it's just bizarre. It's bizarre content. And I think there is food noises, Chris. So if y'all aren't interested, I can just click on something else. But I'm fascinated by it, and I don't like, and I'm not fascinated in the sense of like, ooh, this is so entertaining and I want to watch it. I'm fascinated in like, is it could just be as simple as it's all like just for the views and the money, right? They get crazy views, but I get really confused because I don't know what account is really theirs, because there's tons of accounts that repost these things because they get crazy views. And like sometimes the comments and sections are all in English, and sometimes they're like in a lot of different languages. It's fascinating. It's kind of like an old women men dynamic. It's skits. Yeah, it is. It's clearly very scripted, but okay, then I won't click on it. If it seems like no one's super interested in it, then that's fine. And also I don't want to like trigger people. Oh, so I did save a Miriam Gets Healthy TikTok I wanted to share, just because again I wanted to give frame of reference to like people that I reference in my videos. I've referenced her a good bit. I don't watch her as much as I once did, like, and I think because she also did take a step back from the health side. Like she talked about wanting to change her TikTok name because a lot of people were coming and making really like big assumptions and just like putting a lot of pressure on her because she's about 70 pounds down, and she has been maintaining more so like she takes the route of like really prioritizing the eating disorder care. So she does not track. She doesn't even weigh anything. She's the one that kind of taught me the skill of buying prepackaged portions. And we're using those to kind of reduce the EDs triggers and things like that. So this is like a Costco haul, like how she shops. Her and her girlfriend, they live in Florida too. And again, not far from me. So it's just kind of interesting how some of these influencers, they land on my For You page and they're like in my area, like her and Train with Shay. And there may be a couple others that I don't follow as seriously, but I know they're like in Florida. And so, she's like someone with ADHD. She's just like super fun and bubbly. I just really enjoy her. I get maybe she won't be for everybody, but I really like her. So here, I'm just gonna play this.
I'm on a health journey, and here's the shit I buy at Costco to keep me on my journey. All right.
I love her. This is her TikTok, Miriam Estrella 8. Miriam Gets Healthy. Ooh, 777. She's almost to she's like less than 100 followers away from 77.7 followers. That's a lucky number. So yeah, like I said, oh, she's got a PO box too. She's in Florida. And yeah, so if you're interested in, if you like her, this is her information right here. Miriam Estrella 8. Miriam Gets Healthy.
Let's go shopping. I'm going to show you the food, the cool stuff, everything. Because I just love Costco in general, like not just for like the healthy stuff, just like it's the motherland. And by the way, if you want to be on BFF and we can do this whole life journey together, this is new. They have little snacking seed individual packets. This looks yummy. I love individual packets because it's so easy to do portion control with them versus having to like measure shit out. And I don't know. I don't like any of that stuff.
I'm going to talk about something I haven't mentioned yet, and I haven't even mentioned like in my pre-recorded content. because I did talk about in my grocery haul that I bought regular sized tortilla chips because I wanted to try and challenge myself and all of that. Well, I failed. Bottom line. I struggled with those for a couple days, and it got to a point where like eaten I had eaten out of both bags, and I had like a decent amount in there that was just like kind of crumbles. And I have ways that I used to eat those. Like I would make a dip and kind of like make this like little weird concoction where I would kind of toss them in the sauce and eat it with a spoon. And instead of doing that, I just threw them away because I lost that challenge, and I struggled with those chips. I was not where I wanted to be with them like I thought I could be. So I threw those out. And what I ended up doing was the next time I went to the discount store, they had the pre-portioned mini bags of tortilla chips. So I got some of those. And since I bought them, I think I've only had one bag because there's something about opening the big bag for me that's like the bridge between a binge or no binge. And so, especially with chips. So I've just got to respect that part for a while, for a long, long time. I'm not planning to be buying any kind of full-size bags of chips for a long, long time. Honestly, probably the next time it's going to happen in my house is if one of my family members does it. And realistically, I'm probably going to have to ask them to store it somewhere where I won't know where it is. And I won't see it regularly because that is definitely a trigger for me. And so she was the person that gave me the idea of doing that more often, because I do feel deprived if I don't have access to chips in some capacity at some point throughout my week. But I also significantly struggle with portion control when it comes to chips. So, it sucked. I was not happy about it, but let me check chat real quick. She does. Yeah, she makes a lot of Disney content. She does. Let me see. I like it, but I'm outvoted. I got you, Thrifty. You've seen her before. I like Amy in half and smallers. I don't know what that means. Do you take meds for your ADHD? I was on guanfacine, not the extended release. That one was not good for me. It was the other one. I haven't been on meds in quite some time, because but guanfacine was the only one, which that's a generic name for it. I cannot. Is it 10x? I think the name that I'm looking for is 10x. Because Intuitive is the other one. Intuitive did not work for me. Like, about 20 meds didn't work for me. Not all of them were for ADHD, but like, the only one that I really ever had any marginal success with was that one. But I am not currently, and I have not been on mental health meds in a long time, like a long, long time. And I've been managing and coping through therapy and other coping skills. I believe I still have my guanfacine, and honestly, I may get back on it before I start my job. That's something that might help me in that regard. But I didn't have any like crazy negative reactions to it. Personally, I'm not a doctor. Don't take medical advice from a random fat bitch on the internet. I digress. She's great. She is a Disney adult, if that turns you off. I tend to not really like engage heavily on her Disney side, but I love her grocery hauls. I love like she recently made a Buff Unicorn Fluff yogurt, and oh my god, the crossover was so exciting for me. I loved it. I can't keep chips in my place for that reason. Yeah, felt. I'm able to control myself with the smaller bags. I don't know. Like, I learned that because of her tips. So I really appreciate her. We live and learn. Can't have Pop-Tarts in my house at all. Yeah. And for me, that's something that I would feel is like an unnecessary purchase. And what I mean by that is I don't gain enough of the like dopamine mental health side of a food like that. And obviously the nutrition side is not great. So there are some foods like where, yeah, it may not be nutritious for me, but having in moderation is overall better for me in the long term of my eating disorder than restricting, right? So for me, like to me, Pop-Tarts and the prepackaged things like that, Hot Pockets, toaster strudel, stuff like that, is not really worth it. Like, but the pizza melt sandwiches are, because those hit that like nostalgic frozen pizza craving that I get. Hey, Boss Lady Bird, new to my chat and wanted to say hello. Thank you for saying hello. Miss Vicky's is my crutch. They're so good for sure. And hello to your lovely chat as well. Boss Lady Bird, you are so welcome. Thank you for being here. And you are welcome into our chat and little vibes here tonight. My son takes that at night and Concerta during the day. We tried tons of meds. Yeah, I'll say specifically, like if you struggled with like accessing Adderall or using Adderall or the more stimulating ones, the reason I like this one so much, the guanfacine, is that it's like a non-stimulant ADHD medication. If I remember correctly, consult a doctor. It's been a long time. But it's different from Adderall in a sense, is what I remember in my takeaway. I love her Lego videos. Oh, does Miriam make Lego videos? Maybe I've missed that or I just forgot. I don't think we've mentioned anyone else in here. That's from Atomic Habits to Hide It. Yeah, the bigger bags just like are rough. It is a non-stimulant. Okay, someone confirmed that. Fantastic. Okay, let's get back to the Costco grocery haul. I really want to get over this weird mental hump I have with Costco. The energy of this place stresses me out. The amount of people, the size, it's just such an overwhelming store. Like Walmart's overwhelming to me, and so Costco makes me want to like have an aneurysm. And I just don't want to use the motorized carts too. Like that's another part of it. Like I just don't. So I tend to just not go.
I did the whole measuring shit out, counting calories, all that. I lost 150 pounds in a year, gained all that shit back because it was just a little too restrictive for me. Kitty. Ooh, these are one of my favorite little treats. They're so good. Dark chocolate quinoa. I don't know. It's delicious.
I have something that I got in my P.O. box, and that just reminded me. I had gotten a recipe idea that I want to try. So, and I was considering buying mini marshmallows because I feel like adding those into the recipe would be fantastic. But I'm still not planning to buy mini marshmallows. Just I feel like it's still a little too soon from one of my previous vlogs. But I will say I did successfully recently complete the marshmallow cream jar that I had in my pantry without ever having any kind of episode or trigger from it. So that's super exciting for me. I'm really into using a serving of that on a rice cake, and it's kind of like a deconstructed Rice Krispie treat. It's really, really good. I genuinely enjoy that.
Love these too. They have little chocolate chip.
I don't recommend this brand. I mean, I'm glad if she likes them, good for her. If that works for you and your family, that's great. But made good is not for me.
Granola minis or mixed berry, they're so good. And they're gluten-free. And by the way, 99% of the shit I post is gluten-free because my partner has celiac disease, which means she can't eat gluten. These little probiotic strawberry little yogis are delicious too. They also come in individual serving sizes. These are new. These look delightful.
I hate those like yogurt products. They're not for me. And I also don't like dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate covered mandarins, you get 6 per serving. I love a good sweet treat. I make a lot of high protein dips. So if you want high protein dips, you got to follow along because I make some good shit dips. But this is one of the secret ingredients. Ooh, look.
I can't get on board with some of her dips, but I make the same kind of shit she does with my own flavor profiles. I have no business to talk shit about her concoctions. But she's like using pickle juice and certain ingredients, tuna. I'm like, I'm out.
Look at this. You want to eat the cheese? Eat the cheese. Individual serving sizes. Bing, bang, boom. Like, don't cut anything out. Eat whatever you want. Just eat the serving size. Deprivation is dumb. Moderation, never deprivation. That's my tagline. The best gluten-free pizza right here. Gluten-free 4-cheese pizza from Costco. Oh my God. These are so fucking good. I have one a night. These little fudge bars, they're so creamy. Oh,
Those actually look really good. those fudge things.
these are so fucking good. We buy these literally every week.
So, I actually just got a ton of egg bites from the discount store. They're not egg whites, but I'm going to be figuring out ways to like play with those and use those in my lunches and stuff. because I've got some ideas.
Spinach egg white frittata bites. Starbucks charges like $5 for 2. That's ridiculous. At least for me, because I am bougie on a budget, aka a budget. It's watermelon season. Nature is healing. How do you
Bougie on a budget is so me. I don't know. Something about the caramel rice cakes, the flavor is like so much for me. I haven't tried it in recent history, so I've been considering buying them to try, but I will like heavily fuck with the apple cinnamon. Putting peanut butter on it and sprinkling with cinnamon and mini chocolate chips. I mean, that sounds delicious, but I don't know. I'm just a little undecided on the caramel rice cakes because sometimes they're almost like too sweet for me now, which is crazy. Go during the week and wear earbuds. It helps me. Yeah, I've done that too, but it doesn't change like the physical aspects and the pain and the overstimulation and the anxiety of getting through the door. Because you're right, those things definitely help, and I do that. But I get really comfortable in my little routines.
choose a good watermelon? I read it has to have a big yellow spot. This one has a big yellow spot. Oh my god, look how cute these little mini strawberry cake pops are. Oh, ow. One serving is one. Look how freaking cute. Oh, they brought our favorite bread back. These cauliflower ones, they're gluten-free. They have 9 grams of protein and they're good. They were gone for a couple months and I was so sad. Oh my god, I just realized the cake pops are gluten-free. They're gluten-free. I'm so excited. The cake pops are gluten-free. I get really excited when we find gluten-free stuff for poop.
They're so cute. Oh my gosh, I love them. And because her partner has celiac, so she eats a lot of gluten-free stuff because her partner is celiac.
See?
I haven't had a cake pop in like
Since you
5
got diagnosed
years,
with celiac disease. Oh, by the way, did you know that one day you can just wake up randomly and have celiac disease and never be able to eat gluten
My worst nightmare.
for the rest of your life? That's what happened to Schmoopsy. If you ever want to try seafood salad, they have it at Costco. You want to know what I get every week that has a ton of protein? It's so good for you. These little salmons. I make my little salmon meal very high.
I've been wanting to try that, like try smoked salmon. I feel like I can make some kind of blended cottage cheese instead of cream cheese, or like maybe adding a little cream cheese in with cottage cheese just to make it more voluminous and higher in protein, but still get a little bit of that flavor, and make something like on some kind of low-cal bread or rice cake or something, because I like salmon. I just haven't never really tried that. I need to double check our freezer. So we might have something like that frozen that my parents had that probably needs to get eaten.
Protein, very good. Let me know if you want to see that. Also, I have like many different recipes for salmon. I love salmon so much. Oh, I found a new salmon, honey maple. One of my favorite smells in the world. The Costco produce section. Ready?
That room is so cold. It's amazing. I love walking in there while I'm shopping and just cooling off for a second. I'm just like, oh my god, this room is amazing. And they keep it like way colder than the rest of the building. It's basically like a giant refrigerated room. It's so cool. I love it.
Did you get a whiff? Oh my god, the people in here. I thought nobody was in here, so I took a big whiff, and they probably think I'm a crackhead. It's okay. I'm high on life.
Side note, her earrings, I'm obsessed.
Cotton candy grapes. I love these. I was thinking I could do cotton candy grapes with a little fruit roll-up on top, and then in the freezer. That could be a cute little sweet treat.
I hate the way that kind of stuff feels in my teeth. I thought she was going to say Tonghulu.
It's cold in here. There must be some toros in the atmosphere. Oh, figs. Can you eat these raw? I've always wanted to try a raw fig.
I've never had a fig before. You like smoked salmon, cream cheese, table cracker. Have you tried cottage cheese flatbread? No, that's on the list of things to try. I haven't tried it yet.
Ooh, some cherries. I love cherries. Raspberries.
I really wasn't into the lavash bread. When me and my ex were reconnected, one of the things that because like my ex bought me that red hydro flask that's like fucking up and broken. And then like, cause when we reconnected, like he did that, and then he got me the gift of the lavash bread because I was obviously like on a health journey, and he ordered like because when you order it online, like he would buy it for himself. So he bought some for me and he sent it to my house. And it was like 12 packs. I ended up throwing most of it away. I tried so hard to like it, but it's like this like sawdusty, like raw tasting, flavorless cardboard with a bad texture. Like I can get down for a cardboardy food if there's like certain elements to it that are good and it can be utilized in certain ways. Like for example, a flavorless rice cake, like that can be an ingredient component. I tried so many things. I tried the pizzas. I tried making them into like little roll ups, and I had to like to make it palatable. I had to like douse it in oils or something to add body and flavor to it, which kind of defeated the purpose of eating them. So I'm not a fan of the lavash flatbreads, and I have a feeling the cottage cheese one might be better because it may not be as dry, but it makes me a little nervous, and I think it's just like the correlation that they look similar to me. But yeah, I would also have a pita over lavash. My husband tried the cottage cheese flatbread. Apparently, it's very dry. Oh, so maybe I should just not even. Never had lavash. I don't bother. The texture is bizarre. Has As someone who's gluten free and dairy free, the food excitement is so real. I believe that, Kimmy, with every fiber of my being.
Oh, okay. Costco literally has the best blackberries in the world. Not even kidding. Look, I get two because they're that good. They're so sweet. They're so delicious. I put them in my protein parfaits, which is also incredibly delicious. You know something I've always wanted to try, but I've never tried before? A candy apple, a caramel apple. I've always wanted to try one. My favorite Lego sets ever. This partner and I are Lego lovers. These tomatoes, they're so crunchy, but then they're so juicy inside. So good. And I like to live on dips because, I don't know, dips are just so good. And my favorite dipping apparatus, the Cupid.
I love turning dips into soup too. If I don't feel like dipping, I love turning my concoctions into something I can just eat with a spoon.
The baby cute. Look at these little chodes. My favorite cereal ever. Protein.
I really want to try this. It's so expensive. Does anyone in my chat, if you have any experience with this cereal or in my comments, let me know your thoughts. She really likes it, but my God, this shit is expensive. And she's kind of bougie with her grocery bill. She buys shit. I'm like, I wish I could spend that kind of money on groceries. Hot damn. But like Catalina Crunch is one of those things that I haven't gotten yet because it's so expensive. And if it's ass, I'm going to be pissed. Like, I won't even front, y'all. I'm going to be mad. Like, and I like her, but see, her taste buds I don't trust as much as Buff Unicorns because we have a lot of different varying opinions on certain ingredients. Whereas me and Buff Unicorn, I feel like we have a lot of overlap and stuff that we like. So this one is one of those things where I'm like, because a lot of stuff she picks, I literally go, no. So, but I've also gotten recommendations and I've gotten a lot of tips from her. So, again, I don't know. Does anyone have any opinions? It's greasy. Oh, the wrap is okay. It's gross and grainy. My husband likes it. He's diabetic. So the cottage cheese flatbread, if I remember correctly, it's literally blended eggs and cottage cheese that you put on some kind of silicone or parchment paper and you bake in the oven and try to not burn it, and then it basically acts like a lavash bread. He said he needs a sauce with it, something stronger than mayo, lol. Yeah, so no, that was the thing. Like, eating lavash bread without sauce was not an option. It was not an option. I try to keep things simple and fresh, basically no snack foods, because no matter how much I think I have self-control around them, I don't. Ugh, I'm sorry, Elizu. It's taken some time and practice with me, but I feel like without them, I'm more likely to impulsively go out and buy a bunch of shit that I don't need, or go order a bunch of shit in a degree that I shouldn't. That's not conducive with my long-term goals, things like that. I thought it had a weird taste, not a fan of the cereal. What's the wrap? I think the wrap is what she meant. Hi. Oh, hey, Jarella. Yeah. Okay. So Kel's Bells. Okay, so we've got one in no category for that cereal. So, okay. I did recently order some protein cereals that'll be there's like a bit of a taste test moment in the PO. I keep saying PO unboxing. It's not PO, but it's just an unboxing video. If I have snacks in the house, I don't crave them. So real. If I have options, I don't crave them. If I feel like I don't have options or feel deprived, then I crave everything all at once all the time.
Cereal, cinnamon toast flavor. It's incredible. These are yummy. These little cookies. Oh my god, I'm a hoe for whisks. I love it. It's literally just cheese, but it's
as I'm watching this, I've seen other grocery hauls in the past. I was like, ooh. This one, I'm like, no. Oh, maybe.
It's literally just protein cheese chips.
But food's a personal thing, right? And we all have our preferences. So I ain't shitting on her parade or nothing. But I don't like those like that type of cheese thing. I don't even like those like cheese wrapped burritos at Taco Bell or whatever, like that kind of shit. I don't like either. I don't like that super crunchy caramelized kind of cheese thing. Like that's just not my vibe.
What else do you need in life? My partner goes to me. Yes. I've been finding really good stuff today.
They're so cute. God. I'm so happy that they have each other.
Hey, look at us getting healthy together. Just two healthy bachachos working on ourselves. All right, I'm checking out. If you made it to the end of this video, we have to have our inside jokes. That way, when you comment this, everyone else will be like, oh, what does she mean? But I'll know because we're BFFs. Ooh, okay. Comment. Hot dog. Add an emoji if you're really feeling spicy. Okay,
get that engagement. Get that engagement, girl. Okay. Oh, this is a really short TikTok, but it's really, well, no, actually, never mind. There's a child involved in it. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. Oh my God. I'm obsessed with these TikToks. This style of TikTok. It's so cute. Okay. That's it. They're just cute. Let's see here. I like not just my favorites. I wish my collections were available on my laptop. Oh, this one's really funny. This is really relatable.
Did you eat your protein today? You gotta eat your protein. If you want to be jerked, you gotta eat your protein. I'm eating it. Drink your water. Drinking it. Put cottage cheese in it. It's so good. Did you eat your protein today? You gotta eat your protein. If you want to be jerked, you gotta eat your protein.
Some days are like that, man. Not all. I'm not like that all the time, but some days that's just relatable ass content. I think I'm noticing some of the Wi-Fi dipping when I'm switching tabs to check chat. So actually, let's fix. Well, yeah. Let me see. Can I fix that? Hang on, guys. You blend cottage cheese. Oh yeah, and you want to season it right. I'm pretty sure you add egg, Chris. Yeah, the moment I don't have access to them, I binge on them. Felt it's thick bits, like thick, heavy cinnamon toast crunch, and it's grainy and greasy. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Whisper also greasy. It's not terrible, but not awesome. 5 out of 10. Gotcha. Magic Spoon cereal was better. So does anybody else have opinions about Magic Spoon? Because that's something else that I've been potentially interested in trying. But again, like a lot of these are expensive and they're like a commitment when you buy them. And now that I'll be making an income, I'll be able to kind of invest and try different things periodically, like throughout my food bill, you know? Stop motion. Yeah, I know, it's so cute. I love Wells. I kind of want to pull up some of his music. I just don't know if I'll get copyrighted. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it. If I get copyrighted, oh well. Let me see. Where is he? I don't want to listen to the political one. Hang on. I'm gonna look him up, and there's a specific one I want to watch, and I'm gonna try to play it in pretty much in full. I may pause it, because you really like, because he purposely kind of gets you in the beginning, but you need to listen to the whole thing. It's called Fat. So this one, when it came out, it hit me like a ton of bricks. But I'm gonna, just in case audio plays or things, I'm just gonna. Oh my God. There we go. Oh! Did y'all hear what just happened? I had audio playing. Did you guys hear that? It was copyrighted music. I know for a fact it was. Walmart sells Catalina in small bags so someone can taste test without buying a whole box. Yeah, but those small bags are fucking expensive for what you get too. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other reason. So in the future, I may or may not still do it, but let me know if you guys actually heard that. Let me see. Wells. I hope my goal is going to be to save up to get a much better laptop for streaming purposes too, because I think my internet, it's fucking up on my phone too, so my internet's an issue. I'm gonna need to look into like upload speeds and stuff. It's gonna take some time before that actually comes to fruition. So okay. Good, you didn't hear? Perfect. All right, then I made the right call by stopping sharing my screen. Also, we have the same taste in music. You also are a Vance Joy fan. Oh yeah, I fuck so heavy with Vance Joy. In the future, ooh, members only stream. We're gonna do music. It won't be a copyrighted stream, and that's fine. So that's what we're gonna do. I think on Friday. I'm just gonna do a Friday either evening or like 6 p.m. stream. And I'll just like listen to music and we'll just fucking vibe and talk about anything we want to talk about in the membership. It's going to be kickback vibes. Yeah, let's do that. I'm in. And then you guys can send me music too. Maybe I can react to music on live and stuff. That would be so fun. Okay. We're going to listen to Wells. And if this is copyrighted, I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. Just listen to the end. That's all I got to say. Oh, my comments. My comments at the top. Exposing me. Come on.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You're so damn.
Rosalind! Damn it. Hang on, guys.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You're so damn fat. It's just like when your grandpappy's lungs turned black. That was his fault too. The doc told him what to do. He smoked camels. Yes, he bought the wrong pack. It ain't like a team of evil scientists through rigorous testing created the most abominable snacks. Grinding critters and chemicals up in a factory. Now your hand is stuck inside of the sack. Well, it's your own damn fault. You're so damn fat. Coca-Cola just walked in with the results. They did a self-investigation like a Florida sheriff station, so you know they won't be found at fault. Diabetes, help us Jesus, if you're fit, willing and able. For a smooth 10 grand, they'll clamp your guts with a band, and that's all good if you don't die on the table. Sucrose, monosaccharides, diastatic malt, high fructose corn syrup, it's your own fucking fault. Well, it's your own damn fault. You're so damn fat. Shame, shame, shame. All the food on the shelf was engineered for your health, so you're gonna have to take the blame.
I love this man. His music is incredible. He does incredible commentary like through music. And he wrote one and performed it like immediately after the presidential debate. I'm not playing that one because we're not getting into politics on stream right now. I'm not doing it. But that song, yeah, I shared it on my story, Chris. You might have seen it from there. Yeah, I just had to play that. Oh my God. Oh, gorgeous. Like, everyone needs to look up Wells. He's on Spotify. He has like 2 profiles because I think he did a rebrand or something. The more recent stuff is under Wells. I think his first name is Jess. Don't quote me on that. I know it's a J name. But yeah. Ooh, we're gonna watch this TikTok. We're gonna watch this TikTok next. Hang on. Yeah, I know politics. I'm overloaded and sad with everything. Same. That's where I'm at with it right now too. It is. I think it's Jesse Wells. Yeah. Honestly, like, I have my opinions and I have my stances, and like, conversations are important and everything. But like, I also do believe that we need reprise. We need places that are not about that, and like, there are moments to bring it up and talk about it, and it's appropriate. And like, I've talked about, you know, Palestine and all that, and I've talked about controversial topics, but sometimes you just need a fucking vibe. You know what I'm saying? And yes, and in that in and of itself is a privilege, absolutely. But here we are. So this I want this to play, and then I'm gonna talk about it.
Eating for my goal weight, and I should be eating for my current weight. Is this why I'm not making the progress that I want? I weigh 188 pounds. I'm currently going based off of my goal weight, which is a goal weight of 130 pounds. On top of that, I'm in a 200 calorie deficit, working out 5 times a week. I've seen very little progress. I've also noticed my inches aren't getting any smaller, and my workouts are not the best. I used to work out harder, for longer, lift heavier, and I was eating more. I just thought that this was normal. I follow a different TikToker that says to go based off of your goal weight, and she told me to just wait longer because progress is going to happen soon. Welcome to another episode of The Gift of Giving. Today we're going to be talking about why you need to be eating for your current weight and why you shouldn't be eating for your goal weight.
This has been a big conversation on the sides of TikTok that I'm currently on. I've seen a lot of people, and I think some people have mentioned it in my comments too. I'm of the opinion that you need to eat in your current body, and that's what this video is going to dive more into. This is Lifting Queen Dom. I don't know much about her specifically. This was like the first TikTok I really ever saw of her, and I really liked it. I thought she had really pretty eyes. I liked her hair. I really liked what she had to say. I felt like she was someone who was very educated. Actually, I don't even follow her. Let's change that actually. So she came up on my For You page, and like, clearly she's got a platform over here on TikTok. And I think some of her other content, I think maybe the reason I didn't follow initially is like, it is different from this. And but I still kind of want to deep dive and look into it a little bit further and decide what I'm going to do. But yeah, there's like a big debate about this, about eating for a body that you don't even have yet, instead of eating for the body you have. And I find this conversation fascinating. So that's kind of what I want to get into here. And we can definitely have an open discussion about it. I love how this is a calm, safe place for us all here. Thank you, Kels Bells. That's definitely the goal.
I'm going to give you 2 different examples. I'm going to show you what she should be eating for her current weight and what she is eating right now based off of her goal weight. I'm just going to say this really slow. Should I be eating for my goal weight or for my current weight? Why are you eating for a body that you do not have? Why are you nourishing for a body that you're not living in?
That's such a great question.
Why would you do something to get to your goal weight? Because then what happens when you get to that goal weight? Then what do you eat at? Just try to make that make sense. You should be eating that supports your body in order to help you get to where you want to be. I said this in the last video, I'm going to say it again. You don't just go buy something with money that you do not have. That's going to leave you miserable. It's going to set you up for failure. You do not go sign up for a very intense challenge when you haven't done a single day of training. It's going to set you up for failure and you're going to be miserable.
And this is like, you have to really consider your sources with the people you consume online. Like, and yeah, there are people that I may watch and like I'll hear them say something and I like don't fully agree with them, but I still overall may consume their content. But also in just like what you're applying online, like it's always a good idea to like double check things and think things through. Like, don't even take it her word or my word at fault, but like really think things through, look into it. But at the end of the day, like when I hear her talking about these things and we have these conversations, it's like, this is common sense to me. Like, I do not understand the argument of eating for a body you don't have, other than a disordered perspective of food and a disordered perspective on how the body uses food as fuel, as like a portion of calories burned comes from the digestion and consumption of calories. That in and of itself is a part of the deficit. So that is why I talk about like not eating enough, because if you're not eating enough, especially consistently for long periods of time, your body can go into starvation mode. And for someone of my size, not eating enough can look like what is actually kind of considered a standard diet in terms of the amount of calories and things like that, wherein I would need to eat a bit more than the average person because I have more body to operate on at a baseline. And which is why my calorie deficit has been at 2,800. And so, and originally it was at 3,000 and I was losing weight until we got to a point and then I dropped it down. And it takes a little time for me to adjust the dropping down, because for me, I think that's even more mentally than it is like the physical hunger cues or things like that. I think it's like mentally, I have to kind of trudge through that. But then once I get there, it's like I start having that success again. So for me, it's like I do have to kind of like cycle through these different patterns and different skills when it comes to weight loss, and to balance the comorbidities of a BED. And so if you are putting yourself in a mode of being hungry all the time, it's going to fuel your disorders. It's going to fuel the self-hatred. It's going to fuel the things that end up being what cause people to give up and break and decide to just like go into what I call full fuck it mode. I have fuck it days. I have days where I'm just like, you know what, fuck it, and either I'm gonna just eat what I want within reason, or I'll have a meal that I eat within reason. And then my promise to myself is that the next day I get back on it. And I don't stay in fuck it mode. You can't with my goals and the things that I want, I cannot stay in fuck it mode. And so I feel like when you're doing things like prioritizing when you're prioritizing the aspirational self instead of your current self, you are, as she said, setting yourself up for failure. Pixel Sword said it's probably not sustainable. Exactly. You suck at baking, and I forgot what the American flag is. You know what? If it's the colors, that's all that matters. Throw the sprinkles on. I just TDEE crashing when I'm on track. Do you mean tracking? I'm sorry, TDEE crashing. Or track. Yeah, I'm not sure. I had a cheat day once a week. I have a cheat day once a week, but I don't let myself go overboard on those days. Yeah. So I call them treat days or treat meals. That works better for me. Because I then just view it as a treat. I don't view it as like, I feel like cheat day terminology, I get the concept. And in fact, like in my deficit so far, I've had one refeeding day, and it actually helped me. Like, I was stuck somewhere. I talked with Freya. I did a refeeding. One of my favorite things to do on those days is I will order wings, specifically from It's Just Wings. I really like their honey sriracha wings. And the ranch with the fries are fire, and like, it's not horrific. It's not horrific, and the choices you could make, right? There's like way more carby options, pastas, whatever. It's like 70 grams of protein or something crazy like that. It's like really high protein. It is high calorically. I'm not trying to say it's not, but that's one of those things where, like, if I'm gonna have a quote unquote fuck it meal, that's one of my go-to options, because it's still in the long term supports some goals. It's not gonna have an extreme spike like if I would have a giant bowl of pasta to my blood sugars. But I still feel like satiated, satisfied, and like I had a treat meal. You know what I'm saying? Because I also, like, I don't worry. I'm not swapping out real ranch for some low calorie ranch that I made. Like, I'm letting myself just have the real ranch, you know. And again, that's where the treat part comes in. TDEE cutting. Yeah, that's kind of, because like my resting metabolic TDEE is 3,500 fucking calories. So I was in a deficit at 3,000. And it might be slightly lower now because I've lost a little bit of weight, but your resting rate. And that's the other thing is, like, if you're having bad days, if you go over your deficit and you're able to keep it within your maintenance range, then you're not gonna gain fat. And it's like, if you're able to kind of neutralize that dichotomy within yourself, it just helps, like, fight the disordered fears if you're able to kind of stick to the facts and use that within your own rationale to cope with the harder sides of weight loss. But anyway.
That's like saying to your 12-year-old, I'm going to feed you like you're a toddler. You wouldn't do that. So why would you guys be eating for a body you're not living in, for a body that you want to live in? That makes zero sense. All right, let's get down to business. We're going to the whiteboard. A lot of you guys are asking me so many questions on calculating your macros again. So I'm going to go extremely slow. I'm going to show you why you need to make sure you're eating.
I think she means well, but I'm going to go extremely slow twice now. Feels a little I don't want to say it's fully condescending, but it just, I don't know, it doesn't hit right with me. And maybe that's a little nitpicky. I don't know this woman, and I'm not like hating on her at all. I actually like this video overall, but that is a critique I have.
The body you're living in order to get the progress and results that you want. I know what you're thinking because I know what diet culture makes all of you guys think. You need to eat less, you need to eat low carb. It's better for you to follow a low calorie diet than it is to follow higher calories and higher carbs. Even my cat is yelling at you. So we're going to start off for macros for what her current weight is. So she currently weighs 188 pounds. So we're taking our body weight, we're multiplying it by activity to get what her maintenance calories are. So here we have all the different activity levels. So what we're going to do is see how much she is doing. She said she's doing 5 workouts a week. So when we calculate her macros, we are already calculating for her activity. The reason being is so that she knows how much she should be eating.
I want her to move her head, or I want to know where to get this graphic. Because I just know that macro calculators exist, and I don't track macros. That's too much for me as of now. That may change in the future. But it honestly might not either. But in terms of macros, like, that's why I prioritize protein. I don't worry about my fat content in my diet. I don't worry about my sodium content. I drink a fuck ton of water. Excuse me. I don't have kidney issues. I don't have high blood pressure. My cholesterol could be a little better, but other than that, I'm not worried about it in that sense. Because for me, if I get caught up in like the bigger even some of the bigger details or the smaller details, I have concern of that for like my overall longevity, because this is my life now. This is not a diet. There's not like I'm doing this for 2 years and then I'm back on my bullshit. Like, this is my forever. So I have to do what's sustainable and what's reasonable for me to maintain. And that's one of the reasons why I'm currently not tracking, because I'm about to start a new job and I don't want to get so stressed out and triggered that I decide to give up, you know, I don't want that for myself. So I'm trying to set myself up for success while I deal with the transition. And then at some point, maybe a week, maybe 2, maybe 3, I want to start trying to implement tracking back in a little bit more. But y'all will see with my unboxing video, I bought a lot of stuff to help me in terms of keeping up with my nutrition goals while eating out of the house 5 days a week for my lunches. Patronizing is a great word, Elle. Yeah, it was. So how do you lose weight? What do you mean? Because Elle, you still eat in a deficit. The deficit is not as large as people think it needs to be. I hope that answers your question. Okay, I like treat day better than cheat day. Exactly. That's what I'm sure I've heard it from somewhere. I'm sure I didn't invent treat day, obviously, but treat day, it helps with that framing of mind, you know. I'm not active during my period, same. But super active when I'm not on it. I need to be a little more active, but I had a cycle for 14 fucking days, and I've been struggling to get back on my shit physically because of all the anxiety and fears I have surrounding the upcoming changes in my life. And I know that that's low key basically an excuse, but between the pain and everything, I'm just like, I'm doing what I can.
Every single day based off of her activity, and she'll eat that same amount every single day, regardless of how much she is burning. Because you always say, should I be eating back the 500 calories that I am burning? Following these equations, you do not add back in calories. You already make your deficit for the activity that you are doing. So she worked out 5 times a week. So we're going to put her at a.
So if you're having major life events that dramatically change your activity level, you should readjust your macros and your calorie count.
13. So what you'll do is choose the type of exercise that you are doing. Then you'll choose a number on the left and you'll multiply your body weight by the number on the left. So she is doing 5.
Honestly, I'm so inconsistent with my exercise that I just kind of choose. I do my calculations with like sedentary light or like light, sedentary to light. And then on days if I am way more physically active, I don't beat myself up if I'm a little bit overeating what my normal set is, because with my multiple chronic illness issues, it's just like I struggle so much to maintain consistent activity, but I make an effort towards activity.
Workouts a week, which means we're taking a 13 and multiply her body weight by 13. I'm going to go in here and plug in a 13, which would give her a maintenance calories of 2,444 calories. So this is an estimated maintenance number. This is what your body just needs, not to lose or not to gain, just what it needs for the activity that you are doing and for your current weight. So just put that into perspective, how big of a difference it's going to be if she's doing that for 130 when that's not what she weighs right now. We'll get to that soon. Let's go back to here. Now what we're going to do is take your body weight and we're going to multiply it by a specific number to get how much protein you should have in a day. Here's another chart for you guys to look at. I'm actually going to move out of the way so you can take a screenshot. This is also explaining everything I'm explaining. But here we're going to her body weight on the left.
This was posted 2 days ago. Her username is Lifting Queen Dom. If any of this is really of high interest to you, you can go and get the said screenshots, look into it in more detail, or look at her other content. She makes lifting content. I love Lean Beef Patty. I think she's really funny, and I like her personality, and she's like a female lifter. Once I get to a certain point, especially financially, I think I really do want to invest in having someone help me figure out ways for me to build more muscle in terms of helping to my process of burning fat and seeing what I can do within my limitations, because I don't know, and it's very overwhelming to try to figure out by myself. And if I'm struggling with cardio, if I'm struggling with other aspects of movement, if I can have someone educate me and teach me in aspects of lifting and exercises that are within my framework for my pain issues, and obviously in conjunction with my doctor, I'm really interested in lifting not to get buff, not, that's and that's unrealistic, but just to better support my own body and support my health needs. And I just feel like overall, lifting doesn't get nearly the amount of credit towards health such as like cardio does, you know. And cardio is just, I feel, less accessible for people with certain types of issues, certain types of health issues. So that shit gets too overwhelming. I feel you on that, Elle, to be honest. I'm on my 10th day. Oh, I feel for you. Hi, Abby. I hope you like your coworkers and everything. Me too. I've had some issues when I worked outside of my home. That there's this one thing that happened that was crazy, and I hated it. When I lived in Omaha, I was in inbound sales. I'd moved from the phones to the chat department. As I have about 2 to 3 years of chatting experience for technical support and inbound sales. And I had moved, and this guy had gotten promoted up to like a team manager position, or an assistant team manager of some kind, something like a higher promotion. And initially there was like conversation where people were like telling me they thought he had a crush on me, and I couldn't tell if it was like legit or not. I don't even know where I fully land on that. I don't really think it's that important, but like it went from that, because like he would stand and talk with me and he was nice with me, and then all of a sudden one day he just flipped when he got a girlfriend. Okay. And he went on like a hate crusade against me and like one or two other people, and he was so mean to me over team chats. He was power tripping, doing crazy shit for a period of like 2 or 3 months. So what I had to do was I had to basically document everything. I screenshotted everything. I emailed everything to HR and my managers, and reported every incident, because it was ridiculous. Like, he made me feel so unsafe at work. He was just horrible to me. Like, he was just one of those people who was very insignificant in his own world and in how he operated. And so the moment he got a modicum of power, boom, he was just a asshole. And there was like one or two other people that he messed with, but he messed with me like hard, to the point where other people noticed it, and it was like a whole thing, and he wouldn't stop. And then, because his girlfriend was one of my coworkers too, so that's another part of that story. And so finally he got demoted, and when he got demoted, my life got so much better and so much easier, and it felt good that my company actually cared to do something, because if that hadn't have happened, I would have had to quit. Like, I would have had to find another job. They ended up laying all of us off because we got bought out by another company. Our contract got bought out. So let me scroll up here. Weight training is far better than cardio. Agreed. I do agree with that. I have mild chronic back pain, and doing core exercises helps because it allows your body to transfer force and stress through your muscles rather than your spine. Yeah, and again, I really would like to find a trainer that is educated in, like, to put it bluntly, like morbidly obese bodies. I want to find a trainer that's used to getting people with like dramatic weight transformations, that knows the proper science behind it, that isn't encouraging disordered eating, that knows their shit when it comes to physiology, when it comes to the body, and safely exercising. And that's going to be hard to find, like, period. And I would like to find it in person. I'd like to pay for actual training lessons, because then it might stick better, because that's my weak spot when it comes to health. I understand nutrition, and people look at me and assume that I don't, and assume that I don't know what I'm talking about. But I mean, I think even before I started losing weight, I had a decent foundational knowledge. I think currently my source of knowledge is far more accurate, far better than it ever was in previous years, right? But I've known a lot of like the ins and outs of it, but I've not been successful at it. Obviously, I've not been successful in translating it, but like the basics of like how it works, I understood it. And for a long time, I rejected it, and I rejected the belief, quote unquote, of it due to being in fat acceptance. Lindsay, I love your long vlogs. They give me comfort. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support so much, Lindsay. Have a look at Broly Gaines. He does calisthenics training, uses your body weight and movements to strengthen. Check him out. He's insanely impressive. Is he on YouTube or TikTok mainly? See a physiotherapist for lifting and exercising safely. Let me write some shit down. Hang on. Lifting and training notes for the future. Look into physiotherapist for lifting and exercising safely. Broly Games. I need to find out where he's at, and I'll write that down in Broly Games. Oh, you already asked Elle that question. I can see you getting really into lifting. Yeah. Just found your channel and saw your kickboxing video today. Dude, you're a badass. Thank you so much, Plucky Fox. I had a Groupon, so I couldn't afford to maintain that, and I would love to get back into that sometime. Again, money is the barrier to entry for a lot of things when it comes to health, unfortunately. Obviously, there are ways around that for certain aspects, but for that, yeah. For like things like that, it's hard to gain access. Awesome. He is exactly what I'm looking for. Those are dangerous motherfuckers. Are we talking about the job now? Yeah. You, that's awful. Yay, script. Awesome. He's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, Broly Games will say things like, if you can do this, do these. It only takes a minute. So I'm so sorry I missed this live. I will catch a replay. Not a problem, hun. I'm just glad you're here. People always catch the replays. I totally get it. I recommend dancing for the days when you feel down and can't work out. I always end up feeling at least 1% mentally better on it. Yeah, I struggle because I like with my knee and joint issues, that just makes me nervous outside of the pool, because even in the pool one day, I did hurt my knee. So is Broly Games more TikTok or YouTube based? I'll obviously look into it later. If you want to email me any direct links to anything, I could react to Broly Gaines right now. If you want to send me any links that don't have copyrighted music, I'd be happy to react to him next. By the way, Rosie, can I suggest looking at getting a black cat? They are often overlooked kitties, and I love black cats. I would definitely rescue a black cat if I find one. I mean, for me, my goal when that was Buddy saying yes, for me, the biggest thing is I'm looking for a cat that like I have a bond or connection with. Like, I don't want to just pick a cat off of a website, you know what I mean? I want to like meet a cat and there be the vibe, and like pick it, like not really based on the fur, the color, but if there's a black cat that I have that connection with, I would definitely look into rescuing a black cat, because I do know that those are cats that often get discarded and treated lesser than because of folklore and people being shitty. You have a rag doll. She's affectionate. That's amazing. Do you have a Nintendo Switch? Fitness boxing is fun and a good workout. I do not have a Nintendo Switch, but I'm intrigued. Fitness boxing is fun and a good workout. Can you do it seated, Pixel? Oh yes, I used to do buy if they talk to me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Lizzie. Okay.
On the right is what you would multiply
getting a
by
little
to get how
too-
much protein you would eat in a day. So usually you guys will see per body weight, it is 1 pound. Per pound, you're supposed to eat per gram of protein that you can hit every single day. Because someone who weighs 300 pounds, it's fat you should eat.
If you want to know more of the specifics, I would just check out this creator, guys. Lifting_queen_dom. Dominique is her name. If you want to know more about this, like, I'm not trying to just like fully pirate her content.
Equal those calories. So
I mean, this is technically transformative. I'm not pirating anything, but you know what I'm saying. These are the people I'm reacting to are people that I think deserve attention on the content they're creating in some capacity, because I don't want to highlight people that I don't feel that way about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to just talk shit.
for 1 gram of carb, it is 4 calories. For 1 gram of fat, it is 9 calories. And for 1 gram of protein, it is 4 calories. So we know that carbs, proteins, and fats equal our calories. Since we have the formula to get our proteins and our fats, we need to do some math now to get what our carbs are. Stay
I'm too pretty for math. But really, my brain hurts.
with me. You're going to take the grams of protein that you just got in a day. So we're taking 169 grams of protein, and we're going to multiply that by 4, because for 1 gram of
Well, I guess if mine was 250, that does make sense. Because also that seems like a lot of protein for her calorie goals versus mine. But actually, that does kind of make sense.
protein, it is 4 calories. We're going to figure out how many calories we're getting in a day from protein. Then what we're going to do is take 56 grams of fat, and we're going to multiply that by 9, because for 1 gram of fat,
This is starting to make a lot more sense to me than I ever knew. So actually, I'm going to keep letting her talk. But wow.
it is 9 calories. So we're going to multiply this by 9 to get how many calories we have in a day from our proteins and our fats. Now what you do is add the two together. Why am I doing this? Because we know that this number up here is made off of carbs, proteins, and fats. Which means if we can figure out how many calories we're getting from proteins and fats, we can see how many left over is for carbs to give us that answer. So we add the two together, which we get a total of 1180. Now let's go back to here. Say you want to put yourself in a calorie deficit. This is her maintenance. So what we have to do is to subtract calories to put her in a deficit. Now, let's say we put her in a 500 calorie deficit. Let's do an aggressive deficit, which would
That is an aggressive deficit. My deficit, I guess mine wasn't. Yeah, so if I was at about 3,500, maybe 3,400, I don't remember the exact number, but if I remember right, it was in the 3,500 range. And then we went to 3,000. Well, I lost some weight. Yeah. But when you're in the lower weight range, that amount of a deficit could definitely be too much for you. There was a video I saw recently that like talked about that. And it might have been by this creator.
put her at 1944 calories. For the sake of this video, I'm going to put her in an aggressive deficit just so I can show you the difference between the two, even in a aggressive calorie deficit. So take what you want your calories to be. This is what I want her calories to be, 1944. And we're going to subtract this number that we got. So this is how much total she's eating in a day. This is how much we get from protein and from fats, which means whatever is left over here is going to be for carbs, which comes out to 760.
I was about to say 800, roughly 800.
64. Now what we're going to do is divide that by 4, because for 1 gram of carb, it is 4 calories. We have the calories. Let's figure out the gram of carbs, which now comes out to 191 grams of carbs. So we have her total calories in a day, which is 1944. Her protein is 169.
That obviously, like when you're using trackers like MyFitnessPal and just going off of that, like it's automated and not very specific. But I find that interesting because my MyFitnessPal was telling me that like I could have like 400 grams of carbs in a day, which I never really ever eat that many unless I'm like entirely off base. I eat more in the range of having about 200 to 250 grams of carbs most of the time from like natural sources, but obviously recently I've been eating more of the high fiber low cal bread, and a lot of my carbs come from like that and things like sweet potatoes, stuff like that, which I've been missing my sweet potatoes. I can't wait to get myself to the store, but I'm waiting to get a little more money in right now. before I do that, because I have enough food here. I just fucking miss my sweet potatoes, and I would like to stock up on a few things like some more cottage cheese and some basics, so I don't have to worry about running to the store for at least the first couple weeks of my job. Because I've also been like batch cooking stuff and throwing things in the freezer as well for in preparation for my job next week.
9, her fat is 56 grams, and her carbs is 191 grams of carbs. It's going to be a very big difference now what she is going to be eating for her goal weight. So let's do it. Plug in the same activity because it's the same thing. So even her maintenance at her goal weight is going to be less than what a 500 calorie deficit is for her current weight.
So that is putting the body in a level of starvation mode, not as significant as obviously like completely starving yourself in the most extreme facet, but your body is not being fueled properly, and it's going to cause your body to want to retain water. It's going to cause your body to not be as an efficient fat burning source that it can be when optimized with the proper fuel.
Just put that into perspective. Now she said she is in a 200 calorie deficit.
Jesus.
Would put her at 1490 calories. So,
and for someone who's already fairly thin, just trying to lose maybe 10, 20 pounds, like those numbers would then hit triple digits instead of like 4 digits when you're getting to that point. But because she's someone that is larger, that's just crazy.
In a 500 calorie deficit for her current weight, she would be at 1944 calories. But if she's eating for her goal weight, she'd be at 1490 calories. I'm going to do all that math very quickly to tell you what her macros are for her goal weight. So I went ahead, I did all the math. For her current weight, this is what her macros should be. 169 per.
I missed some chats. Give me just a second, guys. I'm scrolling up. So Seattle Sapphire Low Carb World, thank you so much for the super chat. I am having a great day. I'm glad you're here for the replay. Guys, Seattle does make her own vlog, so if you want to check her out, you definitely should. You can do seated. What did I ask that about something? Oh, the Nintendo Switch workout. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm interested in that. And same with like VR boxing and gaming. Is like, oh my god, Beat Saber. I've got I've got trauma. Not really, but my ex is obsessed with Beat Saber. So every time I see it, I think of he would play that shit for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But like you're right, that would be a good thing to play. But every time I see it, I think of somebody I don't want to think about. Solve your own problems, chick. I used to do a deficit like that. I would drink yogurt smoothies and then go to the gym all day. I was losing weight fast, but yeah, that doesn't last though, and that puts your body in a state where you feel like you have to like eat to make up for all that time, you know. Videos called "Let's Burn Fat and Build Muscle" uploaded a week ago. Elle, is that on YouTube? I don't know. Some of your chats might not have come through, hun. I still don't know if he's on YouTube or TikTok. So I'm assuming you said that there's a title. It's YouTube. A girl and her yams, me. Did you end up liking the Breakstones cottage cheese? It's not as good as like obviously Good Culture, but I'll be buying more Good Culture when I start having more flexible spending because it's so much better. But I think I like Daisy more. Breakstones is it's good. It's suitable. The only cottage cheese that I have real beef with is Great Value. Don't buy Great Value no matter what. Like buy Breakstone over Great Value if you're buying it from Walmart. I think I prefer the Aldi cottage cheese to the Breakstone. So like for me, it's like Good Culture, Aldi, Daisy, Breakstone. Just depends on where I'm buying it from and with how I'm shopping for that time period. But I can eat any 4 of those and not like hate it. You know what I'm saying?
Protein, 56 fat, 191 carbs at 1944 calories. For her goal weight, which is what she's currently eating, is 130 protein, 39 fat, 154 carbs at 1490 calories. Do you see the difference here? She should be eating almost 500 calories more to just be in a 500.
And that's going to cause your plateaus to be harsher, harder to get out of, cause higher fluctuations, more fatigue, It's going to cause more side effects like not weight loss, weight loss is going to be an aspect of it for a bit, but hair loss, brittle nails, not getting enough nutrients through your food. Like a lot of things come into play with that.
100-calorie deficit. Here, she is eating for the body and activity that she is currently at. Here, she is just eating at a number she wants to get to. What do you think you're going to be more successful at? I know a lot of you are going to say, well, obviously the one where she's eating less. Why does it have to be about eating as little as possible?
Diet culture. Look, I may not be a part of fat acceptance anymore, but diet culture is also a problem.
It has to be for eating what is necessary in order for you to be in a deficit, a healthy deficit, so that this can be long term. Now, don't get me wrong. You can lose weight either way. You're in a deficit. I understand that. However, is it going to be long term and sustainable? You're telling me she could be eating 500 calories more and still be in an aggressive deficit, but she could be happier. She could probably work out longer and harder and heavier, eating more food. Just
quality of life matters, man.
Put that into perspective. Let me know.
Yeah. That's basically the end of the video. Let me see. Try making this into a healthy this is a healthy recipe. I want to make this.
That's 60 grams of protein and under 400 calories. These honey chipotle chicken quesadillas are packed with flavor and will quickly become your go-to recipe. These are extremely easy to make, and you can even meal prep them to have delicious meals waiting for you in the freezer whenever you want them. And after trying one of these yourself, you'll agree with me that healthy food really can taste amazing. Let's get into it. You're going to combine cottage cheese, red enchilada sauce, a few canned chipotle peppers, along with some adobo sauce, blend it all together until it's nice and smooth, and then set it aside. Now, take out about 24 ounces of chicken breasts. I like to season them up.
I would skip the chipotle just because I don't have it. There was, I think, something else here, the adobo, I think. I would just make some swaps with stuff I already have and stuff I'm familiar with. Chipotles would be hard on my stomach. But this, looks so fucking good.
Up with garlic salt, smoked paprika, and onion powder. Throw the chicken in a bowl along with some chipotle peppers, honey, and mix it all together. Air fry or bake the chicken at 300.
I think I would use some of those like roasted jarred red peppers too, because I think I'd really like the flavor, and I would probably involve Cholula a little bit. I need to buy more Cholula. That's another thing that's like annoying right now that I need to get, but I'm just waiting.
75 degrees for about 15 minutes, and then dice it all up until it looks something like this. To make the filling, all you're going to do is add the chipotle sauce to the chicken along with some fat-free mozzarella and some cilantro for color if you'd like. Now assemble the quesadilla with some more fat-free cheese and the filling we just made. And finally, toast the quesadilla on both sides until it's golden brown, and you can even wrap them in aluminum foil and throw them in the freezer to have whenever you want.
This would be great for like my lunch preps and stuff, where I might even just make them into burritos because they'd be easier to eat and less messy. I would use this as like a burrito filling too.
Enjoy. At 60 grams of protein and under 400.
But yeah, like just simple swap outs make things like that so much more sustainable and so much easier. I like this guy. I found this crumble. It's like similar to one Buffy Unicorn did, but he's cute.
You can eat crumble cookies and lose weight. So let me show you how to make them for a fraction of the calories and way higher protein, and I promise you we can still hit those fitness goals. And these ones actually taste great with 13 grams of protein. Who's beating that? But the first thing we need is a large mixing bowl. We're dropping in 30 grams of self-rising flour. We need 1 scoop of vanilla protein powder. We need 3 tablespoons worth of coconut flour, 1/4 cup of 0-calorie sweetener, crack an egg in there, and 170 grams of plain non-fat Greek yogurt. And give that a good mix. And you need to mix in about 3 or 4 tablespoons of unsweetened almond milk to get the right consistency. And you'll know it's good when it looks like cookie dough. From there, we're going to mix in 3 servings of semi-sweet chocolate chunks. I don't know about do today. Let's go ahead and mix those in there with it. Now from there, get a baking sheet and liner with some parchment paper. Then just take it and form 4 cookie shapes. And they don't gotta be good.
And I love that these recipes are like portioned out to like 4 cookies, like 3 cookies, things like that. Because recipes where it's like for 12 cookies, like, yeah, that's great for prep and stuff. But foods like this, I struggle. I struggle with like keeping them around for long. So even the protein versions, right? But for like a nice treat and for the significant, like for being significantly lower in calories, if like throughout the day I eat most of them or even all of them, depending on how many I make, I can easily work that within my calories. Like I can have that source of protein be a part of the meals that I'm eating. Like it can just be one of the things that I have within my calorie range.
But we're gonna take these, we're gonna bake them at 350 for 15 minutes. And yes, go for the full 15 minutes, guys. The cookies will be done perfectly and the chocolate chunks will be ooey and gooey. And if you do that, they should come out looking nice and pretty like you. You never gotta give up any of the food you love and enjoy to lose weight. I ate foods just like this and lost 85 pounds. And I'm never talking down on anybody who likes crumble or wants to eat there. These are just an alternative to help you maintain your fitness goals if you get that craving. This recipe and many
I honestly don't know much about this guy. I very recently found him with this video, and I followed him. I just know that I just really liked the recipe. It looks good. I want to try it, and I really like his voice too. I just was interested in his content. What am I having for dinner? That's a great question. I actually have no idea, but his name is, I think, Marquise. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Cook with Quez is his username. And then there's about ADHD a little bit. Let me look though and see if there's anything else I want to play. I wish my freaking collection showed on here. Yeah, I save a lot of recipe videos. That is like I don't save a ton of content unless it's like for possible recipes. This girl, I'm so intrigued by her. I'm so intrigued by her recipes. Y'all are gonna like cut a little bit with some of the stuff that she makes that I want to make, but like I'm so fascinated. We're gonna actually play one of her videos. So this is high protein, no powder.
Let me show you how to make the easiest protein French toast.
So Cast Roxy is the username. Roxana is her name. It's like one or the other. Actually, I don't know which one's which. She's a smaller creator. She actually has like 8,000 on TikTok. I don't know if she's on any other platforms, but she's obsessed with fluffy egg whites. And I'm invested. The amount of things that this woman can do with egg whites is a feat that is impressive. And I just want to try them. I just want to try it. If I end up hating it, it is what it is. But I'm fascinated with her abilities with some egg whites and a prayer.
It has no protein powder. It's 286 calories, and it has 39 grams of protein. Let's give it a try. Super fluffy. Look at that. It literally.
I just got some stuff unboxed that I have that is going to help me in making some of these things happen. I haven't tried any of her recipes yet.
It looks like a tres leches cake, or I don't know. It just looks so amazing. 286 calories, 39 grams of protein, no protein powder. You're going to be obsessed. So definitely don't forget to follow me for more recipes, and let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is start letting the pan get warm. So I would say on low heat, and 50 grams of egg whites that I've already fluffed up, because I was letting you know how much it took me in another video to fluff them up to this point. I then added about a splash of vanilla, and I'm going to add some cinnamon and 1 Splenda. Remember, you can use any sweetener that you prefer, okay? Now I'm just going to fluff them up a little more.
What I've realized in all of these recipes is use whatever sweetener you want. It actually doesn't matter. If someone uses a sweetener you don't like, there's no reason you have to stick to it unless powder versus liquid impacts the texture in a certain way. And then generally speaking, there are ways around that to compensate that just take minor adjustment depending on the scenario.
That should do it.
For this, I personally might end up using a liquid sweetener would make more sense, but I digress.
Now, this is the bread I'm going to use. It's only 30 calories per slice, but there's so many other brands that have like low calorie breads I like. I'm gonna use 3. At this point, the pan should already be warm enough. So I'm gonna use avocado oil spray. I listen to you guys. And I'm gonna
I want to get some kind of spray like that. I haven't yet. I just used up one of the canola sprays that we have, and we have another one. So I'm just trying to use again what we have. But I want to get some kind of avocado or coconut oil spray.
add some to the pan. And we're now gonna put the bread inside our fluffy egg whites like this. So we're gonna put the bread.
The one thing about this that I find interesting is like the bread doesn't absorb the egg whites. So it's just going to be egg sitting on top of bread, I would think. So that begs some questions to me on what the final result and textures are going to be like, but I am invested. I am fascinated. They have a recipe calculator. You can divide into smaller and larger portions easily. Scrange, where? Where can I do that? How can I get that recipe calculator? Because trying to do that in MyFitnessPal is awful. It's like I have to do external math, and I am not smart enough.
In the pan. Okay, so while our first piece of bread is getting all crispy and like good, we're gonna start making our filling. So for the filling, you want to do 170 grams of.
You know what? I think this comment is right. 3 slices of bread with the egg whites and the Greek yogurt. I think it would be over 200 calories. I mean, that's a little nitpicky, but yeah, for 150 grams of egg whites, it's only 25 calories, but still. I don't know.
Greek yogurt. I'm using this one. It's only 90 calories for 170 grams. Okay, here I have 170 grams of that Greek yogurt, and then I'm gonna add 7 grams of sugar-free vanilla pudding mix. You can do any pudding mix flavor that you prefer.
I don't think it's like way more, but I don't know. That is actually, I'd have to actually care enough to calculate.
You know, I love my sweetness, so I'm gonna add 1 Splenda.
She adds more sweetness to it, like vanilla.
Okay, you guys, I already flipped it, and look at that.
Again,
Look how
I'm not sure, but I want to know.
you guys.
She says it looks so good, and then she flips it, and it looks like that. And I'm like, that was an editing choice that was made. And then flips it back to the pretty side. Relatable.
First one is ready. So right to the pan.
So then she makes that. She layers it with the yogurt filling. Pretty self-explanatory. Makes the rest of it, and then the last
now,
piece,
well, like this one is getting
the last piece. She like piles the egg whites on, and again, like her ratios are slightly off. Like she honestly probably could have done 4 slices or like used less egg white. So it's like maybe she used that much just to get that much protein in it. But again, it's just like I'm so fascinated.
Getting ready. I'm gonna do the top. There you go. Look. We put the rest of.
I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think this would be good? I think it's worth giving it a try and seeing what happens and being able to kind of give a more detailed review of it.
The topping.
I think this was like the first video that made me go like, okay, I'm invested. Like, I want to try it.
Here's a finished product, you guys. Look how good that looks. Let me.
I don't know. What do y'all think? Thank you for emailing me that, Scrange. So anyway. I have so many recipes that like all the stuff that weren't recipes is like hidden. Let's see. Okay, I want to play this because I feel like there are a lot of you that relate on the neurodivergency stuff. I know there's a lot of you that don't, but I really feel like this TikTok. Let me get it pulled up.
Why are you eating over the sink?
I think it gives kind of like, it's like worded in a way that I feel like is better than I've ever worded it to help kind of explain how people who are neurodivergent kind of think and operate and do things to self-accommodate. So I really like this creator. Her name is Megan Foley. And she makes ADHD content, which is autistic ADHD content. And none of this content is meant to diagnose anybody. It's not meant to indicate you are or are not. Things that may be helpful to you may not indicate that you are or are not autistic. Consult professionals or your own research to determine what you need to do. I'm not trying to provide any kind of medical advice. I just want to kind of commentate and share on these topics that are very important to me and have helped me in terms of accommodating for myself and getting myself in a place in life where I have less meltdowns, I have less significant behavioral symptoms and issues in life, and things like that. And the sensory overwhelm, the chronic overwhelm, things like that. This kind of stuff, this and the education around these topics have helped me immensely. So I really like Megan, or Morgan, excuse me, not Megan, Morgan. I really like her content. And I really like showcasing people who make autistic content who may get a lot of the feedback of like they don't look autistic, because that whole narrative is dangerous and wrong. And it's people who have shared and opened their experiences that I so heavily relate to, that have helped me come to realize things about myself and learn about myself, and how accommodating my neurodivergency has helped me in a lot of ways. So that's just to kind of talk about that. I did save some of her videos because I did want to talk about her in the stream. But before I do that, I'm just going to check chat. I don't like sweet for breakfast unless it's a donut. Yeah, I can kind of go back and forth on that myself. So anyway, I just wanted to share some of this content and talk about it a little bit.
Why are you eating over the sink? Can you go sit down?
It's a whole system. I need to group tasks together, eat and then immediately do the dishes. Because if I go and sit down, the transition of getting up, coming over here, starting to do the dishes, it's just too much for me. I need to group my tasks together and make it like as easy as possible. Oh, no. Please don't touch.
Yeah. So this, I kind of unintentionally started the process of like, I would cook in the area that I cook in the kitchen, and then I would eat at the stove. I started doing that, and then I realized like that meant I was leaving less dishes in other places because of like, there's a term that I can't remember, but just like it's really easy for me to kind of block out things and not notice that they're there and that I need to clean them up or whatever. And I just kind of like block it out. And my brother does the same thing. And so I just try to do things to like reduce that. And it helped prevent me from like having dishes stack up in the sink and all of that. And that's something I started doing, was like, instead of eating over the sink, my sink is right across from the oven. So I would eat at the oven. And I don't really eat at the table anymore, like ever. It's a little different when my mom's here, just because she's in the living room a lot and watching TV and stuff. But when she's not here, like it's just super easy for me to do that. And it's like much more comfortable for me.
Don't touch my water. It's a whole system. I put it right there next to the sink so that when I come downstairs, I see it and say, oh, I should fill up my water bottle. Oh, I should drink water, because I never drink water. And if you move the water bottle, I'm never going to remember.
Okay.
I like really heavily considered sending this TikTok to my mom, because I feel like this TikTok explains parts of myself that I've not been able to get my mom to like understand, because her frame of reference is so different. That like a great example of this is like that area where I call like my mini pantry in the dining area. Our main pantry stresses me out and overwhelms me, and it's hidden behind a door in an inconvenient place that's so out of sight and out of mind that I just walking over there and trying to figure out like what I need to grab can get me so overwhelmed that I just need to like walk away and like I can't even cook anymore. So sometimes what I do is when I realize there's something I want to make in the next few days, I'll go grab what I need and set it in the mini pantry area and then forget about it till it's time to cook. And then it's like all right there. The mini pantry area that has that white kind of bookcasey kind of thing with the see-through metal baskets is extraordinarily ADHD friendly because it makes everything far more visible. It makes it to where like it's kind of, I can have things set up to be all out in the open. And it's not like, because when things are put away and thrown in drawers or in boxes, I just forget they exist. It just doesn't even cross my mind. And so hacks like that and things like that have really, really helped me in terms of kind of navigating my own neurodivergence. Because I'll just address it here. Like, I understand there are people that don't believe I'm autistic, and I know that's what they believe, and I know they're wrong, but I have been diagnosed as ADHD for years. So in that sense, I am a neurodivergent person. And a lot of those accommodations within the ADHD side and the autistic side, but especially within the ADHD side, have really helped me. And it's been something I've worked on a lot over several years to try to provide myself self-accommodation.
Okay, let me help you clean your room a little bit.
Oh, no. Please don't touch them. The piles mean different things. There's a whole system. See, this pile is dirty clothes, but that can't go in the dryer. So I separate them from my other dirty clothes so that I remember that they can't go in the dryer. No, I know the bathroom looks messy, but I need to keep all of my hygiene stuff out in the open. There's a system, because if I put it in a drawer or something, I'm going to forget, and I'm not going to use it. I'm going to forget to put on deodorant. I'm going to forget to brush my teeth. I need it all laid out for myself.
Why are you?
And like, this shit's frustrating. Like, I really wish I wasn't this way. It's hard. Like, it really impacts and and adds more to like the executive dysfunction aspects of things. And it's just difficult, man. And then let me see. I think that's it for right now. I mean, there's just like a lot of food stuff. I've kind of I really want to. I'm gonna be making a chia pudding sometime in the near future. I found some interesting recipes. I just don't have any coconut milk, and it seems like a lot of recipes call for coconut milk. I could probably get away with almond milk, but it seems like texture wise, that's what a lot of people say is the best. I just don't have it. So yeah. Hi, Christina. Hello. So yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't know what else to react to today. The other day I was watching YouTube and, because I watch Mr. Snowflake's videos, and a video got served to me and I stuck around for the first 5 minutes and then I clicked off of it because recently I've stated like very heavily, I don't want to react to Hungry Fat Chick, and I still don't like to her content on her channel. But her first episode of her documentary that he made popped up. And I watched the first 5 minutes and then I stopped it because something happened, and in like the first 5 minutes, and I realized that stuff she was like doing in her adult content is what she's currently doing in her like current mukbangs. And I stopped reacting to it because I was like, if I change my mind on this and I end up wanting to react to it, I was going to have a lot to say. But the issue I have with that, and the reason why I'm really hesitant to engage in content around her, is because we have had prior connection that she removed herself from, and I'm not trying to start beef or problems with people online like that. So Candy knows what she does. Yeah. And I think she's so much more liked, and I get it. And I don't think she's like a horrible human being. I don't think she's like the worst person ever. But I think what she does with her content is irresponsible, and I think it's not okay. Just like at all. And Christina, thank you so much for joining and becoming a member on my channel. And I'm glad you found me through I'm assuming Jessica Messica. I have never really gotten into her content before. Last night I went into her live because I saw on Twitter that people were talking about her shaving her eyebrows, and because she got some crazy super chats. And I was like, if I almost said, like, if I wasn't starting a new job, oh my gosh, I can see a gifted membership in my chat. Yay. Gifted one membership as well. Thank you so much, Christina. It doesn't say who received it. It doesn't show it on my end. Gifted Lucy. Congratulations, Lucy. Yay. Isn't she on Ozempic? I have no idea. As far as I've seen, I don't watch her content, but I'll scroll on TikTok and I get served these videos from a specific account of her eating, and I'll sometimes I'll watch them for like a little bit and then I keep scrolling. I tend to not finish them. Oh, you're fine. I grew up in the AOL generation. I was just a Yahoo Messenger girly. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, I want her health. I want her to have health. I want her, I really wanted her to have major success. Definitely make the chia pudding with almond milk. Okay, for sure. I want her to have success in her health. I want that for her so much. I want her to be happy. I do. But the current decision she's making, I struggle with. And I hate to say it, but there's a level of irresponsibility with it that is on par with other people that I hold a much lower opinion of. And it's not good. It's not good. It is the way she eats is so heavily feederism coded, especially in context of who she is. The way she eats makes me so physically uncomfortable. It shouldn't be monetized on YouTube. It's not okay. The way, like, I won't get too descriptive, but like the noises she makes when she eats was exactly how she did it in a clip that Snowflake grabbed from when she was filming for adult content in like 2002 or some shit, maybe a different year, but like in the early, like mid 2000s was when the clip was clipped from. And the fact that, and like she was doing it from someone who was filming her for adult content. Yes, I am, Brooke. And it bothers me. It bothers me so much. Like, it's not even, and when it comes to FB, like, I'm way more critical and kind of mean. Like, I call her a bigot because she is. I can't stand her. When it comes to Hungry Fat Chick, like, I did once really, like, I had personal conversations with her. We used to be Facebook friends. And then I had a falling out with someone and she picked a side and booted me. Understandable. That's fine. I get it. And I genuinely don't hold negativity around that. That is her absolute, that is her right as a person. It is her right to decide who she wants in her circles online. That's totally fine with me. But as a public figure, I do have opinions and a lot of thoughts and commentary on her and the series that Snowflake did. And so I've just been really kind of stuck. I think right now I'm still on the I'm not going to react to it, at least yet. But yeah, I'm not okay with how she conducts around food content in a public space with no age walling. It's not okay. Yeah, Krabby Joe, they weren't good choices. But yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing. I relate to that too. Like, having a rough life, having a hard go at life, and also making bad choices and recreating cycles that were set at a young age. I relate to that. And and that's why I was so excited when she tried to break the mold. Rosie, +5 points awarded for honesty. Thank you, Krabby Joe. Makes me so sick. I've watched one of her videos and clicked right out. I never saw the Snowflake series. It's really educational. I would recommend it, Scrange, honestly. Do you feel like you have unresolved feelings on feederism? I'm going to keep my answer short. I'm not ready to go into detail, but Thrifty, the answer to that is absolutely. It is one of the biggest regrets in my life. Yeah, I had aspects of grooming that got me into it. Yeah, I had outside influences, but at one point, I took a lot of steps of my own fruition into things and crossing and blurring lines that I wish I never had. It's why I'm so passionate about it. It's why I talk about it. It's why I believe education around this topic is important. It's why I recently made a mistake from a place of deep emotion that I wish I had processed privately first, from pain and grief, and a lot of people feeling it didn't come from that place, but that's their right to believe that. But I have a lot of unresolved feelings around feudalism in several ways. And it's not fair. There's not really a person to blame specifically. There are some people to blame, but there's one of those people is me. And it hurts. I know behind the scenes information. The family needs time to grieve. She's not home yet. Her GoFundMe link is still linked in the 11-hour live stream I did for Cass's passing. So I'm not going to speak on that topic. I already fucked up. But if anyone has any extra money to donate so her family can get her home to properly mourn and grieve her, please donate to the GoFundMe. They're, I think, about halfway to the goal. It's not fair that we lost somebody else. It's not okay. And the shit I know makes it so much worse. Okay, so there's like multiple people saying almond milk and chia pudding is good, so I'll try that. And which community was more toxic, feeders or fat acceptance? I mean, they're almost the same community. There's not really anyone who's a feeder that's not into fat acceptance rhetoric. There's a lot of fat acceptance people that are not into feederism, so I think by default that makes feeders more toxic because it's a more extreme sexualized version of fat acceptance, right? Her name was Cast the Blast on like social media. This is cool. I'm learning a lot. Thank you for being here. Julie, hi, so excited to catch you while you're live. Thank you, Julie. I'm so glad you're here. Most of my lives tend to start at 6. Sometimes I start them at 4. The days are going to change. I will be keeping you guys updated when I know. I may start doing lives on Monday, probably not this coming Monday, but I may do that then at like decent hours, but I might start doing much later night lives, like occasionally when I get home from work. It takes a lot to leave an in-group. Absolutely. Thrifty. Absolutely. So, man, it's just like I carry a lot of emotion and baggage still when it comes to these topics. I have a lot of goals and dreams, and parts of that do include me succeeding in my aspirations of my health. But hi, Last Nashy, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Lots of members coming in today. Appreciate you guys so much. And also the people who are not members, anybody, all my silent watchers. I appreciate all of you guys. But I just think that Vera Wang designed her first wedding dress at 40. That's sick as hell. Yeah, I think a lot about that. I feel like this is my age and era of overcoming a lot from when I was younger. And for a long time, when I was trying to move on from those things, I still very much defined myself by my past versions of self. Hi, Angela. We need you to keep going so we can see you go to more fairy festivals. Hell yeah. That kind of stuff is going to be rougher for me to figure out while I have a full-time job to have the energy to do. But there are things that like, there's this one place I really want to visit. I'm not going to go too in depth. I think I might do that sometime, like, because it would be like an easy little trip and a fun vlog. But it's like a free, basically visual attraction, not far from where I live. That would be sick as hell to do. So I'm curious to see how much of what I can do and maintain, because my family really needs me right now to make this job work. And I'm just not willing to give up on my aspirations here on YouTube. I'm just not willing to do it. I got to keep up the grind. I got to keep up the consistency. That's the only way I'm going to grow here. So I've just got a lot of stress on that end. Thank you so much, Rosie girl. My job, I'm not going in detail online because some people be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and I ain't trying to get doxxed, but it's going to be inbound sales. And I get some really cool added benefits. I'm praying for joints to work. Thank you. You're going to rock the job. Thank you so much, Thrifty. I know, like, I have a strong wheelhouse. Like, I am good at inbound sales. Like, I know that about myself. I've done it before. I was real good at getting people to sign up for credit cards. I'm That's not my problem. My problem is, like, I've never been more chronically disabled than I currently am in life. And so, like, I was, in terms of like the pain and stuff, when I was in a far more traumatized state, I struggled a lot more cognitively, and like with emotional stability. I am better in those senses, which is good, because I had the time to heal and process and acclimate and work through at home jobs. But I have not worked out of the home since very early 2019, basically 2018. Like, I'm talking like February 2019, if I remember specifically. Thank you. And I keep saying it because, like, I don't want to speak it into existence, but like, there's a part of me that's like really stressed out that like I won't make it, and then I'll have to come on here and be like, I couldn't maintain it, and that level of failure is just something I'm not willing to accept. So I'll be honestly, I probably won't even quit. What'll probably happen is, if I'm not able to do it, I'll end up getting let go because I can't maintain attendance or something else like that. And I'm going to be doing everything in my power to make that not happen. I need this to work. And I know I'd be good at it if I'm able to accommodate myself. I love your YouTube content. You are very likable. I like to watch you before bed to unwind. Thank you so much, Rosie girl. And I love your username. I'm biased, but yes, think of all the things that will go right, not wrong. Yeah, Christina, that's really what I'm trying to do. Trying to manifest my way through this shit. I won't judge you. You're at least trying. Thank you, Thrifty. Unfortunately, I will always be judged by some aspect of being public online, right? But I really, really appreciate the fact that there are so many people that support and care about me. There will always be something else. Yeah. And like, at the end of the day, it's like, I'm going to figure it out. I am still planning on figuring out a career for myself. This job I'm taking is a job. It is a paycheck. It is not my future career. And I know that. I'm going to have to figure out how to manage everything. And if it's too hard, I'm applications for at-home jobs still, and interviewing for those as I can. But to like transition, and then at that point I get to be a bit choosier, right? They're lucky to have you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just hard because it was like I was getting nothing with remote work, so I panicked, and that's when I started looking outside of the house and was immediately getting interviews immediately, because like I do have a good resume. I'm not like trying to gloat or toot my own horn, but like I'm really good at what I do. I have a really good phone voice. I'm good at it. I'm good at what am I? So the thing I'm least good at is anything outbound or super hella scripted. Those are not for me. Don't worry, what happens is meant to happen. It will all work out one way or another. Amen, Rosie girl. Are you an organizer, and social project management is a good job? Google has a cert. Maybe you could email me more about that, Meg, because I'm not sure what you're asking, and it's maybe something I could look into, but I'm curious. Jamaica's getting smacked. I don't know what that means, Stacey. Is something going on in Jamaica, like with weather or something? That's concerning. Hi, Vicky. How you doing? I'm sending you good vibes. What's meant for you will be for you. Amen. You're very articulate. Thank you, Lucy. I read a lot as a kid. I think that's the majority of it. Good vibes from me as well. Thank you, Amanda. Good vibes right back at you. I used to say all the time things like I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And now I'm like, I'm here for a good time and a long time. I got to figure out how to work on that longevity. A level 4 hurricane. Oh no. Ugh. Fuck, I just heard a fucking fuck. I just heard a fucking firework. No. Oh, where's my headphones? I gotta charge those. Ah, tomorrow. Fuck tomorrow. Ugh. Fuck tomorrow. Oh, I'm already over it. Oh no. Oh no. My CPTSD besties will get it. And I'm in Florida. Fuck. Oh, spoiler alert. I got this neck fan. It's good. It's not my like favorite version of a fan, but especially if I'm out and about, I think it'll just help keep my core body temperature a little cooler. I'll still want like a fan for my face, sensory wise, but to help like prevent me from overheating, I'll think this will be great. So I just got done charging it fully for the first time. I tried it out. And I have used this a little bit in the house already, because as y'all know, I complain about my house a lot being really warm. So do you have a separate salesperson voice? Okay, I have a customer service voice. Are y'all ready? I'm gonna use my old Apple greeting because I don't work for them anymore. Let me like take a little sip of water. Let me show you guys. Because I have a different personality for the phones. It helps me when I'm being berated and abused by shitty, abusive people. They ain't yelling at me. They're yelling at Rosalind. Rosalind is an entity that's a representative for a company. She is not a human being. She is not me. Okay. Hello, thank you for calling Apple Care. My name is Rosalind. May I please have your first and last name? That's how I am on the phones, like the entire time. I'm not me. So she's like a whole other personality. Usually people start the night before babes, at least where I live. Yeah, I know, but I fucking hate it. I hate fireworks. Hurricane talk stresses me out. I sleep the whole time. Yeah. Hurricane season, let's hope that I live in a good spot of Florida for hurricanes, to say the least. I've been very lucky. Exactly, you got it. They're going to love you. Love it. Sold a little higher pitched. Yeah. Because that's how you get the men to like, they just are super. Do you know how much I get hit on over the phones? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. And like we would have serial callers when I worked for an American Express contract. There'd be we'd give certain men nicknames, like, because they would literally call. If a man picked up, they'd hang up. And then if a woman picked up, they would like sexually harass them. Like, it was crazy. Yeah. And then, but it's funny because like when I was working at my most recent job, I would drop the higher pitch a lot. So I think that might start happening because because I've been doing like more unmasking generally. It's like more taxing on me. I used to be really consistent with that register and acting like that. And especially like when I start my new job, I'm probably going to default to that just because it makes me feel safer. But like as I get more comfortable, I tend to drop into my register because like that. And that's the other thing though, is like it depends on who's the other line. So like if I get somebody and it's very clear that like they suck as a human, I'll stay there and I'll stay in that like, I guess, quote unquote fake range. Because I don't like being fake, clearly. I think y'all know that. I don't like that. But that fake range, quote unquote, it's a protective measure because people will do and say fucking insane shit to try to get their phones fixed or deal with certain customer service issues. Or, you know, like when you work in healthcare, like there's some really heavy shit. Like people's lives can be on the line sometimes. So you have to treat that with a level of decorum and care and understanding that, like, yeah, they're saying really shitty things and they're not behaving well, but like you're talking to someone who is potentially like actively battling cancer, you know, at least that's what my position was, right? And it was actually pretty few and far between. It was actually kind of really interesting how the biggest people I had issue with were moms of pediatric children and patients, which is a level of being compassionate and understanding that you just have to do, like, and just operate on. Or it's like the family members, or what was worse was like the pharmacy workers of other companies who didn't know what the word professionalism meant if it smacked them across the face. Sometimes you need a shell. Exactly, Thrifty Meg. Like, it's a shell. It's like, because I honestly, in my life, I can't do fake stuff, Vicky, but it's different when it's for like a phone's job, I guess. It's just, I just kind of compartmentalize in that way. Are you concerned about unhealthy food possibly being around the office, like donuts in the break room? Yes, I am. That is something I've been thinking about because it's like, for me, I'm curious what the culture of the office is going to be like. There's a lot of unknowns. Like, if they don't have a decent ice and water machine, I'm going to be pissed. Because but like the way that I'm being treated so far, how heavy their background checks are, how heavy the onboarding system is, how the interview process went, I have a feeling that they take care of employees. So I'm gonna be curious to see what that all is gonna look like, and like to see what their like break room situation looks like. Like, I'm very curious to see. But ultimately, my thing is like, I can indulge in those things if I'm able to control myself, and it's like gonna be interesting because, like, if they're providing free meals, like a lot of offices do for like once a week or randomly or whatever, it's like I kind of want to take advantage of that. But again, it's like you kind of got to weigh the pros and cons, and I'm going to be talking about those things and kind of navigating those for the first time. So it's just going to be really interesting to see. I can imagine moms are so fearful. They're like aggressively stressed out. Dude, Abby, seriously. Like, I would sometimes get a call and the patient would be 3 months old. Bro, I'd have to mute myself and cry and like pull it together. And then as like a whole, like as a culture in the office, it was kind of an unspoken thing that we all immediately set everything as a default urgent for infants. Like, that you automatically like highly prioritize care and do like extra cautious escalations, meaning like if you're escalating for a call and maybe you wouldn't normally escalate it, but you're escalating it because of one reason plus the patient's an infant, then you go for it. But let's be honest, being fat, we get no grace. Everything we do bad is highlighted. We don't have forgiveness, and if we mess up, it proves their biases. It's an endless cycle. I agree, Meg. Yeah. Hey, Jenna. I know I reached out to you about last week to DM, and I was going to talk with you privately. But I've decided I'm not going to do that after what happened last night. Someone sent me something, and I saw you interacting in hate tweets about me and referring to me as a buffalo. And you have been gifting a lot of memberships and been really active in my chat ever since I called you out for how your partner treats me. And I've seen the homophobic stuff and the slurs with the R word that both of you have engaged in, and I'm really uncomfortable. And I have not known how to navigate this, but I'm the kind of person that takes these things but I'm not comfortable with you being here with who you're dating. It's really uncomfortable for me because I know that you actively have spent money on Foodie Beauty, and my name was in the original tweet, dude. I saw everything. So I'm not comfortable with it, and I understand you're a paying member, so I don't know how to refund you or remove you as a member, but I don't believe that. I saw the tweets about you guys dating, and I saw the interactions very recently, the past few weeks. I'm not okay with it. I saw you talking shit about me in the past too, dude. Like I don't buy it, and I don't want to feel uncomfortable, and you make me feel uncomfortable. So that's the reason that I'm going to be removing your ability to comment on the channel, and I feel uncomfortable, and I don't want drama, and I don't want this to be a big thing, but it's just I've seen so much of it, and it makes me uncomfortable. So I'm sorry if I'm wrong, and I wish you well, but I'm uncomfortable with it because the other person in question, who I'm not going to name because I'm not going to give them that level of whatever, has made titles that indicate that I faked conversations with my mom for content, that I'm a horrible person, that I'm this horrible entity. And right around that time, Jenna shows up and they're dating, and I get an email from another reactor warning me about it, a reactor who hates me warning me about it. And I have been unsure how to handle it because Jenna has gifted members for a lot of you in this chat, and I've been feeling like I'm being played, and I just haven't known what to do. So I've been too scared to reach out privately about it all. So anyway, I had a feeling obviously that she was going to show up today, and yeah, it sucks, and it makes me feel really like put between a rock and a hard place. So anyway, I'm going to move on. But it's hard because I understand that I'm viewed and treated like an LOL cow by people out there. Not my supporters, not the people who like get me and like pay attention to my content. I know that. It's hard because of like the things that I experienced in 2015, and people that will do things like that. And I have gotten to a point where I just have to trust my gut, and I genuinely feel shitty about it. So anyway, I'd like to change topics and move on. But you got to protect you. Exactly. Like I hate that I'm such a crier, because even when I'm just like stressed, I'll cry. When I'm mad, I'll cry. When I'm sad, I'll cry. When I'm really happy, I'll cry. When I'm anxious, I'll cry. Like I'm a crier. I've always have been. And there are like certain things like I don't want to cry about, and the person that they're dating is absolutely one of them, or were dating. Maybe they did break up. I don't know, but I have a feeling that I'm not being given a lot of truth. So so yeah, Chris, I did react to a bunch of stuff already in the replay. I reacted to like different recipe videos, some of my favorite TikToker people that I've mentioned in other content, things like that. So yeah. I really don't want to end this live on this note, but I think I might need to get off. I've not been looking forward to that. Pivot. Thank you for giving me back my own advice, Krabby Joe. It's been a while since I've said that, actually. I used to say that a lot. I seem to pivot. I need to find something that I'm like genuinely interested in reacting to, because I don't want to be somebody who just like plays shit on a screen and doesn't say a lot. I want to react to things that like I'm gonna have commentary to say. People that aren't interested in growing are not your scene, it seems. Yep. It is what it is. You're not a bad person for protecting yourself. Thank you, Abby. Oh, sorry that's happening to you. Thank you, Amanda. You're okay. Thank you, Vicky. Is that from Friends with the Couch? What do you mean, Thrifty? Also, I like the dress you hated in the hall. It was physically very uncomfortable and low quality. And that neckline made me mad. And it wasn't someone, and it might have been Jessica Meska last night that said it. It wasn't the cleavage. That wasn't the problem. Frankly, I felt like the cleavage was good enough, especially because like I'm looking for dresses that aren't too much cleavage because I'm going to be working in a professional environment and I am trying to be all out with all that for a lot of reasons. Pivot is from Friends. Oh, I never really got into Friends. I got into How I Met Your Mother, but before I ever watched really any episodes. Off to see Maxine. Have fun with that. Thank you, Christina. Thank you. I really appreciate it, guys. The collared V. Yeah, I don't know. It was a collared wasn't necessarily, it's the way it was styled I didn't like. I didn't like the way it felt. Can you react to a plus size haul? I don't know if that interests you. Depends on the person. Honestly, I don't watch a ton of that content because it's hard to know like what is corporate shilling and what is like biased stuff and what's like real deal reactions. I admit, Rosie, there are some things we disagree on, but I like your streams in the chat. Scrange, I appreciate that. Genuinely, whether people believe this or not, I'm not here for a bunch of ass kissers. If you disagree with me and you want to talk about it, let's talk, man. Like, for fucking real. Like, I am more than okay with, side note, I want, before Christina leaves, thank you so much for gifting another membership. Abby Butterfly got a membership. Yay! Yay, I love that. That's exciting. React to Glitter and Goober. I find her boring, to be honest with you. And I think I talked about that a bit in a prior stream. And yeah. I don't know. Like, let me see if there just happens to be anything new in my YouTube subs that, like, based off of thumbnail and title, I'd be interested in watching. Let me just take a look. A gander, if you will. There's a new tiny anthro, but it's about Anna and I do watch those, but I'm just not interested. I don't find her interesting enough to react to. Oh my God, Will Tennyson had a kid a year. Like, I have a video from a year ago announcing a baby. Ooh, maybe I could search for a Will Tennyson video to react to. I don't think I finished his most recent one, but I'll leave that one alone because if y'all want to watch it, you should go watch it and give him the view. His content's great. Will Tennyson does like body building. Oh, Mary recently uploaded some content. My 500-pound life. What do y'all think about me reacting to a commentary video about Gypsy Rose Blanchard? Yay or nay? Because if y'all aren't interested, that's fine. But there's one by, it looks like Kayla, but spelled Kyeleuh. That looks interesting. And I've never really spoke about her specifically. And I do have thoughts. I go back and forth with it. Like, because I have some compassion for someone who's experienced a lot of trauma, but there's clearly like some sussy stuff. And like odd stuff about her. and her behaviors and things that like it's I think it's important to give her some grace for the fact of the matter that she's so emotionally stunted in that sense. But there are other things where it's just like, I don't know. I could also just find an interesting Will Tennyson video. Oh, there's a video 2 days ago from Sam at Every Size about, I'm only a couple minutes in, about fat TikToker talking about men at the gym or something. That's another thing I could react to. I'm interested in what? Sorry, I need a little more specifics, friends. Yays. I see yays and I'm interested, but I just threw a bunch of shit out there. So let me know what you're thinking. Because I think I could throw on another, like a full video reaction and then we can end the live. Let me think. The Sam at Every Size has me color me intrigued. Will Tennyson also. And then I said somebody else. Have you heard? The Gypsy reaction. Yeah, let's do that. But have I heard of Michelle Platty? Let me look her up. No, I have not. Let me find that Gypsy video. This creator makes pretty good commentary videos. From my understanding, I think I've seen a couple of her videos. I've seen her name a lot. She's the bigger creator. So, over almost 250,000 subscribers and has 100K views on this in 2 days. Because yeah, Gypsy Rose is very topical. So let me close this out. So let me look up Michelle Platty real quick. This is weight loss content. Okay, color me intrigued. 23 of the scariest TikToks on the internet. Oh, she is pretty. Okay, so she makes, oh, wait. Is it not weight loss? It's, okay. So she's a plus size creator that makes a style of content I like. I'm going to look into this privately because, like, I don't want to react and think it's, like, boring and say rude things. But, I like the thumbnails. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, some of her thumbnails seem to possibly skew toward a younger audience. I don't know. This is interesting. Thank you for the suggestion. I might watch 1 or 2 videos, and then depending on how I feel about those, I'll click on videos I've never seen, and I can do blind reacts. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let me, in case I forget, let me just hit subscribe so she'll pop back up. She has a food channel too? Oh, shit. Oh, no. What, Rosie? Okay. Let me add that to the, because I did see the drop down of weight loss, but I didn't realize. Okay. So her main channel. Okay. So her weight loss channel has 21K. Like, she's definitely. Maybe I've seen her face on TikTok before. I think I've possibly seen her eating before on TikTok. That would not surprise me. Okay. Ooh, this is what I eat in a day from a year ago. We might watch that too. So let me see. Can you block them and refund? Oh. I'm gonna figure out, I'm gonna see if there's a way for me to refund the membership. But yeah, anyway. I don't want to get into that anymore. All right, so I have already reacted to a Sam video semi recently, so I think what I'm going to do is I want to react to the Gypsy Rose because I'm genuinely interested. Like, I have seen stuff on TikTok. I have seen some things, but I want to watch this video and just kind of commentate on Gypsy Rose and the societal stuff around it. I know a lot of people are sick of her. I promise you, this isn't 100% pro. I have a balanced view of Gypsy, like parts that I empathize with, parts that are important. Oh, the mustache reactor guy who, oh yeah, are you talking about sickle dude or whatever? I don't hate him. I don't think he's the worst, but I really do feel like his style is like, haha, fat people a little too heavily. And I don't like that, especially when it comes from like muscular dudes. I just like Alan, don't fuck with him. You know, Alan Roberts. I'm not super big into Greg Doucette either. I have not looked deep enough into Greg to have a fully formed opinion, if I'm being honest. But what I have seen and what I know, I'm not a big fan. But Cynical Dude, his style of video is just, it doesn't hit the right spot for me. I have watched multiple of his videos. There have been times where I've like let out a single chuckle. I don't think he's like awful, but I feel like he does over dramatize and over sensationalize around the food that fat people eat. And that the way he rates food is a little ridiculous and biased in some of those like what I eat in the day videos that he does. I feel like sometimes he has like genuinely decent commentary, but overarching with his content again, eh. But yeah, his name's Cynical Dude or something like that. All right, let's react to this Gypsy Rose video. And then I think I want to react to a Michelle Pilati video. Oh, hold on. Alan Roberts is a televangelist trying to save every fat person with mean energy like a drill sergeant. Yeah, fucking that style triggers my like religious shit heavily. I hate it. I think it's ass, if I'm being honest with you. That approach is awful. I hate it. I think it's does more damage than helps. And I understand that people will disagree with me, and that's totally fine. But I think he did at some point speak on me a long time ago. I don't think he made like a dedicated video or anything. If he did, I don't remember. But he just, his style sucks. Gypsy should not have gotten married while in prison. Absolutely. And I think they both are problematic. I think that Ryan is the ex-husband, right? So Ryan, I believe, did manipulate her and rush her into marriage. And I have seen like clips of how he acted like when she first got out of prison that are predatory at best. So anyway, this is, I believe you pronounce her name Kayla. Y'all should check her out. I'm gonna give her a like. If you ever open this video, you should give it a like too. Unless of course, as I watch it, I change my mind, but I don't see that happening because I've seen her content and she's solid. Oh, she does YouTube memberships too. Cool. All right, let's go.
I was going to title this video something like I watched all of Gypsy Rose Blanchard's cringy lives, so you don't have to, but you do have to because I'm going to be showing you them in this video and reacting to them. I've compiled together all of the lives that Gypsy, Ryan, and Ken have all been doing where they've been spilling so much tea, and it has gotten so messy. This is all happening while Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Oh, so this is stuff that like I'm not going to know. Okay, so if you don't have a lot of framework with Gypsy, I'll try my best to explain some things in case they need to be done, depending on how she does this. So this is going to be like information I think I don't know. So intrigued.
Blanchard's new show is airing on Lifetime, which I have been doing videos reacting to the episodes. So if you're interested, subscribe for that. But today we're going to be talking about these lives that they've been doing because it has gotten so sloppy and I cannot stop watching. I don't know what the hell is going on with these people. For some context,
I'm so nosy like that too when it comes to shit like this. I'm just like, what's going on?
Gypsy Rose and Ryan are currently going through a divorce. They are still legally married, but they are separated and working through the legal proceedings to head towards divorce. Gypsy Rose is head over heels for Ken, who she was engaged to while she was in prison before she got engaged to Ryan. And on the show Gypsy Rose, Life After Lockup, she has talked about Ken on every single episode. And I already did my reaction to the 3rd and 4th episode that's going to be coming up after this video. In that, I was talking a lot about how I don't know how Ryan didn't see that she had ulterior motives to get back with Ken, because she talked about him so dang much. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start.
It's like what I've seen of that show, because I haven't even watched all of the show, but the clips that I have seen, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy that the show exists. It's crazy, like, the behaviors that are on that show, and it's fascinating. Like, because there does seem to be an element of, like, realness. And what I mean by that is, like, it doesn't feel scripted, and it doesn't feel like she's just, like, parading for the cameras. To a point, there are parts of, I think that is true, but, like, when it comes to, like, some of these heavier topics and, like, the themes with the marriage and, like, how all of it played out and all of that, like, it's just kind of crazy.
Watching these lives, and before I get into it, I have to show you this one because you need context for how cringy this is, and you need to know what you're about to watch. All right, and this is a good way to introduce you to the lives that they've been doing if you haven't seen them, and prepare yourself.
I feel like these glasses make me look like a sexy school teacher.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm not going to dive into this right now. I'm just going to move on.
Ew. I don't know. Have you
I have nothing to add, but same.
read the text messages between Gypsy Rose and Nick Godejohn, the one that her mom, you know what I mean, or saw like the video clips of her with him and stuff? This gives me flashbacks. Let's start reacting to some of these videos. So first we're going to watch this one because apparently while Gypsy was on live with her current man, Ryan sent her a text. Okay. And so,
hi, Gia.
This is her talking about how while she's doing this live that he texted her.
Live at the same time. He said, paraphrasing, I miss you so much. I wish I could hear your voice. I still love you. Gorgeous snuggles.
Yikes.
See, that's not defensible, man. Like, yeah, you spent 8 years in prison. Yeah, you had a traumatic upbringing. Yeah, you spent 8 years in prison for a reason and deserved to. What is that? What the fuck is that? That's just messy, and it's just weird because the whole divorce is weird. The whole situation is weird. It's like they exploited each other, so it's like it's hard to know, like, truly what even to think, at least for me. Because, like, yeah, I feel like he preyed upon her in a lot of ways and, like, all of that, but, like, she plays a lot of games, and she had essentially, like, a ticket to stability, an immediate, like, financial stability, and I don't know, like, it's hard because they're both kind of unlikable and low-key a little villainous, you know?
So there you go, guys. I'll post the screenshots. I'm not above posting it, guys. I'll post it.
Yeah, why does she not respect her ex? That's a great question. I mean, I just think it's like, I think it does kind of go back to the point of, like, she is kind of she's a manipulative person, and, like, as these, like, things have been happening, at first I was a little more on the, like, I wasn't, I think, a fully 100% on the, like, hell yeah, Gypsy Rose train, but I was, like, on the, hell yeah, I want better for her. Like, I hope that she heals and she comes out and she's able to really change and grow. But that's not really what's happening. She's being messy, and she's doing really shady shit like that, and, like, mocking his emotions towards her with the guy that she essentially emotionally cheated on him with for the entire inception of their marriage, because he left, so she didn't marry him, so she just like had a backup guy, you know? And that's a little icky.
Don't do that.
I mean,
No, don't do that. Just.
but it's hard whenever like I block his number and then he finds a text now number.
Oh, that's important context. I won't lie.
To text me from.
Yeah, just let it go. Don't talk about it. Just leave it alone.
Block the text now.
To me is her current man being like, there's some things Ryan could say, so please don't tempt him.
Oh, cute little kitty ears.
Anyway. I'm just reading some of these comments. Ken, am I okay? I am more than okay.
Do we have the same comments?
I think so. Yeah.
These like, let's see, like I'm cringing so bad. This is so uncomfortable.
I think so.
Well,
because it's so weird, because it seems like Ryan was so much more into her than she was into him, and it seems like she's so much more into Ken than Ken is into her. Like, I think Ken's into her. I'm not saying he's not, but like, she looks at him like he hangs the fucking moon, you know what I mean? And he's just like, oh, this is Gypsy. And like, I think he's also like just kind of, anybody who's writing to Gypsy Rose Blanchard to try to marry her while she's in prison, like, come on.
To speak on it. I know you probably don't want to speak on it, and I respect that, but I'll speak on it. Ryan does text me a lot. And I think it makes our healing process really hard, because
Ryan sent Rose? Is that really him?
And not make it harder on him than it already is.
In case you didn't hear her with the conflicting audio, currently there's a Ryan with a picture of Ryan possibly with Gypsy. I can't tell if that's his arm or like the part. I think it's just him. Sending roses, which is likely, I would say highly likely to be a troll, but who knows? I feel like I'm eavesdropping on a private chat. For real, Thrifty. I feel bad for Gypsy's ex, who she manipulated into unaliving her mother, is still in prison while she's out here doing this. Yeah, it's like, Gia, yes, I do. There's parts of that too, though, where like I don't feel a ton of empathy, because yes, there are parts of it that are manipulation, but it seems pretty clear that he wanted to enact that kind of violence in some capacity, and he had a reason to with Gypsy, you know. I don't fully disagree with the fact that he had a heavier sentence. Because outside of the social media stuff, outside of how she's behaving currently, when you look at it from back like 8+ years ago, whenever, the level of trauma that she endured is wild. That's really all I got to say about that. And it's hard for me to fully demonize someone who felt like they truly had no other option. And I have seen debate saying otherwise, and I think there's parts of that that are understandable. And I'd be willing to like talk about that and compare a few points for sure. But man, that's why I say I kind of ride a line with her. And it's like really hard for me to like and or defend her currently in any capacity. But I just think like when it comes to the level of trauma we're talking about, there's a level of basic empathy and compassion that I think is meant and needed to stay in the conversation. I think dismissing her trauma is a shitty thing to do. And I'm not saying that's what you were doing, Gina. I've seen that shit on Twitter, and I don't like that. I hate Gypsy, but if she ends back up in jail one day for something, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. She seems very concerned about going back and wanting to stay straight edge. And she has all this random ass privilege to be able to make money through social media. So depending on how all of that goes, depending on the choices she makes, right? Like who knows? Who knows? Like I think that's what is so what's so encapsulating about her. It's just interesting. I want a Gypsy Rose Bachelorette YouTube show. Oh my god, Gia, the mess. I just want her to disappear. I'm tired of nobodies without talent getting famous. She got she got notoriety, and it's so fascinating seeing how notoriety and infamy can play out for people and turn into like celebrity status. I mean that's a fair point. You're good, Rosie girl. You're good. You're good. I get it. That's why I still addressed it. You're all good. Her mother did torment her with unnecessary surgeries. Yeah. A lot of stuff too. Do you think she should still be in there? Man. I don't know. You know, she played a part and she was sentenced to 8 years. I think 8 to 10 years is decent, but like I don't know criminal law, and like I don't know. With the context of how she was abused and all of that, I don't necessarily feel like she absolutely needed to serve more time. But I'm not here to be like I definitely am not here to say like she should have served less time either. I'm a little on the fence about it, clearly. Like we are all about the huck to a girl right now, and all she did was say something stupid. Yeah, I know. It's just weird how the internet clings to things like that and moments like that. It's kind of a subculture within itself that can't fully be controlled. And the huck to a girl, it was kind of crazy. Like there was all these like rumors and things that were spread about her. Like she was never a school teacher. She's like a 20-year-old like who can't even get into bars, and just like made an offhand joke that went crazy viral, and then she immediately got a management team, and she's like podcast touring, and she's just like a random 20-year-old. Like I have nothing bad to say about her, but I don't find her interesting or enticing. I mean, her talking about the rise to like overnight fame was a little interesting because I saw clips from the Plan Brie podcast. I don't know much about that, but the clips came up on my FYP, and I have absolutely no care to see what she continues to do moving forward. I just don't care. I wonder if she had therapy or anything while in prison to help deal with her life as a free adult. Honestly, I hope so. I want her to thrive, but yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Nick is on the spectrum, and that's part of it. It's like so complicated. And being on the spectrum is definitely an aspect of it, but at the same time, like people who are on the spectrum are also able to do and be bad things, right? And it's just like, or have other comorbidities like psychopathy. I'm not saying he's a psychopath, but they can. Like people can have comorbidities. Like just because someone is on the spectrum doesn't mean that that's like, and I'm not insinuating you said this, but I just wanted to make this point that like someone who's on the spectrum would be capable of doing things like that just because they're on the spectrum. But it's like, it's an important thing to note when it comes to the manipulation aspects of things. I wish everyone the best. She served her time, but I'm not a fan either. I co-sign that comment. I doubt it. Prison is pretty crap for support like that. Yeah, Pixel. Yeah. In regards to the therapy. Okay, let's get back to the video.
And when he texts me, I'm trying to be respectful to Ken. So I'm not going to text.
It is weird. Like knowing she's with someone else. It's also desperate. If someone did to me what Gypsy did to Ryan, I would probably be pretty fucking broken. I'd be really upset. I'd have a lot of emotions. I'd be really hurt. But I'd have too much fucking pride to grovel like that, like this. Like the I never did that. Like the I miss you's, like we need to be together. Like I've never done that. Like you don't want me, I don't want you. Period. You don't want me? Okay. And then I just like, and maybe it's not healthy. I just like shut it off. And then I have to deal with it on the back end. But when it comes to communication with that person, emotional wall. Because like, I do not want someone who does not want me at my core. That shit is embarrassing.
Text Ryan and have this whole
Someone named Ryan is still sending roses.
Back and forth thing going out of respect for my relationship with Ken. We're going through a divorce. Emotions are going to arise, but we don't have to speak on it. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to tell each other
the elephant gift
about it.
The elephant is one of the ones that people use to troll people.
That's part of the healing process.
I don't understand spending money to troll. I'll never get it.
You want to talk about it? Go to a therapist, like I do.
So apparently she's in therapy. Whether or not she's been in therapy for how long, who knows? But she is apparently in therapy, which good.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, I know that you're going through a process right now, and communication is kind of inevitable. So I let you have your space, and
lawyers to talk though. Like, that's
this doesn't need to be public, especially because like you're actively in it. Like in hindsight, sharing things and parts of it would make sense, but this is weird.
What the lawyers are for.
Yeah, you do you. Everything is fine. Ken, why am I shaking? I got restless legs. I just bounce.
It does. I'm wicked at night.
He's masking some kind of emotion here. I mean, kind of obviously, right? But like, I think he's pissed. And that smile is very fake. Like his eyes don't match his smile. This is just weird.
Can't sit still for too long. Tell her that I'm in it for the fame. It's so true. I just addicted to it.
I think he's getting triggered by the comments, but he's ignoring it for the money. I think the comments are actually pissing him off more. Maybe even than necessarily Ryan texting her. Because he could be not lying about those things, but he made a comment about the comments a little bit earlier. And like people who have not been around on the internet for a long time, who are not used to it, people who haven't experienced like significant amounts of bullying, like those comments hit different. Like they can really impact your psyche and your view of your self-worth. That's why a lot of people refuse to be public on the internet, refuse to be their authentic selves out online. I mean, in my experience, for me, it's like I get to a certain point and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck, you know? Yes, you were given a membership, Abby. I think it was Christina. It could have been somebody else, but I believe it was Christina. Do I feel like he was also manipulated? I believe he was manipulated. I agree with you, Lizzie, 100%. Which one is Ryan, the marriage and prison guy? Yeah, the D is fire guy, which is fascinating in retrospect. I think Ryan is the stable ex who's clingy. Yeah. Stable is debatable, but I get what you're saying. How can you resist a guy named Ken? Oh my God. I'm back because I was given a membership. I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you, Christina. Abby says thank you in case you see the playback. LMAO, is that girl going to react or she's just watching them? I mean, she's playing the lives. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I just realized she's like, I mean, I think she reacts more and commentates more in other videos than this one. This is the stuff that like isn't being talked about as much. These lives, these clips, these moments are harder to access for a lot of people because they don't have the time. So for that reason, I'll forgive this because this content is still transformative, but she's also letting it play out for people to kind of insert their own opinions, which is what I'm doing through this reaction, right? She's like letting people kind of view it as a whole, which has its own positives. But yeah, she is giving minimal reaction. That is a fair critique, Lizzie. I'm listening to you all doing dishes and cooking up some squash. Yum.
Like I can't without the camera.
Yeah, like see, he's like sarcastically saying these comments in a monotone voice, and it's the comments that he's saying are things that he's reading in the chat. And I think those are the things that are getting under his skin, whether because he knows they're not true or they have grains of truth to them and they're triggering him. Like he's not handling his emotion. Like, no, he is actually handling his emotions in the moment pretty well, but he's not able to mask them. Like they're very clearly seeping out, which is only fueling the comments because they can see that it's getting to him, because this is not just like ADHD restlessness. This is irritation.
Oh, it's my calling.
What's your calling?
My calling.
Your calling?
Calling. So whenever you go live, I just grab the phone out of your hand and I'm just like, hey.
I talked about this in my video that I've already filmed that will go up after this one.
Like he's so insecure about the like fame grabbiness because I think that's what he's doing.
Okay, but I'm gonna talk about it here because that one's not up yet. So in the show, Gypsy actually talks about Ken behind Ryan's back and even says something to the effect of like she wishes that they.
Y'all are dragging her. She's adding looks. Oh, finally she's giving commentary. At least you're adding commentary. This girl is adding nothing. Ken seems relatively normal. Why is he with her? Because he's probably not. I'm relaxing on the couch watching on a big screen and typing on my phone. I'm invested, LOL. Oh my gosh, Thrifty, thank you. I'm honored. Yeah, and that's the thing is I think, yeah, you're right. During that clip, but that's only for like a few minutes of the video. There's about a lot more. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm giving her too much of the benefit of the doubt, but she is pretty.
They didn't have such an open line of communication in their relationship in case Ken were to text her so that she could talk to him without Ryan knowing. She says that on camera. That doesn't make any sense because you were already disrespecting your husband before. One thing I want to say before I show you Ryan's response to this is that Gypsy Rose lies a lot.
That's true. And that's something like we really gotta, she's been caught in enough lies now that made me kind of rescind any level of like genuine like support. I want her to be and do well, and she's not really currently doing that, to be honest. But I want her to do and be better, and it's hard because like there's not enough time has passed, and like my gut feeling tells me that like there's going to be situations where like her mask is going to fall at some point, and we might see a more real aspect of her that's not a good look. And it's just so hard because there's so much speculation, there's so much unknowns with all of it. It's hard to know for certain, you know. Sorry, I just don't like when people add nothing of value to reacts, but she's talking now a bit. Yeah, I'm also pausing her too, guys. So I'm pausing a lot. So like that might be breaking up how much she seems engaged in the content. But I think your criticism is fair. I liked Ryan. I don't know. He seemed more down home and normal. Yeah. But like the critique that I saw like in the earlier episodes when he picked her up from prison, he was very sexually aggressive with her. She had to go buy shoes. Like she had to go like right out of getting out of jail. She had to walk into a store with no shoes because he only brought her like basically stripper heels or like heels that were so uncomfortable because of how she would look in them instead of getting her shoes that were comfortable. He was very emotionally manipulative. He freaked out at her for cleaning out his fridge and throwing out stuff. Because I mean, she used to live in a hoarder house and she was really overwhelmed and overstimulated. She's come from a life in prison, and like, if I'm gonna be fair here, like there's a dichotomy there where like, yeah, she's not doing a lot of things right, but neither is he. I don't really like either of them, and I don't know a lot about Ken, but I don't really like Ken either. I don't like any man that's gonna prey on someone like this in prison without really ever knowing them and marrying them before they even get out of prison, because clearly that's why they're divorcing. Like, hello, they could be with her to get clout, or they have a low-key fetish. Absolutely. I think a fetish could be at play, but I think it also is just about like and I think with Ryan, it's like she picked me. I'm like, I was able to get a woman of status, which is like wild that Gypsy Rose Blanchard is considered the woman of status to him. But I really think that's how he views it. The dog comment really got under my skin on the show. Yeah, see, and he really infantilized and patronized her. And again, like that was another reason where he fucked up. But he had lean. I'm sorry, Pixel. I don't know what you're referencing. But he had I don't know.
Allegedly. I see a lot of red flags with her. And like I said, I have my own things with Ryan and even Ken. He's weird to me too, because these dudes reached out to her while she was in prison. And that is not normal behavior to be like, hey, this girl that is in a prison for conspiring to murder her mom, that this is someone that literally looks like a child. This is someone that I want to reach out to and have a like romantic relationship with. So Ken and Ryan, they're people that I think are walking red flags, just the fact they reached out to her to begin with. But I mean, like the situation is already so messy because the two men that she's like between currently since she's been out of prison is men that wrote to her while she was in prison. I said in a video a long time ago that I was convinced that Gypsy Rose was manipulating the public and, you know, that she was manipulative, but we're seeing her lies happen in real time and some people aren't catching them. But let me play this video for you right here of Ryan's response to that.
Hey guys, just sitting around and got a couple random thoughts. I did my first live today and it was cool. I enjoyed that. But that being said, guys, it's very difficult for me to stay.
Oh, lingerie. Got you. Yes, exactly. And that falls in with the heels thing. Gotcha. No, I'm bad at spelling too. I just contextually I was struggling.
Stay respectful, okay? I'm getting to the point where I'm about to not be respectful. Okay? Yes, I did text Gypsy during her live with Ken tonight. But Ken, don't let her fool you. She called me last Saturday talking about she missed me, and of course I miss you. And she said a lot of other things too. But
messy. And see, that's the thing. It's like, if this is true, which, God, I can't trust either source, to be honest with you. If this is true, though, that just truly highlights that level of manipulation, her showboating to her current boyfriend while still playing games. Because I think she just loves the attention to a degree of toxicity.
I'm not going to go there because I want.
No, you just did.
You know, and it's funny. She doesn't text me back to be respectful to her boyfriend Ken, but she had no respect for her husband Ryan. And it's funny, Ken sitting there, you do you. You believe that?
I also think this girl is more commentary than she is reaction channel based. So she's seen this all before. She's researched it. She's like heavily invested in the lore in the show. So I think that's an important thing to note when we're watching this, guys. Because she's letting a lot of commentary channels would just play this without themselves on their screen. So she is making a stylistic choice of doing commentary while she's still on the screen and occasionally interjecting something, but she's not pausing it when she's interjecting something, which that style is more reaction based, wherein her style does definitely seem more commentary based. So that's my thought. Because like what I'm doing here is definitely reactionary based, clearly.
You really believe that she's being respectful? Okay. I got receipts too, babe. So we can go there. And plus, yeah, we'll let the lawyers handle it from now on. We'll let the lawyers handle it. And believe me, they will handle it. Take it easy.
So she's in there like being like, yeah, he's texting me. Here's all this stuff that he's been saying. Gypsy has also been communicating with him behind Ken's back about how she misses him. I do feel like, you know, she needs to be careful because
I could see him lying about that is the thing. I could see her lying about it too. So without screen recorded receipts, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Like, I'm not talking screen. I want screen record. I want clicking on boxes. I want scrolling screens. I don't want potentially edited bullshit. I don't want it.
These people that know her like behind the scenes, is she burns that bridge with them. They have no loyalties to her and can say whatever they want about how she really is. And I think Gypsy Rose is not sweet and innocent like everybody thinks that she is. And I think maybe the reason why Ryan hasn't said more is because these like manipulative things she's been doing about how she misses him, that she's probably doing so that he won't say more about her.
You deserve so much better. I did deserve better. Honestly, I did. I was, yeah, of course I'm better looking than Ken. That's a given. I actually have my hair. Oh,
They are both mediocre as fuck cis white men. Comparing them is a waste of time.
shouldn't have said that. Sorry, Ken.
Are they like busted mutants? No. Are they worth comparing in levels of attraction? No. Sorry. Like, no offense to either of them, honestly. It's just like, that's an insecurity ego thing. Oops.
Y'all, they are so messy. I can't handle it. It is slop McPlop. Like, this is the sloppiest slop I've ever seen.
Yeah, like, there was no reason for Christy to keep in touch with Ken. Absolutely. Like, guys, that was so...
Christy's the stepmom, right? I believe Christy's the stepmom of Gypsy Rose, like the woman that her dad is married to that she calls mom. That I've heard people commentate on. I think it's... I mean... I think part of the repercussions of her decisions is like people are like clowning and memeing on shit like that. It's like, personally, I wouldn't do that. I think like there's a level of humanity and respect in the sense of like if she has someone that she feels like is more of a mother to her than her mother was, who was abusive to her and used her as in a pawn in a lot of ways, then, you know, do her. But like anything related to the word like slay a mom, she gets shit for. So, you know, that's one of the weird things that's come about this, like this, she's never going to be able to escape because of the decision she made to enact what she enacted.
Disrespectful to my marriage, like you have no idea. And you know, that night, I will tell y'all this, that night when I got home from work, I called Rod about it. No, thank y'all. I called Rod about it and we had a long talk. And it was one of those where we had a long talk. And he promised me that Christy wouldn't do that again. He promised me over and over. He said that would never happen again. And guys, we all know how that turned out.
In my next video, I know I keep saying that, but I go on a rant about how like off I feel that Gypsy Rose's stepmom is, Christy. She gives me bad vibes. Honestly, like I think the only one that doesn't give me like super bad vibes is Rod, but also even then, like you literally neglected and abandoned your daughter whenever she was being mistreated by her mom that everybody admitted was not mentally stable and nobody checked on her. So I have my own things about that, but like Christy, why are you communicating with the ex-fiance of Gypsy?
Do I think Gypsy was manipulated by Christy? No comment. But that should answer your question right there. Yeah. Am I going to fight Ken? He doesn't want to see me. Just honestly, I'm a big dude. He doesn't want none of this.
These are grown fucking adults. Gypsy, I have a little more empathy for in the sense of she's clearly emotionally stunted. This is fucking stupid. This behavior is stupid. All this is stupid.
Oh, it wouldn't even be close. Like wouldn't even be a question. You know, I yank his hair out. It's been hard. Like y'all got really.
I'd be embarrassed to date somebody like this. Like, I have recently had people that I used to be associated with having their friends like threaten physical violence against me and stuff online. And nothing is that fucking serious. Like, unless someone like personally fucks you over, saying shit like that is just wild to me. They're all feeding off of the attention of this. They all love it. And it's all toxic.
Because I really love Gypsy. Like my intentions were pure. My heart was pure. I was in it for the right reasons.
No.
Guys,
Oh,
you know, it's
fuck you for that statement, you lying sack of shit. Are you kidding?
funny.
Please.
I see comments where people say I'm a clout chaser and things like that. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I was with Gypsy for how many years? 3. And married.
Gypsy has been a big name since the arrests, dude. You saw pictures of a frail, medically ill child and was like, let me write to her. Let me flirt with her. Hello? Fucking weirdo.
Married for a year and 8 months before we had any issues. All right, a year and 8 months. Did I ever do a TikTok video? No. Did I ever do lives? No.
But you are now because you don't have the source of fame and attention in your control. You don't have the source of the fame and attention in your bed. You don't have the source to get those dopamine hits from. So now you get it through the coattails, through the leftover attention, and you get it by being on these social media platforms, by talking about it, and by being just as messy and shitty as she is being. Look, I don't like Gypsy, but a lot of this energy, I don't want to throw at her, like I said, because of some of the sensitivities of things, and I'm still undecided, even though I'm leaning more so on the side of like I don't really like her. But I do just have this like level of compassion for the trauma side of stuff. But this man is just like, I just find him predatory. I'm not saying he's a predator or he's done anything super illegal or anything like that, but just when I say predator, I just mean like in the way that he behaves and operates. It's like he preyed upon someone in a vulnerable situation and put a lot of pressure on her to make a legal binding contract in a way that like wasn't a good idea, because she could have gotten out and left, and I feel like that's why he wanted to trap her in a marriage, because it would be harder for her to leave, because this guy clearly has major control issues that are very evident and very clear within the TV show realm of him.
Did I ever do anything like that? No, because like all I wanted was her. Like I didn't need the fame, didn't need none of that. I still don't need it.
Hey, Laurel.
You know, the show's out. I do have followers. I do have people who give me stuff, like not give me stuff, but give me comments and views on my videos, which is great. I won't say no to that. I mean, it's great. But like that was not my intention of being with Gypsy. It was never.
Maybe it wasn't your intention to be on social media like that. That I could see. But I think it's crazy to say you didn't have ulterior intentions when it came to the courtship and marriage of Gypsy.
Never my intention. Like I said, I never did any videos, never did anything. You know, I find it funny that the moment Gypsy and Ken get together, Ken starts doing videos and starts doing lives with Gypsy. I mean, that should tell you something. Me and Gypsy never did a
Y'all can both be clout chasers.
live together because didn't need that. Like all I wanted was her. But I'm not gonna judge them because here I am doing a live. Like I ain't mad at her.
I do believe that he actually had true feelings for Gypsy, but I also do believe that Ken is using her. I feel like it should be glaring.
I agree with that. I'm not saying he didn't like end up loving her or whatever. Like, I don't think that's fair to make that assumption, but I do think like it's fucking weird as a concept.
Obvious to people. Like, who actually likes Ken? Does anybody like him? Like, let me know in the comments. Like, who stands Ken? Let me know, because I don't think.
Let me know. Do any of y'all stand him? Because I don't.
Anybody does.
For being here. Do I talk to Christy? No, I don't talk to Christy. You know, somebody did say something to me that
honestly, I kind of want to move on. I'm bored. Like, I'm just annoyed now. And I don't More Ryan. Talking. More Ryan. More Ryan. See, okay, there's more Gypsy later. Should I stick it out, guys? What do you think? Should I move on to the weight loss video? What do you think? I don't know. Should I stick this out? I'm a little over it. Ugh. I'll give y'all time to leave some feedback. I'll play it a little longer and I'll check back in the chat.
That, the only two people that can affect your marriage are the two people in it. I do agree to that some extent. So you never know with Gypsy, honestly. You never know. To the best, like I have massive love for that girl.
As far as I know, there hasn't been any real confirmation, and shit like that gets inflamed all the time.
And I still care about her. It is what it is. But I'm trying to move on with my life. I just being honest. I'm not a big fan of his,
face
but
just pisses
whatever.
me off.
Any man that is going to get Gypsy Rose pregnant when she hadn't even been out of prison for a year,
All right, I'm moving on.
You're sick.
Yeah. Thank you guys for the feedback. Okay. So I'm going to run to the restroom like real fast. So I'm going to mute and turn off my camera briefly. Yeah, snack break, perfect timing. Yeah, if you're way over this, move on. Okay, got it. We're moving on. I have not eaten dinner and it's like 10 p.m. So I have some leftover gnocchi tomato soup. I'll show you guys. I'm just gonna heat that up that I made yesterday. I'm just gonna heat that up with some cottage cheese and maybe a little mozzarella and call it a day. I'll show you guys that. I got the texture so good. I loved it. So I'm gonna do that. Also, I'm gonna run bathroom break and water break. So I think I might stay on a little bit longer. I might just like watch random videos and stuff if y'all are down to hang out. Maybe make this a little bit of a longer stream than I intended. Excuse me. So yeah, I will be right back, guys. All right, guys. So we're going to get into the next reaction. Yeah, I figured I might lose some people because I was like, I needed to go for a few minutes to heat this up. I made recently, I turned my red sauce into a tomato soup base, added some water to it and some additional seasonings. And when I heated it up, I added cottage cheese and all that. So I'm going to react to one more video and then I'm going to go probably for the night. But I want to check out this Michelle Platty video. I hope the person that recommended it is still here. Let me see. Yeah, this is the video I want to react to. What I eat in a day to lose weight. This was a year ago, so it may not be current. But she makes a lot of what I eat in a day as a lazy fat girl who's losing weight. So,
like that. It's just because I woke up late and then I was doing my makeup and I just. Good morning. It's really not the morning at all. It is, in fact, almost 2 p.m. It's 1:45. I've not eaten or drinking anything today.
Already relatable content. How often do I say all of those things? Often.
That it's just because I woke up late and then I was doing my makeup and time slipped away. You know, I decided I actually needed crystals on my eyes with immediate effect. Got back from Trader Joe's. We're gonna make breakfast. I'm gonna show you guys how I make my TikToks if you're curious. This is how. I'm gonna show you my setup and everything, but let's get into it. So for breakfast, I'm making Turkish eggs, Turkish inspired eggs. I'm actually really hungry, obviously, because
Turkish inspired eggs. I've never heard of that before.
I haven't freaking eaten anything today. I'm like so annoyed. These bitches from Trader Joe's, the sparkling like mineral waters, the flavored ones, taste, and I'm gonna say it, they taste like soda. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, bitch, do not fucking tell me that water tastes like soda. And normally I would agree with you. These bitches are so flavorful, specifically the cranberry clementine flavor. All about it. So basically,
cranberry clementine, I'm sold. I'm waiting for Trader Joe's to open in my city. I also found out, so y'all know that place I tried when I went to Orlando and met up with London Boy. On my way home, I went to Fresh Kitchen. There is one like basically around the corner and across the street from my house. Essentially, like it's not far. That's going to be opening in August. And I commented on Facebook and I was like, this is awesome, but like my wallet's gonna be busted because fuck me. That shit gets pricey real quick. But I meant to ask you, did you enjoy Jessica Meska's live? I enjoyed it because it wasn't about the person she normally reacts to, because I'm not really into that person. I enjoyed it because I thought it was fun. Like, and she took my suggestion and she did the hell yeah eyebrows, and I was like, hell yeah, literally. I enjoyed it. I mean, I'm probably not going to be going into her content a lot, like no hate, nothing like that. But I just saw it on Twitter and I like couldn't resist, and I wasn't expecting her to like pull up my video and stuff. And she was really nice to me. And I mean, I think there's some like history and stuff with her that I don't fully know. But yeah, I mean, I had a good time last night. Also, yeah, I had a good time, but I'm not going to be I don't think I'm going to be regularly engaging with her content, but she'd been watching me for a while, which is the reason I felt comfortable going in there. Yeah, no, she's told me, like, she's commented on my videos. I got a notification a couple days prior that she tagged me in a members only live I couldn't watch because I'm not a member. Excuse me. And yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the live for what it was. Like, it was nice because I like that style of content, and I felt like she said shit that was like funny and stuff. But when it comes to like her normal content, that's not for me. That person she reacts to is not for me.
basically, I get this paper from Amazon, and it's basically the background of my TikToks because I think it looks cleaner and just overall better. I guess you could just watch me make breakfast. I actually got the full fat.
I really want to try those sparkling waters now. I need to start a Trader Joe's list. Why was that so hard to say? Oh, actually, I'm going to literally do that. Of things that I want to eventually try. Maybe not all like the first trip, right? But Trader Joe's product list. Sparkling water. There's like a bunch of stuff I've seen over time and I just don't remember them. But I might look up some Trader Joe hauls and look into it. I mean, obviously, like I'd like to try the orange chicken and fried rice, but that's not health-wise what I'm looking to do. You know what I'm saying? So I want to definitely start out on the healthier sides and maybe eventually sprinkle small things here and there that I just want to try. But I think they only sell big bags of the orange chicken. Trader Joe's has so much munchy type food. I can't go there. Fair enough. Oh. Maybe I've heard that before, Laurel. I just love the crossover. Y'all two are my favorite YouTubers. Oh, yeah. I mean, and she's been so sweet to me. Like, yeah, I don't know. Right. It's healthy. This is Trader Joe's. Yeah. I'm going to be mindful. I also just want to experience Trader Joe's. I've tried very, very, very little. I think I've only been to a Trader Joe's like once.
Greek yogurt, which I would maybe usually get the light version, but I specifically actually did not want the light version because I was like, you know what? The full fat tastes better. Like it literally does. Honestly, doesn't make a huge difference calorie-wise either, so whatever. It's just the most fucking massive clove of garlic that I've ever seen. We're just gonna grate a little garlic, some dill. Basically, I just make things look as pretty as I possibly can. All right, 2 tablespoons of butter into the pan. I'm supposed to add Aleppo pepper flakes, but I only have red pepper flakes. So the butter is becoming this beautiful brown color, which is what we want. So we're gonna let this water boil. My toxic trait is definitely eyeballing stuff because I'm so bad. Do you remember those like things?
That is so real. I love this girl. High key. I don't remember who told me this girl's name. I'm glad I already subscribed. I'm going to probably hop off this live and just like watch her videos and vibe for the night because I'm already in. I'm in. I love this.
As a kid where you would like have to guess how much like bubble gum is in a jar or something. Yeah. I'm not good at it.
I'm the same way. Oh, is she an Ariana Grande fan? Like, is that a big thing? She looks like she's got, is that merch or just like an unofficial thing she's wearing? Her shirt says thank you next. If that's official merch, I got some questions because the lettering is not good. Like, I get the vibe, like it being small, but like the way it's stitched on, I just don't like it. No diss towards her or anything, just the shirt itself.
What's happening? We're gonna get some of this brown butter action in here. And that's beautiful.
Did she explain what makes it Turkish style? I wish she had either. I wasn't paying. Oh, okay. So she's making content. So she probably made a TikTok about it a year ago. That looks like chili crisp oil and parsley. I wasn't paying attention to what the white thing was. It looks good. I'm intrigued. I'll look it up. Turkish style eggs, right? Let me see if I have a list on my phone that's applicable to this situation so I don't forget it. Not really. That's fine.
I'm so excited. This looks crazy good. And then I always flip it around on me to take a little bite. So I guess I will do that here as well. Holy shit. That is truly like a fucking 11 out of 10. That is so good. Whoa. What a burst of flavors. Like, that's just amazing. Gotta clean up, but I'm gonna go eat this breakfast. That's a
What was amazing about it? I've got questions, girl. I mean, I'm sure I do that sometimes, but I try to like explain stuff, you know?
incredible. You guys should definitely make Turkish eggs. They are so good. It's 4:30. It's time for lunch. I can't really hear anything because I was laying down crying. Somehow I didn't mess with my makeup too much, but I had a cry moment. Nothing even like particular, just like feeling overwhelmed, and
Me yesterday.
I just cried, and the teardrops went into
Actually, I think it was this morning.
my ears. So now I feel like I have like swimmer's ear. I don't know. I just ordered swimmer's ear like drops from Target.
You know, I've had what she just described happen to me. But she ordered swimmer ears drops. Girl, just get a Q-tip. What? That's weird. I mean, do you? I wouldn't do that. Am I crazy or is that an overreaction? That feels like a little bit of like a overreaction. She stitched it on herself. Oh, okay. Oh, well, knowing it's handmade makes it a little more endearing. I thought it was like merch. If it's hand stitched, then that adds points to me. But without that context, I thought she like paid for that. If you make it yourself, though, that's you're messing with me. Thanks, so don't fuck with me. Rude. But really, though, am I crazy? Is she overreacting about the swimmer's ear thing? Because that feels like a little bit of a what? I know Q-tips aren't good. I'm allowed to have a couple toxic traits, okay, Vicky? I would have gotten a C-tip. Is there a difference between a C-tip and a Q-tip? I've never heard. Yeah, I still use Q. I know it's a toxic trait. I know it. I like her. If I'm saying things like that might seem negative, I'm not trying to be like hating at all. I just might be asking questions because I'm getting to know her. But I find her relatable. So
5 up because I can't even remember the last time I was in a Target. I can't go in there because I will buy everything, and I just like can't do that. Anyway, time for lunch. I'm gonna make grilled halloumi with like a peach salad with some balsamic glaze, maybe some basil.
I've never had halloumi. Have any of you guys tried it? I'm not super into balsamic glazes. Balsamic, really anything. I don't tend to fuck with that. Maybe I could try recipes in the future and like see how I feel. It's been a long time since I've really played with it, but a lot of the stuff you pair with balsamic glaze, like raw tomatoes, olives, like I tend to not eat a lot of the things that get paired with balsamic glaze. Obviously, it can be paired with some things I'm sure I like, but for the most part, like the majority of the stuff, it just doesn't match. Like I don't eat arugula, I don't eat raw tomatoes, I don't eat like just like plain fresh mozzarella, like uncooked. I don't eat the olives or like the more pickled things that can be on things that gets drizzled on, you know, like I know you can drizzle it just on salad, but again, I haven't really ever been a big fan of it in the past either.
For lunch, just like a nice little take me a moment because obviously.
So did she say she got an infection? It sounded like she said that she got the water in her ears and then turned around and ordered it. Because she cried like that day. So unless she's maybe prone to ear infections, and she just didn't say that. I don't know.
It's 4:30 p.m. So it's kind of late for lunch, but here we are. Unfortunately, have to use a cutting board. And I'm really upset about it, but it is what it is. I think some prosciutto in this salad would be nice as well, so I'm gonna keep that out. Guys, I literally cannot hear anything out of my ears. Like, it feels like, oh, there's so much water in there, and it's my own tears. It's bubbling up quite nicely. I think I'm gonna put like hot honey on this as well. I feel like that would be really good. Hell yeah.
Hold on. I missed some chats. The eardrops evaporate the water so you don't have to go poking your ear. Oh, so she's probably doing it better than I do it. Got it. Okay. So don't take my advice then. The eargasm, honestly, Pixel. I get it. Listen. Q-tip haters. I'm allowed to have a couple toxic traits, okay? If my toxic trait is that I still use Q-tips in my ears, so be it. You could do a balsamic marinade for some chicken. Ooh, okay. You don't get water in your ear and then it's automatically infected. Sometimes you just got water in your ears, man. Yeah, but yes, overreacting. Got it. Okay. Got you. Swimmer's ear is an infection. You need drops. Agreed. But that's not what I was seeing being described here. You know what I'm saying?
Those peaches are not very well chopped, but it'll do. It's kind of gross. I don't know. I don't know about how this looks, but I feel like it's going to taste really good. I love halloumi. Holy shit. And I'm still going to use these burnt pieces.
I'm so fascinated by grilled halloumi. I've never had it. I understand it's a kind of cheese, right? I should like look into that sometime.
I'm gonna go eat lunch.
Why'd you cut before if there was, maybe there wasn't a poll? Why'd you cut there? That's rude. I wanted to know more.
Catch you back for dinner. I'm gonna have a leftover spaghetti carbonara that I made for TikTok earlier. And for dessert, Trader Joe's macaroons. Beautiful. Love it. Normalize putting a bowl this big into your...
I really don't fuck with like prepackaged macaroons like that. I tend to not really ever enjoy them. However, when I lived in Georgia, there was this girl who went to my high school and she had a baking business. And I bought like a package of different macaroons that she made in like different flavors. And like I paid for it and like I did it to support her, but also I really wanted to try it because like her shit looked fire as fuck. I think I paid a pretty penny for it because it was like homemade and she had like a different assortment of flavors that I got to basically hand pick. And oh my God, they were the best things I had ever had in my life because like she really had perfected like her macaroon making and like they were the best things I had ever had at the time. But I've never bought one from like a store that I've enjoyed. They're just lifeless. But hers were like made with love and were fantastic. And I'm glad I had the opportunity to try them. I don't know if I'd ever go out of my way. Her toxic trait is eardrops, right? I don't know if I would ever go out of my way to eat them again. But if I had the opportunity to eat them like homemade like that by somebody that like knows what the fuck they're doing, oh my God, so good. So freaking tasty.
Refrigerator because the thought of putting it into like a container makes you want to throw up. Carbonara is kind of hard to heat up because the eggs in it could scramble, which is kind of gross. But it is really a breakfast pasta. It's straight up eggs and bacon and cheese. It is making such a loud noise in the microwave. I'm kind of scared. Why is it so loud? All right, here's dinner. Simple. I think I'm gonna go with fig. Pistachio, obviously the best macaroon flavor of all time. I'm gonna do coconut. Feeling crazy. These are so cute, the colors. Très belle. Anyway, that is what I'm going to eat, and then I will follow back up after dinner to just talk about the day. Lighting's interesting. I'm currently being just lit by candle. I'm going to do my skincare while I talk. Today, I
feel like we approach food similarly. Like, she picked a lot of things that I don't normally gravitate to. She had a lot of things that I've never really made before. But her portioning, her food choices, and her non-restrictive approach are all things that I'm really into. And I feel like I could find a lot of inspiration from her and tweaking it to make it my own. Because that's kind of what I do. Everything I take in, I'm like, how can I adjust this for like ultimate appeal for me in terms of like food content, right? And I find it so interesting because I don't know. She doesn't really talk. Maybe she's going to get into it more in this video. I'm not sure, but she doesn't really talk about tracking, but she did talk about like estimating and not like her toxic trait being like not weighing things. So my assumption is she's tracking. Again, relatable ass content for me. But yeah, I'm intrigued.
really fucked up a bit. We'll fuck up to start that late in the day and like start eating at 2 o'clock. I mean, to each their own. You could do your own thing.
Yeah, what the fuck is this angle? Do you mean like the one she's filming at right now or the one prior? Ooh, yeah, macroplacism homemade. Yeah, I actually bought one from like a vendor at like one of the Florida events once, and like I bought 2 of them and I paid like I think like $4 per fucking macaroon, like something ridiculous. And I took a bite and I was like, ooh, brother, like, it's gross. But a properly like homemade one, oh my god, that shit's immaculate.
Personally don't like doing that because I don't know. I feel like sets me in a weird schedule. I need to get back into my routine of going to bed by like 12 and waking up at like 7:30. Because I've just been thrown off. So you should totally do your skincare by candlelight. It's very relaxing, and do your skincare sitting down. I don't know whoever told you have to stand up and do it, because that's a lie. I really want to know what you guys want to see.
I really like her.
Be on this channel, because I really love showing just like what I'm eating, everything. But I really also want to see what you guys want to like talk about with regarding weight loss. Like, should I do like weekly weight checks? Is that weird? No. Like, I don't know, because it's like kind of weird.
No. I hope she didn't. No. Ugh. Girly pop, no. What are you doing? Stressful enough to do that by yourself without a camera. Don't fucking be doing. I mean, I don't know if she has an eating disorder. I don't want to assume. She hasn't mentioned it in this video. Most people that make content though tend to talk about having an eating disorder when they talk about weight loss. At least in my experience. Maybe that's a skewed perspective, but I don't want to assume. Hey, Nikki D. It's like someone's filming her from above. It's not flattering her. Really? This used to be like the angle, like the popular perspective. It is MySpace angle is 100% though. I used to film like that. Like, so some tea about myself. I finished filming and I think I've edited both. I haven't uploaded one of them yet, and I have one on private already uploaded. I have pre-recorded what I'm calling Rosie. I think it's like Rosie reacts to retro Rosie. So I basically reacted to all my privated YouTube videos that I have left. And I made 2 reactions because one of them's a bit longer because a couple of the videos are just like a little more lighthearted. I don't have as much commentary, but I still wanted to like show them and talk about them. And so I was like confused when I was looking at myself between my webcam angle and the old angle. And eventually I realized like, oh yeah, I had my camera like super high up and pointed down. So I looked slimmer. than I actually was at the time. So I was like, because I was like having a little bit of like, oh, why do I not look that different? And it's like, oh, because the webcam angle's not doing a lot for me, but I looked a lot slimmer. And that was like a purposeful decision back then. And also it was like the in thing on YouTube. Like, because I think at that point I knew who like Trisha Paytas was, and like I don't know if I liked her or not. I don't remember because I had a lot of back and forth with that for a hot minute there. But I like watched her content for a long time, even when I didn't like her. I've kind of checked out a lot in recent years in that front, but she would like openly talk about that. Hello.
To focus on like the actual scale number. Obviously I weigh myself and stuff, but like I don't know, it's like not for everyone to be focused on that. So I mean, let me know if that's something you would want to see. Like I honestly don't really mind showing that, like, how much I weigh and stuff.
I mean, it'll make you money, but I don't think it's worth it.
And like kind of updating that weekly. Honestly, I feel like it would maybe actually help me. Like, what do you guys think? Also, would you like be down for like plus size clothing hauls? Like stuff like
have weekly weigh-ins publicly on the internet ever helped anyone ever? Truly.
that. Like, I don't know what everyone would be into. So like I would love to hear everyone's input on what else you guys want to see on this channel. Like besides what I eat in days and stuff. Do you want like more recipes, more ideas? Like I don't know. As for workout videos, you're probably not gonna get that from me because I simply hate working out and I don't think that I will ever like it. Like, what do you think would be helpful for you to see? Honestly, these eye crystals, I don't know where they go because I feel like they have.
She might have already done it, but I'd like to see her talk about her relationship with food and like her history in that front and like how she's like gotten to the current point wherever she's at now, because this was a year ago.
Absolutely never go in the garbage. Like I don't know where they disappear to when I take them off. Like I just kind of let them go on the ground. Also, do you want to see like kind of the behind the scenes of like what I make on TikTok, or is that boring because maybe you already saw it on TikTok? So like, do you want to see the days that I'm not filming TikToks? Do you want to see more of me cooking or more of me eating shit like frozen shit from Trader Joe's? Because honestly, I do both. Like, or do you want to see both? That's the cue. Obviously, not everyone is super into like cooking, you know, fucking gourmet meals every day. I'm not saying my food's gourmet, but actually like get it.
I want to watch both. I like all of that kind of content personally. That's why I make it.
These videos are really fun, but I want them to also be helpful for people who are also going through this journey, or even if people have already gone through the journey. Let me know what you guys think. I do not know. Or if you're just curious about what it's like, because it's not always the most fun, but I want to make the most fun of it that I can. And for me, that is cooking a lot and feeling inspired and creating food that I will enjoy. And like if I just had to eat like chicken and like broccoli every day, like I would lose my fucking shit. I can't do that. Like I just can't. Do you think this is like
I feel like we'd be like really good friends. I don't know. I really like her.
Like a hard thing for people to go through, and I feel like maybe these videos can make you feel like less alone. They're making me feel like making them makes me feel less alone. So I feel like that could be helpful to people who are going through it. I mean, a lot of people have said that these videos are helpful, and I feel like I've been fucking barely posting, first of all, so kick my ass if I don't. But I really want to start posting on here, like really honestly pretty often, like a couple times a week. Let me know what you guys want to see more of.
She's been a little repetitive with that part. Like, let me know what you want. Let me know what you want. But like, I relate to her so much. Like, on a lot of fronts, I relate to her on the aspect of being the viewer. I relate to her on the aspect of being the creator. I relate to her on the aspects of like how she's handling her food, like how she views her cooking. Like, there's a lot that I'm like already invested.
and having a lot of fun making my TikToks. But this is obviously a way more chillax setting, and like I also love making YouTube. It's obviously longer and like more personal. I really want to do what you guys like want to see on this channel, so let me know. And also please like beat me the fuck up if I don't post. Like literally be like, bitch, where the fuck are you? This is the diet that I ate to lose 30 pounds. That is true. I lost 30 pounds during the beginning of quarantine without even like thinking about it. I ate pasta like every fucking day. I didn't really like count my calories too much. It was more so just like my sister and my brother-in-law were living with me and my parents all together in one house. So every time I would cook, everyone just ate all my food when normally I live alone. So I'm the only person who eats all the food. That sounds so weird, but like if I were to make pasta, like I would only be able to have a serving of it because like my sister and my brother-in-law specifically would eat that shit up so fast. So naturally I was eating in a calorie deficit that I didn't even know of, and I stopped eating out because that was at the time I thought you could catch COVID from eating Uber Eats, which is like so ridiculous. I used to think like that, but so I did lose 30 pounds eating this way, and then like quarantine kind of stopped happening. I moved out to LA, I started living alone, and I gained 30 pounds back and probably some more. So
that's so I let her talk for a minute because I really wanted to hear her explanation of all of that, because that's so interesting. So she lost 30 pounds by accident, lacking the intention of weight loss and trying to maintain it without any real framework of how she lost it. So she didn't have any framework to continue in to maintain said loss. And so when those circumstances changes, she went back to the old habits. That's so interesting. And I think an experience a lot of people have. And like with unintentional weight loss like that, and what in my own experience too is like it gets you to a certain point, but then at some point you're going to go back to the framework you understand. And more often than not, that brings you back up. So that's just really interesting to me. I wonder how she's doing current day. Honestly, I think I might be clicking on another video soon. That's what I had for that's what I had for dinner, chicken and some broccoli. Yeah, I really I eat like that too, but I try to like jazz it up. I like a good protein and vegetable dinner, but I'll season it up. She also has short content that's easy to watch. Yeah, that's true. I wonder how she's doing current day. Yeah, I'm gonna click on her channel when this is done.
Yeah, it's been hard, and now we're back into the grind. We're back doing it because I'm aware that I can eat the way that I want to eat and still be in a deficit and still be happy and still be eating enough and healthy and like, but also fun and creatively. I just went through kind of a hard personal time in 2021, and that for me kind of made me like lazy as shit. I didn't want to cook, I didn't want to clean. Like after, that's why I didn't want to cook, because I didn't want to clean up after. It's like those, obviously it's a more calorically dense food, so it can be easy to like eat.
Yeah, I choose to just not stress out about being exact in my grams of foods like cottage cheese, of like the more what I would consider like lower calorie foods. Like I will, for a long time I did measure them out, but I've gotten to the point with like cottage cheese, I'll use as an example. Greek yogurt as well. I've eaten them enough times and I've used them enough times that I know for a fact I'm going to be within a reasonable range, either a little under or a little over. And I'm just not too concerned about the difference of like 5 calories, especially right now in my goals. And making those types of decisions helps me in the long term and the longevity of maintaining deficits for extended periods of time, and kind of just like, what's the word I'm looking for here? and kind of just like preventing myself from being burnt out more often.
In a calorie surplus, I guess. So I was definitely doing that. And yeah, so that's where I was. Really, for me, I have really bad anxiety. And anxiety is hard because I get sad and I'm like, I don't want to do anything. But this year, 2022, I really like, I'm trying to like better myself. And now I take anti-anxiety. And so I can feel like I can like be more productive and be more focused and basically just be ready to go. And that's how
in like 10 days, this is going to be 2 years old. Okay, so this is basically 2 years old, not a year old.
I feel now. So that's why we're taking this channel and my TikTok back in the reins. We're going back, sticking to the deficit, doing the best we can.
I want to check out her current video. I'm interested. Let me look at her videos, but I kind of want to watch this. Oh. Girl, what? I want to post more. I'm going to post more. That is the most recent vlog. From 2 years ago. This is from 2 months ago, and it's not about weight loss. What's the name of this channel? It is literally her weight loss channel. Okay. I'm not going to shit on her. I've made a lot of choices. She's a lot of subscribers over here for like such little content. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch this, though. I want to.
Get ready with me while I talk about dating as a fat. Like, dating as a plus size girly is not are skinny. I was trying to talk to them about dating and like just like specific things that they just like didn't understand like as skinny people. I just feel like I need to talk to the big girlies because I know y'all get it. In high school, I dealt with a lot of guys. We would be really, really good friends and we're like spending a lot of time together and it's flirty and fun. They would never like outright be like, oh, I wouldn't date you because you're fat. And I would love to be like, you know what, maybe I just have a shitty personality. They just don't want to date me because they find me irritating. But then like, why would you want to spend so much time with me in private then? So
that's so real. I don't know. I'm intrigued. Like how she opened the video, framing it around her thin friends and dating. I'm assuming she's not fat acceptance rhetoric, but is she like, I wonder if she's involved in body positivity or not, or if she's just looking for relatability with other plus size people. Because that's like, I get that. I relate to that experience too and that desire. Because people who have never been big just don't get it. And I mean, when I compare her to me, she's definitely not nearly as large as I've been or am. She's obviously plus size. But so she restarted kind of like a bit of a health journey, and then there's been no update in like almost exactly 2 years. And by looking at her, it doesn't look like she's gained a significant amount of weight, but it looks like she has not really lost weight either. And I'm not going to commentate on that on a negative or a positive, because that's her fucking business. You know, it really is. But I just think that's something notable in these videos. And it's just interesting that like this is called her weight loss channel, and her most recent upload to it has nothing to do with weight loss, and the one before that was like a short regarding eating.
So in high school, I would be hanging out with like a guy a lot. Like I said, there'd be vibes, whatever. And then they would always say a very interesting phrase. Like I can't believe how many men I've heard this phrase from. They'll be like, I just wish I could date you. What do you mean by that? Like what?
I don't think anyone said that to me before. I don't know. I have a different approach to dating, because like for me, if you're not excited to show me off, I'm not interested. Like if you're not excited for me to be your partner, I'm not interested. And like as time has gone on, like and I also had the experience of being in an almost 8-year relationship with someone who, even after we broke up, said the exact words to me that like he was excited to have me as a girlfriend, that he loved going out with me, that like I mean his exact words I believe were, yeah, he said like I'm his dream girl, right? So like that I've lived that experience and I know what that's like. And one of the reasons I'm still single is I will not settle for less than that. And in fact, I'm looking for things even beyond that. Because when I was younger, I was so concerned about someone appreciating me for my looks that I overcorrected with the person that I chose. And so for me, men like that come across so insecure and so just dependent upon the approval of others. It's such a turnoff. I'm not interested. And I will say in like 2019, when I like dated around, I'm call it space, but I slept around. I had no emotional attachments to anyone I was involved in outside of my ex at that time. But that's like kind of when I dated, and like, I would very quickly catch on if there was a guy acting like he wanted to keep me a secret. Like one time I was at a plus size bash and there was this guy pretty well known in the plus size spaces. I ended up finding out later the reason he was being so shifty was he had a girlfriend and I didn't know it. And he was like messaging me through like the secret messenger app part of Facebook that I think doesn't exist anymore. I don't even know if they have that feature anymore, but they did in 2019. And he was like trying to come meet me at like in my hotel room. Like he didn't want to be seen with me in public. He wouldn't acknowledge me in public. I was like, I'm not gonna fucking be in the same room as you if you're not willing to acknowledge my presence in public. Like I have too much self-worth for that shit. So, you know, I never really dated in high school, and I think it's gonna be interesting when you guys see my retro react. I go into a little bit more about like in one of the videos I like mentioned something I learned from my past, my first breakup from when I was 19, and just like how much I've carried that on to this day. And it's kind of related to this topic in the sense of like I will not settle for people that do not value me to the bare minimum that I value myself. Point blank, period. I want to know if this approach led to more success, so no more weight loss. Yeah. She does short content mostly. Gotcha. I'm about body positivity, but not fat acceptance. Yeah. There are parts of body positivity I would say are positive. The community is more of the problem than the message of body positivity. No shade, but this is why I don't agree with this weight loss journey approach. Yeah. High key, I think you guys have noticed I've stepped back on the health content. Never say never. I'm not gonna like never talk about it, right? But also putting your weight loss online is brutal, period. Yeah. Rosie, what's your type of man or woman? Like what celebrities do you find attractive? Here's the thing. Like, I'm at the point right now where like I don't love to celebrate celebrities, so it's like I struggle to answer that question, but let me think for a second. I have so many types. I have so many things that I find attractive in both sides and non-binary people. I don't know. It's like for me, it's so much more about the essence of the person, the physical appearance. But like, I'm struggling. I hate trying to answer this question, not because it's a bad question, but because I'm bad at answering it. I'm bad at like pulling frames of reference off the top of my head. Let me think. So I don't follow. As long as you don't say Miley Cyrus, what's wrong with Miley Cyrus? I think she's pretty. I don't know if I would necessarily like be super physically attracted to her like beyond other people. I mean, like, because like for a answer in terms of like more of the androgyny side, like Ruby Rose is gorgeous. What did Wendy's man look like? Oh my god, he was so fine. He was kind of muscular, tall. dark complexion, had like a really outlined like jaw, not like super pronounced, but like a really nice face shape. ALR is really, I thought ALR was into did you mean Billie Eilish? I hate that I know that. Not Ryan or Ken. Fucking exactly. Mediocre white men bore me. And I mean that like in a soul level. And on a soul level, they are mediocre white men. I mean my ex is white. I've dated white guys. I'm not saying like I don't like white guys, but they need to have like depth and character for me to be interested. But yeah, that's what Wendy's guy looked like. He was, damn, he was hot.
What do you mean? I have seen a lot of other plus size girlies have the same experience.
That is true. Me saying that's ever happened to me is not to discount the fact that that happens to a lot of women. It does. And it's really fucked up. And it's something that I've over the years definitely started to learn to look out for. But the second I smell it, I'm walking away. Like I don't play that shit.
What's happening to you right now, and like you're in a situation where you feel like this man wants to be with you but like won't date you because of your size. You're dodging a bullet by not dating him. Like he's helping you. It still hurts, like obviously. Also,
honestly, what I've noticed is that issue tends to that issue seems to be really heightened for mid-sized fat women like Michelle. Like I'm an extreme. So there are men that literally covet my body to a point of fetishism, right? And it's just interesting because I feel like, and then also there are women my size that do experience this too, right? But like I feel like it's more easy to fall into because they're approaching dating so similarly to like standard sized people, wherein I approach dating very differently from the typical person because of my size. And so and that is one of the reasons I've really taken a step back from dating, because unless like I really meet someone where it's like a one-to-one connection kind of situation, I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste their time. And I don't want to distract myself from my goals within my career and other aspects of my life. I don't want to get caught up in potentially any kind of codependence in a toxic cycle again. Like I don't want it. I would rather be alone. It took a lot of therapy to get to that point, but I would rather be alone. I used to be so terrified of losing my ex, and then it came to fruition, and I would rather be single right now and as I am in life than be either in that relationship or another toxic cycle.
also know that a lot of fat girlies experience, like now that we're older.
Oh, Pixel, are you newer? I'm not even being facetious. Like I talk about Zachary Michael all the time. I love him. He is like, I know he recently mentioned me in a video and I was so honored. He followed me before my YouTube channel on Instagram. We were mutuals for a hot minute over there. And yes, I am still using my health coach. I recently talked with her because she approves of my break from tracking, and I am planning to go back to it, but it's really been helping my mental health. And I'm gonna weigh myself in a couple days to see how I'm doing with just like naturally eating the way that I have been without tracking and seeing how that goes. So, okay, listen, I'm married, stay single. Okay. Oh gosh, Laurel, I'm sorry. I don't know if I necessarily want to get married, but I'd really like to have a person to do life with, I would. That'd be nice, but I'm not going to deal with toxicity. I'm not going to do it.
Or like high school vibe, it'd be like you're just the bro, like the best friend.
Mm-hmm.
But there'd be tension, and like they would be like, I wish I could date a girl like you. I just wish I could have you. Like you're too good for me. You're right. Thanks for telling me. But now that we're older, kind of a different ball game, and it's a
you're too good for me means I'm too scared to break societal norm.
Little bit more obvious. I've seen so many stories of this all over TikTok where a plus size girl will be seeing a man completely, like, dating them in private, hooking up, the whole thing. They just want them in private. You would be surprised how often I go on Hinge, which I feel like is a normal people dating app. That's not really a hookup app like Tinder. I will go on Hinge and have literally such hot men who just want me to like come over. Like they'll be like, come over. Like,
Yeah, I don't entertain those men. Not anymore. And even then, even like back in the phase that I had, it wasn't really like that. I used to go to like parties for plus size people to stick with TOS. Yeah.
no, I want to be like, I want to go on a date. Like, I'm not trying to just like hook up. That's all they want you for because they're attracted to plus size people, but they're embarrassed of it. Like, it's honestly really pathetic. When a friend of mine made a TikTok,
Cause like I'm not gonna go over to someone's house without like meeting them in public, and like for a lot, like pretty quickly. I don't remember when I came up with this rule, but I've had this rule for a long time. Like I have rules. Like if we're gonna be meeting in public, because I'm like meeting someone semi locally, or if we're gonna be meeting up, we're meeting in public, and like I'm going on a date. Like we're going on a date. Like you're not gonna just like meet up with me, talk with me for a minute, and then like try to use me for your jollies. I'm not doing that. And dating culture is so fucking broken that it's just really hard to even date outside of those parameters, like period, regardless of your size, regardless of your looks. It's just harder. It's not impossible, but it's harder. So when you have the added barrier of like being bigger, it does make it more difficult. And I just like, I don't even really know how to date outside of the internet, to be honest with you. Between my anxiety issues and my weight and just the state of the world, man, it's hard. Like I would rather meet someone online that I can vet in some way and see the kind of things that they share and talk about and do, and like who they are in a way, like because they can put such, it's so much easier to put on a front in person. Maybe I'm ass backwards with that, but I don't think so. He just put up a video on his Zachary Michael also channel called Hot Rodent Man Tier List, and it looks so funny. I don't know. I kind of do want to react to it, but I don't want to like, I don't know. I don't want to make it weird. I don't want to like react to him unless like one day he ends up reacting to me. You know what I mean? And he might never, and that's fine. But I don't know. I've thought about it. I probably will watch that when we're done. But I'm very happily taken. My man is literally the best thing that's ever happened to me. That's really sweet, Vicky. I'm just kidding. Being married isn't that bad. I was just never that girl that was gonna get married. Someday my body rejects it. I can understand that, Laurel. Jollies. LOL. I hate the group dating. If it's not one-on-one, I'm not interested. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like I want to be, because like I take into account like body language. Like if you're not like opening a door for me here or there, or like putting your arm around me in some way, or like wanting to hold my hand or something, like I'm not. One of the like downsides to me about London Boy was like he never really tried to hold my hand, and like I think he had like an emotional barrier because like he knew it wasn't going to go beyond like us just hanging out. I'm like, that's fine, but like that was one of the indicators. I was like, oh, he's like not someone I'm interested in like pursuing more seriously in terms of long term anything. Because I want someone who shows like a basic line of affection. I don't need someone up my ass. I don't want someone being like super touchy feely to a point of like, you know what I mean? But just like a little something, a little something, you know what I'm saying?
of me and our other friend, and she was setting us up on a date. Like it was literally a joke, like completely not a real date. All of the fucking comments were so mean, saying like, oh, like this guy got fucking set up, awful things about my weight. It was it was a lot. I get why skinny people don't want to date a fat person because of the way that society sees it. And I have seen so many couples.
Right now, being single is probably a good move. You are healing. Yeah, and that's kind of where I was at for a long time. And it's only been a year since like I fully cut off with my ex entirely. Like I moved on sometime in this past year, like for realsies, because I was working on moving on. But then we had that like reconnection moment. You know what I'm saying? So I refer to him when I talk about dating a lot because he's my main frame of reference. Not at all in the way of like, oh, I miss him. I want this back. No. Okay, this makes me sad. What do you mean? The video or me?
On TikTok where there's a plus size person and then there's a skinny person, constantly ridiculed in the comments. Insane. I want to know if you're a girly who has dated a skinny person. Did you get like comments like that in real life? The issue is not even that people don't like fat people. I couldn't care less if you don't want to date me because I'm fat and you're not interested.
Oh, 110%, Laurel. Do men really date women if they're do men really not date women if they're bigger for fear of backlash? The video is sad. Absolutely. It's happened to my friends a lot. Maybe it's happened to me and I didn't know it, but I've had friends experience true heartbreak. One of the catalysts of my breakup was that my ex's family was like hella fat phobic and never liked me from the jump because of it. They were also Trumpers, but he wasn't. But it's like there are men, and I think this does drive some of the incel culture around fat models and stuff. Like there are men who are very attracted to fat women and hate it, and they will take it out on fat women because they are so afraid of being ridiculed and being made fun of. And it's fucked up, and it's another byproduct of not only like fat phobia but toxic masculinity that negatively impacts everybody, not just the women, not just the fat women, but like men who are unable to date who they truly want to because they are like essentially choosing to not address their insecurities and care more about the perception of others versus their own joy. Men will date women of all kinds just to get their jollies and hide it. Absolutely.
Because I'm fat. That's fine. Swipe left. Thank you. Next. I don't care. The issue is when people will express interest in you and be clearly interested in you, but the reason they wouldn't ever want it to go further than either like hooking up or just like something in private is because you're fat. That's why they will not make you your girlfriend. Like they like you, but they will never choose you because
ooh, they like you, but they'll never choose you. Ooh,
you're not skinny. The harsh reality to deal with, but honestly, like I said, if a man wants to be with you and likes you, enjoys your company, wants to have sex with you, and won't date you because you're fat and he's afraid of what his like little friends would think, he's pathetic. I just like feel like I can't do it anymore. I'm on a weight loss journey. 45 to 50% of the reason why I want to lose weight is because I'm just tired of the way that society treats fat people. I'm over it. Having to deal with people who like you but will never choose you and knowing that it's because of your size. Honestly, like a depressing thing to come to terms with. Like it's really, really not fun. Having one of those experiences makes dating in the future terrifying. In conclusion, I really want to talk to people who have dealt with this issue because like I said, most of my friends are skinny. They understand it to an extent, but like it's just something you're not really gonna get unless you're in it. But if you're like a tall man with like a mullet, maybe a mustache, and you're not afraid to date a fat woman, call me.
that's funny. I found me a fat man, lol. I avoided all that. Wow, she's beautiful and she's changing for the wrong reason. Yeah. Hi, Carmina. Good to see you. Yeah, so I have some thoughts too about the very end there. She mentioned, I'm on a weight loss journey. So if we go back to her page, like she was saying, or in this video from almost 2 years ago, like, I don't know, man. Like, in a video that's even older than that, she's got a video in the she's down 15 pounds, how I eat pasta every day and still lose weight. That's so interesting. Like, she made a video about that, and then like she came back and said how she gained the weight back from all of that, and then she comes back over 2 years, almost 2 years later, and is saying I'm on a weight loss journey. Doesn't mention where she's currently at on her weight loss channel. I mean, clearly this seems to be like a re-uploaded TikTok to just put on a platform of YouTube, right? And her main channel is like non-weight related, non-food related content that I am definitely intrigued for sure, or intrigued for sure. But she uploaded 2 days ago on that. And she's got 200,000, almost 300,000 subscribers. A video from 4 months ago has 32,000 views. Oh, yeah, but like all her recent content from this week aren't even hitting 30K. Not shitting on her views. She gets way more views than I do. I just find the ratio of engagement interesting. Because I don't know how long she's been making content for. I definitely want to dive into that later. I think I'll dive into this content off stream. I'll be back for the replay. Thank you. But 50% of her motivation is to get thin, just to get a man. Yeah, that's everybody. Exactly. And it hasn't been working. I don't know. There's some things here that I find interesting about her approach, because I don't want to psychoanalyze her too hard, but it's just like she hasn't had that success yet. She sounded a bit entitled, but maybe I misunderstood her. What made you think she sounded entitled? Because I'm interested in that perspective. I mean, she didn't mention at all about like, and that necessarily wasn't like the point of the video. She was just venting about basically feeling like she doesn't get picked because she's fat, which in a way can be argued is a big talking point in FA. But I don't think that was like her intent. You know what I'm saying? But did she say people shouldn't choose not to date fat people? Did she say people shouldn't choose to not date fat people? No, I don't think so. I had to really understand what your question. I apologize. Yeah. Do y'all have any other suggestions of anything to react to? Because I'm just chilling right now. I could hop. I could react to something else. I'm open. I recently subscribed to Colin Mockery at the recommendation of Tiny Blue, and now my For You page is all like glitter and lasers, and I'm like, I'm really not that invested. Oh, I know who I need to react to. I need to show you guys this person. Oh my gosh, this is such wholesome content. I'm showing you guys this person because I want you to subscribe to her. I don't remember how to spell her name. Oh, hold on, let me try to find her. Let's see. Can I show more? Yes, there she is. I might butcher her name, and I apologize in advance. I'm going to pull up her first ever vlog. And so she only has 517 subscribers. I love this content so much. Let me see. She said, date who you want, but hiding it is weird, which is true. And I stand behind that message. Like, if you don't want to date fat people, then don't express interest in them. Don't lead them into thinking that more could come of it. Don't use them for sex and then discard them because you're too chicken shit to date them. You know what I mean? Like, that I agree with. People have different thresholds. Some wouldn't choose a mate unsaid that's missing a leg either. Same thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yes and at the same time. I don't know. I can't form a coherent thought around what I kind of want to express. So I'm gonna just. I'm saying it isn't always fat phobia. That I agree with, but sometimes it is, my guy. That is, and again, that's like where the dichotomy comes in. But I'm just, yeah, with glitter and lasers, I'm just like, this, it's too much content for too little substance. Okay, let me share my screen here, or share my tab. I love this channel. Her name is Hey, and I'm so sorry if I butcher her name. Hey Adronke Vlogs. Aderonk. She doesn't ever speak in her vlogs. That's one of the reasons I don't know how to say her name. She makes vlogs that are like specifically like visually storytelling, like that are specifically visual storytelling with subtitles about a day in her life in Nigeria. And I think it's so fascinating how she's able to like keep me so engaged and like kind of following a little bit of a plot with no words. And so I think what I'll do is I'll be pausing and reading out loud because I know people treat my streams kind of like a podcast a lot. But as you can see, like some of them here, she's gotten good views on. She only has 500 subscribers, so y'all should go here. She's getting that surgery paid for, though. Can't knock Anna's hustle. And I mean, I agree. I knock the hustle in the sense that I do not like when people take sponsorships of things that they don't actually believe in or act more like a brand over a person. And Anna fits that to a T. So I knock it in that sense, but I mean, she pays her bills are paid, you know? And in that front, genuinely good for her. Get your bag. I've always believed that about influencers in general. I did share the link. It doesn't look clickable. I'm not sure why, but I will I'm gonna at least put the channel name in the chat in case it doesn't come through. I mean, if a guy in the gym every day, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we have nothing in common. But don't try to screw and then want to eat in the next town over. Go hire someone if that's how you feel. Yeah. There we go. Okay. If you guys want to copy and paste that, like that's the name of her channel. I want to find her verse vlog. It's been a while since I've watched it. Okay, so it's free. She's like a newer channel. I kind of came across it by accident. I'm just gonna watch it. And she basically, the video is called "A Day in My Life: Life of an Introvert in Nigeria, Living Alone." Hang on. So I'm gonna play this one, and so it just plays like really pretty instrumental music over the vlogs, and then there's subtitles. So I will be pausing and reading them. And I'm just doing this to kind of show you guys another content option. This is really a great little reprieve. Like if I want to not be distracted by anything else, like this is stuff you can't watch while you're doing your dishes. It's like kind of the antithesis of this content that I'm making right now. in the sense that like you kind of have to take a break from everything. You have to give it your undivided attention to know what's going on. And I just find it so interesting because like I have no frame of reference of what living in Nigeria is like. And it makes me like kind of ask questions and be thoughtful about it. And there's more vlogs I want to see that I haven't yet. But I wanted to just show you guys her first vlog. Like her channel's probably 1 to 2 months old now. I don't know exactly when this one was uploaded. But if you enjoy what I'm about to show you and like the concept of it, I would definitely go subscribe to her. Hi, with emojis. And like, so in case you're not watching, she basically just showed clips throughout her day. And there was something else specific that I wanted to mention, and I don't remember now. Welcome to my first vlog. My name is Adoranki. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering her name. I started this channel to document my life as I'm navigating my 20s. I forgot. Okay, so she's in her 20s as an introvert. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it, but I've watched these TikToks where I think it's like a show over in Japan or some kind of media where there's like a specific narrator. It's always the same voice who narrates like a day in the life of someone very introverted and like kind of just shares their story. I don't know if they're skits or not, but I find those interesting too. So this is not a far leap to that, and except that's a more highly produced version and it's like different people. And I'm so glad you are here with me on this journey. Today is Monday, and I love to start off my day in a clean space. She shows a lot of her cleaning in her vlog, so if you find that kind of content relaxing, she does that a lot in her vlogs. Once my room is cluttered, I am unable to function. It always seems as though my life is on hold. And she's using like a hand wicker broom, I believe. Maybe it's not wicker, but it looks like, for a frame of reference, it looks like those cinnamon brooms, you know? But I don't know. I don't remember what material those kinds of brooms are made out of. Oh yeah, she's a shill. Couldn't be me, but she gets her bag about Anna. Hi, Empress. Thank you for making it to your first live. I'm just showing a creator I really like. She makes day in the life vlogs based in Nigeria, and there's silent vlogs, and they're just really lovely. I'm pausing a lot to read it because I know a lot of people listen to my podcast, listen to my streams. But yeah, I need my space clean and organized too. Yeah, she's very much like that. Like she talks about it a lot, and she cleans a lot. My dog recently gave birth. I wanted to clean her space, but she wouldn't let me. I have decided to postpone the cleaning till evening. Let's go get something else done. This content is just so relaxing and soothing to me. I don't know. I might not even finish the full vlog because I feel like I'm giving you guys a decent enough idea here. But when it's uninterrupted with the pausing, like the whole experience, I just find this so relaxing. My breakfast always ends up being brunch for whatever reason. Looks like she's slicing plantains. Yeah, I think those are plantains. I don't think those are. If that's a banana, that's like a crazy yellow banana. But I guess, being in Nigeria, she would have access to different type of fruits that we wouldn't have here. So I'm just not sure. She's slicing them like plantains, so they're probably plantains. Oh yeah, they're plantains. By the way, any plantain lovers in the house? Signs of an unemployed baddie. I like her, but I think I'll leave it here because, like, I've had a feeling this wouldn't translate super well. But I just wanted to show you guys, like, she ended up making some kind of stewed beans and fried plantains. This looks really good, actually. Oh, and here, let me show you guys. She does this all the time, and I think it's so cute. She uses like certain little anime-esque blips in her vlogs, like this. And then there's another one she does of a car. Like every time she goes to and from somewhere, she uses that as a transition pane, and I think it's so, excuse me, it's so adorable. She goes anywhere in this vlog. So yeah, it's just like very simplistic lifestyle content, and she just talks about things like what she's doing. She's trying dried mango here, and talks about how much better like regular mango is. So anyway, if you're at all interested in this content, you should really look her up and give her a follow. I really enjoy her content. So yeah. Endearing is the perfect word for it. It's just so sweet. It's just so like, it's such a reprise from like the world. You know what I mean? Like when you're stressed out and you don't want to think about things that like make you mad or anything, it's soothing too. Yeah, like Vicky said about something else, about a different kind of content. But I find her content very soothing too. But I love watching random Chinese cooking channels. The editing tends to be a little different and I can't understand a word, but God, it's so soothing. Yo, you want to link me to something in my email? I'll literally react to it. Because I'm curious now. I'd love to see what you're talking about. Not to put you on the spot or anything, but especially if it's on YouTube. I mean, you could link TikTok too, I'm sure. I'd be able to access that no problem. But I really enjoy her vlogs, and yeah. I'm scrolling through my favorites on TikTok. I'm gonna go deeper. See if there's anything based on the thumbnail. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, you know what? I ended up showing. I might show her in a different live. We're so in deep at this point. God, I save so many fucking recipes. It's actually crazy. Like, wow. I need to go through my favorites. Okay. I'm gonna clear out that react folder and just start adding more things to it. And I think we'll keep doing this in the future, like reacting to different TikToks or whatever. I really enjoyed that. Sorry. Yeah, my email, it's my quirkyloverose@gmail. And it's quirkyloverose. Hi DJ, glad you made it here. Honestly, I don't really use recipe websites. When I do, it tends to be, I think, like allrecipes.com or something. But I really use TikTok and like Facebook Reels or whatever they're called. I need to like kind of play around with the oatmeal situation. But yeah, guys, my email is quirkyloverose@gmail.com. If you ever want to email me any links, anything you want to communicate with me, you're welcome to do that. Links won't work in the chat, especially like as the chatter. But if you just shoot me the email, and you can shoot me multiple emails, I won't be mad. Like if you want to send the first one and the next, like do them separately, you're welcome to do that. But I'll stay on if you are willing to send some. I can just pull them up. If they're on YouTube, hopefully that means there's no copyrighted music. But at this point, oh well, we're here. Hold on, I just got recommended something so interesting. I've never seen this woman before. Do y'all want to do a blind react? Let me show you. I like want to watch this genuinely. I've never watched it, so I'll give you a thank you. Bed rotting, starting the artist's way and being a little bad. Tiger teeth, a human girl in cyberspace. 200 views 3 days ago. And like she does her thumbnails the way I do. And honestly, she kind of titles her vlogs the way that I do. Like just like kind of hitting the main topics. And a lot of people do it too. I'm not saying it's like a me thing, just to be clear. A lot of people do it this way, but it's like, I don't know. I'm intrigued. I want to click on it. Would y'all want to watch it with me? Am I going to do another 11-hour live stream? I don't know. Not tonight, but I'll be wrapping this up at some point. We might hit 6 hours. We're at 5.5 right now. What do y'all think? I don't know. Again, I'm intrigued. And I've never heard of Jade Haley. But honestly, I'd be interested in watching this too. You'd watch it? Let's go. Okay, let's do it. Bet. Honestly, we might end up watching both of these, but actually, I want to open a new tab. Hang on just a second. Come on. I'm going to open up both now just so I don't lose them. Open a new tab. How do you feel about Girl World? I actually do have a members only video where I talk about it. I have conflicting feelings because there are aspects of Girl World that genuinely like kind of helped me in the process of trying to save myself and recover my health, but there's also a lot of really dark toxicity and a lot of really problematic things. That's the short answer, but yeah. And I don't know which one outweighs the other, if I'm being perfectly honest, but there's a lot of parts of it that have helped me. So I want to go ahead and watch this random vlog that I found. It's only got 200 views. I love that YouTube has started like showing me shit that like is a little more on the niche side. Her name is Tiger T, Tiger with a Y. I eat up your it's like my favorite treat, honest. Oh, cool. Okay, I'm excited. Let's see, guys. We might have just found like a diamond in the rough, or like a diamond in like deep in the cave. You know what I mean? Let's see.
Hi, King.
Hola. Girl, I missed you.
I miss you, baby.
Instantly, I love her voice.
Is he gonna be in the vlog right now?
I'm gonna be in the vlog.
She's so pretty.
Yeah.
She does seem young. Okay, interesting. So her Monday was like 16 seconds.
Oh my god, my head. I'm taking a sick day.
Oh, baby. Okay, judgmental.
So I'm making TikToks again, apparently.
Actually, I already deleted the app again already. But if you do want to follow me, it's at tiger.teeth on TikTok. Tiger with a Y on TikTok. So she hasn't deleted the account, but she doesn't have the app on her phone anymore. You know what? We love a boundary queen, okay?
To feel better, but not much. Oh, God. My mom came over and made me pierogies.
She came over to do her laundry, but I think she took pity on me and made food. Aw, well, you know what? At that point, you're helping her. She's helping you. Pierogies with the grilled onions. That looks bomb as fuck. You need to make a vid about your tattoo sometimes. I've talked about them. I only have the 3 you can see. So maybe I'll mention it in a vlog sometime. But definitely not worth its own video.
With onions. Well done.
Oh my god, I love Prison Break. Have y'all seen Prison Break? I fucking love that show. Oh my god, that was my bread and butter. If you want to talk about hot, the guy that ended up marrying Miley Cyrus's mom, he's hot.
I'm wearing the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday, and I am still in bed. And I have just been watching YouTube videos on my phone all day, but I just watched this.
I find it fascinating that she's vlogging about shit I would never vlog about, and I find it interesting because I don't even know much about this girl, but like even from the thumbnail, I don't know, something about her face, something about it. I was just like, I'm interested. Like, what is? I want to know more, and I still feel that way, even though she's literally just like kind of documenting her. I'm assuming depression or just struggle in some capacity with potential chronic illness of some kind, like, or just like struggling in general. I don't want to assume what she's struggling with.
This one from Boy Boy. That one was good.
And she's just sharing like what's interesting to her, and I'm still like interested. Because I just feel like some people just have that characteristic, you know? Or they could talk, and like, and I feel like as much as she's problematic and I'm not necessarily a fan of her, I feel like the quintessential example of that is Trisha Paytas. Like, she's fascinating. Love her or hate her, she's fascinating as like a concept. Let alone a person. And that quality is just something you can't fake.
And then I also watched this one. Obviously, I am on a theme a little bit. This one was from Fern. This one was also very good. Then I watched this one from Voldar. I don't know. This one was good too. Got a little bit of true crime action going.
I'll be honest, I'm not really super interested in any of the videos she's talking about, but I'm glad she's having fun.
Some Mara Murray. I did fall asleep during this one like 3 times though. But it was really good. Okay, I have to edit. So I'm getting up. I'm changing my shirt. The worst part is that I have already gotten up today. I like got up.
This is not brain. This is bed rot. The title is accurate.
Brushed my teeth, let the dogs out, and then I just came back to bed. I'm off today. It's a paid day off because it's Juneteenth, so I am just being lazy, but I do have to edit a video, so getting up. We're getting up. Different shirt. I even put on a bra, and I am out of the house. Successful day. Okay, this one's for a regular wheelchair. Regular wheelchair.
I wonder where she is.
Regular wheelchair.
Like state-wise, like not too super specific, but like I'm just curious where she's located.
There. But this one, you can only use if you're fast.
Always have to make a joke out of it because it's so real.
So you guys know that I am pretty much in this constant cycle of like doing well and then doing less well. And like these past few days, I've been doing kind of less well. Like I haven't necessarily been doing bad, just pretty much no motivation to do anything. I have basically just laid around and like watched YouTube or like watched TV or like watched TikTok. I keep avoiding showing up here on the vlog because I'm like, no, I'm just like not doing great right now. I don't have anything to talk about. I'm not doing anything exciting. And so I just haven't showed up.
Hang on a second. So to answer your question, her name is Tiger. I already forgot. Tiger. I just found her randomly. Tiger Teeth, a human being in cyberspace in parentheses. And she just got recommended to me. This video has like 200 views. She's got less than 1,000 subscribers. I just was really intrigued. I love when smaller creators like this get recommended to me. I'm interested. I think I might react to another video after this one because I want to like kind of look at her catalog and maybe get a sense of some of her other content before I decide to subscribe or not. But I'm interested, and like because I find it interesting she's sharing this because like I feel like I would be concerned this isn't interesting enough. Like a vlog from bed, also just at my size, I know that my doing that would be received differently than a girl that looks like her doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like people are going, I mean, I think you guys would be supportive, but like if it got picked up in the algorithm, like I think I'd get a lot of flack for making a video in bed most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So that's stuff I have to consider as a super fat creator or a very overweight person. Just banned. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, bed rot is the main thing that becomes an absolute non-option with having a kid. So true. Look, there's a reason I don't have kids. I need to be able to bed rot sometimes.
Like right now, I mean, look at my fucking hair. I have not washed my hair in like 4 days. What I'm trying to say is it's so easy to just not show up here. Like for one reason or another, it'll be like, oh, well, I look like shit. Oh, well, I'm not doing anything exciting. No matter what it is, it's so easy to just not film and to not show up and to not edit and to like not work on the video. And I know that that is like active self-sabotage. I don't have like a point in bringing this up.
I'm going to need to remember this video and carry this with me over the next few weeks. When I start needing to like vlog while working, being worried about showing up as my best, I'm going to need to remember this. I really like her already.
Except to just make myself show up on this stupid camera exactly as I am right now, which is this. This is what we get, and that's okay.
She has such pretty eyes.
I'm gonna wash my hair, and I'm going to like sit down and write in my journal. Today will be a success if I just do those two things, and I think I can manage that. I washed my hair.
Yay! And she's journaling. That's awesome. I love that angle shot. Not to copy it or nothing, but I like that choice. And she's I like her already. She's also a Diet Coke girly. I'd love to know what the program is.
This dude's freaking sick, dude. You buy this for me?
I wonder. She bought some Hot Wheels. I love this chick already.
Where's she gonna go?
I love how she's just showing such simple things, but like, I find it enjoyable as hell and relaxing.
So, the artist's way. I don't know. I need to do something. I kind of need to, like, just switch it up, invest in something like a project or something like that. Feels like the.
I'm so sorry. I keep crinkling this bag. It only lasts for like another 10 seconds. Sorry. You know, I get that, but I barely even noticed until she pointed it out. But I think a lot of you could probably say that about the notes I make on my own vlogs.
Right time. I need like some sort of kick in the ass right now because I'm kind of like floating, and I think
I relate to her because I relate to that desire to want to get out of this space that I'm in so often, and just trying to figure out new ways to do that when the ways that have worked prior are no longer working.
that is part of the reason that I keep slipping into these like periods of indifference, because that's kind of what it is. Like, I talked yesterday about how I am regularly experiencing just sort of a couple days of backsliding where I am not necessarily depressed, but I just feel indifference, which I do recognize is still a symptom of depression, but just where I feel this indifference that I don't want to do anything. Yeah, I'm going to try.
So she says she doesn't feel depressed, but she feels the indifference, acknowledging it's still a symptom of depression. So I wonder if that means that she is like diagnosed with depression or not, and that's something that she does struggle with, because I struggle with the like dichotomy of like not being sure if something that I'm dealing with is depression or not, because that indifference can be so numbing, and it's so different than when you're like in the throes of the sadness of depression, even though both are still the chemical imbalances of depression in the brain and your neural pathways. So I get that totally. And Vicky, don't you worry. I share tabs. I don't share full screen. So when I access my email, when I'm done reacting to her, to pull those up, I won't even be sharing my screen. So I definitely won't be sharing any of your information.
All right, I'm going to start it. Maybe I'll start tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to read a little bit of it tonight. I'm kind of afraid to say it because whenever I say that I'm going to do it, I have to actually do it and like commit to it.
Relatable.
So yeah, I'm going to do it. This is my favorite spoon. It makes the best food.
I wonder if she's neurodivergent. I don't know. I'm not going to assume at all. But I just like, God, I relate to her so much. And there's a lot about this vlog that screams that to me, like over the arc of the vlog so far.
But yeah, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Oh my God, look. I will never, ever get sick of the sunsets in Arizona.
Oh, she's in Arizona. Okay. Ooh.
The color of everything is so, so pretty right now. I don't even think that this camera can like express. Everything is like tinted pink.
I've seen and experienced that before. It's so beautiful. Portland, Andy, yeah, I'm now pre-diabetic. I've talked about that in prior videos, but I don't really want to get into health conversation right now. But to answer your question, I am diagnosed and I'm a pre-diabetic. There is no pretense with her. She's very self and comfortable. It's inviting. Absolutely, Laurel. And it is very gorgeous, Brooke, for sure.
I'm gonna try something. So whenever I was hanging out with Hunter the other night, he told me about this thing that you can do to get the ads removed from your Kindle. This one is not bad, but whenever I was reading the
All right, book people, listen up. I think Chris might be interested in this. I don't know.
Qatar series, I got some of the craziest, like cringiest recommendations that I just wouldn't want anyone to think that I was reading. If I want to read smut, I don't want it shown on my Kindle, but I got such weird ones. You're supposed to go to Amazon and you can do it via chat is supposed to be like the easiest way to do it. I don't know what to pick. I'm just gonna pick problem with content. I don't know. I need more help. Start chatting. Oh, remove ads. Oh, okay, it's an option. Oh, there's a fee. Okay, so I heard that there could be a fee, but that they will do it for free. So I'm just gonna go back and act like I'm dumb. Chat with an associate. So you're supposed to say that you find the ads like inappropriate for whatever reason, like there are kids in the house and you want them to be removed or you want to request them to be removed. So that's what I'm going to do. So then if they do say that there is a $20 fee to remove them, supposedly you can just ask them to take care of it as a one-time courtesy. Yogaraj, I know that you are my boy, and I know you're going to take care of me. He's typing. Come on, my man.
Yeah, Andy, I'm 105 pounds down and I've overhauled my entire life in terms of eating and dramatically improved my blood work within a year. So, I'm not sure if you're trolling or not, if you're being legitimate. You know, you can watch my vlogs and see what I've been doing and how I've changed over a period of time. And yeah, I'm just really not interested in engaging if it's trolling.
Come on. Come on. He's checking on it for us. My man, let's do this. Come on. I'm trying to get Amazon to remove the ads from my Kindle. I'm trying to get them to do it for free.
Did you make me pasta or do I need to make it?
I made you pasta. What kind of pasta do you think the dogs would be if they were pasta? I feel like Sammy would be penne.
I was thinking that.
Were you thinking that too? Mouse would be...
Like those egg noodles?
Yeah, like the wonky egg noodles.
Like with linguine mixed in?
Just be multiple types of noodle. No! Okay, he's typing. Let's see what he says. Come on, buddy. Ah! Oh my gosh, my man. So I hope he's not tricking me. Okay, I'm gonna do that and then I'll come back. Okay, sweet. He said he's refunding me. So, update to be determined. I just got this pop-up. Nice. Thank you, Yogaraj. Everybody say thank you, Yogaraj.
Thank you, Yogaraj.
So I booked myself.
I love this, like, quiet little life kind of vibe. I love this. This feels like this is how I am in recovery mode when I'm in a lot of pain, when I'm not doing well and I'm off camera. Like, this is how I am. Sometimes I'm sadder. Sometimes things are not as stylesque as they are for a vlog, right? Because this is still her trying to show up as like her best self even in this kind of moment. But I love this.
A pedicure and a hair appointment today, and for whatever reason I was like convinced that my hair appointment was at 2 p.m.
I'm gonna stop this vlog here. There's only a few minutes left. I might finish it later, but I want to go look at some of her other content real quick before I make a decision. They had 3 days ago, 200 views. Her name is Leslie, and she's got her Insta. Okay, yeah. So it just says, hi, I'm Leslie, or I'm Leslie. I like her banner. I need to do something else with my banner. I've not changed it since I started my channel. That's so yeah, she's got all these highly edited thumbnails, but her most recent one didn't. It's interesting. Let me take a look here. Or her most two. A depressed week. Yes, looks like she's been going through some stuff. Let me see what's going on here with the titles. Chicago vlogs. If you see any titles you're really interested in, go ahead and leave it in the comments. Get in, loser, we're running errands. I might click that one. Get in, loser, we're running errands. I want to kind of go back further in her catalog and see. I'm in my own lane this year. You should come. 6 months ago. That has. There's a couple here that have like higher views. Everything is a mess, but it's fine. I'm fixing it. Dear Diary, I think I'm addicted to instability. Oh, I'm going to be watching this content. I really like the title. Get in, loser, we're running errands. OMG, I love this to pups. Yeah. What do y'all think? If I don't see a chat, I'm just gonna click the one I want. Let's go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch one more of hers, and then I did have the other one that I picked up on, and then also I might actually do the one that Vicky sent me first. I want to watch this. So she has like an interest in these little like Hot Wheels and stuff in her car. I love that. That's so cute. I do have some questions. It looks like she's vlogging this while driving. From her perspective. I mean, I did actually recently for the first time film myself, but my phone while I was driving, but my phone was in the holder and I started and ended the clips when I wasn't driving. So I don't know. I don't know. It looks cool, but my brain goes to like, I get it, but also, all the angle changes too mean that there's a lot of phone handling happening.
Do you want to hear some bullshit? So Spotify started having audiobooks, right? And it just says audiobooks included with your premium subscription. So I canceled Audible, and then it turns
you only get a certain amount of hours, I think.
out Spotify just caps you at 10 hours of listening time a month with no warning. So I was right in the middle of Pamela Anderson's book, and I just get cut off. It says 6 more days until you can listen to more audiobooks. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. It's not fair. And then they want to charge you $15 to get 10 more hours of listening time. Whatever. Not happy. Still a better deal than Audible, though. Anyway, I got these flared leggings from Aerie, whatever, and I wore them one time, and they got like a seam that's coming loose. I only wore them once, and the seam is just, yeah, I'm pissed. So I'm gonna return them. That's like why I'm at the mall. Actually, I got 2 pairs, but I am gonna keep one because I did get them on sale.
Okay, so I can say this. I'm invested. It's interesting seeing from like when she was like actively so much in depression recently versus here. Like the editing here is a lot stronger. There's a lot more. There's like, I think she's still being herself, but there's more of like a YouTube personality involved here, where like I felt like in that video she was very much just showing up so authentically herself in the moment, and here it's more like this is content minded, you know what I'm saying? Which isn't even like a negative critique coming from me. I like her. I think she's really cool. I think anybody watching this should subscribe to her. She doesn't even have 1,000 subscribers yet. So, all right, work YouTube. I'm gonna deep dive into her further. I'm gonna move on. Let me check my email real quick. So I want to look at the Chinese cooking videos that Vicky was talking about. Okay. Thank you. I see the little note in your at the end, Vicky. I think we'll at least do one. I don't know if I'm going to do all those today, but you can definitely remind me in future reacts. I'm just going to click the first one and see where we go. Oh, okay, so this is their channel. Ooh. Okay, let me see. So Vicky really likes the style of content, and I've never seen it before. I've got to go, but I love your cooking videos, and we'll continue to repost on Twitter. Thank you so much, Empress. I'm glad you're here at all. I appreciate it. This is delicious day. Sandwich like gimbap is easy to make, like the spicy chicken wrap. 2 quick toasts made with minimal ingredients. Ooh, custard roll cake. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's anything I would potentially actually remake. What the hell? I gotta know what this is about. Wait, where's the recipe? There we go. Paper tofu. Where do I find paper tofu? So you just air fry paper tofu slices. That's it? Paper tofu near me. I'm not even fucking around. Amazon. Oh. Okay, that's on the list of things to do. Okay. Yeah, so I think in the next reaction, I want to get into these channels more. Check Publix, gotcha. I'm seeing Amazon, Walmart. Maybe that's online. I'll double check. That doesn't look like tofu. I'm not sure. It's called dried bean curd sheet. I'm seeing bean cream skim. That's a sentence. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of it gets called dried bean curd skin. Okay, I need to go. I need to go use the restroom, so I'm gonna go ahead and just end stream. We'll definitely do this again. This was fun. I had fun. This went a lot longer than I thought it would, but I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Later.